All right, let's see. I have something else here. He just posted this an hour ago. Oh, God.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you that we'll get to in just a second. But first of all, let me just say real quick, everybody sign up on Substack for Crystal, Kyle, and Friends. Today we have Professor Morandi coming on. You don't want to miss this. We're going to give you all of the updates and a full breakdown of the war in Iran. You don't want to miss a second of it. So sign up below for Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. Also, of course, subscribe to the channel. Helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. And of course, thank you and much love to everybody who supports the
I think he's going to talk about what we're going to also follow up with, right? Guys, there have been emails about Trump trying to kick Spain out of NATO.
Show on Patreon. As you know, we can't do it without you. This is real independent media. I've never
like the discussions of it, which would be crazy, right? Which, I mean, let's be honest, if the EU does solidarity, I should say, they should be like, oh, hell no, then we're pulling out of NATO, right?
Talk to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read.
We're all gonna leave then. Fuck you.
Fact. So you guys support the show with $2
May
a month,
not pull out,
month,
but
whatever it may be. So as I said, a lot of stuff to get to here. First, let me point this out. Donald Trump, over the past 48 hours, has been absolutely losing his shit. Not only on Lie Social, but also in the White House, where he gave an Oval Office press conference. So we're going to get to all of that. First of all, let me point out that now it was 2 days ago in the morning, he reposted this guy, Mark Thiessen, okay? And this guy said, and I quote, "If there are two factions in Iran, one that wants a deal and one that doesn't, let's kill the ones who don't." So posting, again, openly calling for massacring the elements of the Iranian government in which theoretically we're supposed to be negotiating with, okay? Gee, I wonder, is that going to hurt or help prospects of a long-term deal? Hard to figure out. Now, the fact of the matter is, as you all know, it's literally impossible to make a deal with Trump or Netanyahu because they're liars, because they don't mean it, because they'll say one thing and do the exact opposite. And you know who's aware of that? Iran's aware of that. Everybody's aware of that. Okay, so insane that he's reposting this, and then he goes on a continued posting spree. So his posts go from, let's kill Iranians who don't want a deal, to I'm ordering the Navy to shoot any boat putting mines in the Strait, to we actually have full control over the Strait, to I don't need a deal. He shatters contradiction records. Nobody has ever contradicted themselves more than Donald Trump. It's astonishing. And again, I don't know how you can run a country like this. I don't know how you can lead a war like this. This is insane what we're witnessing. This makes it look like it was fucking Einstein who was running the war in Iraq, right? Now we have this war in Iran. It is significantly dumber. And I didn't think that was possible until I saw this Iran war firsthand. So we also have Trump in the Oval Office, and man, he crashed out in a back and forth with reporters. So Trump said, "We've been doing it for 5.5 weeks. We've been doing the war for 5.5 weeks. And a reporter goes, "But sir, it's been 8 weeks, and you said it would be 4 to 6 weeks." And Trump says, "I took a break. I took a break." What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. You started the war. We're still doing the war. You guys are pretending like there's a ceasefire.
I took a break.
Lebanon, if that's true or not. Israel has already violated the ceasefire 220 times. Okay. What does that mean you took a break? I don't even, I'm running out of words. I'm running out of words to describe how insane this is. A reporter says to him, "How long are you willing to wait for a response from Iran?" And Trump says, "Don't rush me. We were in Vietnam for 18 years. Basically admitting, like, yeah, I'm comparing this to Vietnam. I'm comparing this to previous U.S. wars. If this thing drags on for a long time, suck it up and fucking deal with it. Deal with the $5 a gallon gas. Deal with the economy falling apart. Deal with everybody being miserable. Deal with the death and the destruction and the violence and the gore." He's comparing it to Vietnam. Now, if that wasn't clear enough for you, another reporter asked, "Well, what do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know they're having higher gas prices."
You know why he's saying that, too? Because we were in Vietnam for a long time, and by the time he plans to either be dead or out of office or still in office, but because of some crisis, so Like he can shift the blame to something else, right?
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? How many years was Vietnam?
That's not a defense.
I don't know how he got it in his head that, like, comparing this war to Vietnam would be favorable for him.
Yeah.
As if he's, like, making a good point. But if anything, this is just reminding people how much they fucking hate this war and how stupid it is and how unnecessary it is. Like, Vietnam is another classic example of a war that didn't have to happen. We had so much death and destruction for no fucking reason whatsoever. And then here we are today, and he's going, let's compare it to that other war that everybody agrees was horrible and stupid and dumb and wrong. Because my war is also horrible and stupid and dumb and wrong.
Bingo.
Like, that's the implication here. I can't handle this guy, man. I just can't do it. So Trump also was talking about the National Mall, and he says, that's where Martin Luther King gave his great speech. He had 1 million people, and I had the same exact crowd. Maybe a little bit more. I actually had more people. Bro, in the year of our Lord 2026, the President of the United States is doing a dick measuring contest with Martin Luther King Jr. Fucking pinch me to wake up from this nightmare. By the way, also, as everybody knows, that's a stunning lie. It's a phenomenal lie. In fact, there was much made of the fact.
Padded cell, straight jacket, blinders, fucking earplugs. Yeah. Teeth guards, right? What are they called? You know,
that Trump seemingly had way fewer people.
Annie and I need a nap. Let's see how well we do. I bet Annie wins. Oh no. Oh no.
Than other presidents when he gave his speech after he got inaugurated. Everybody knows this. Remember, this was like one of the big first scandals during his first term, is he kept like showing pictures from favorable angles and ignoring ones from unfavorable angles and saying like, we actually broke the record. More people came to see me than Obama. It was actually like way more than Obama. Now he's saying it was more than Martin Luther King Jr. Oh my goodness. Oh my word. I can't handle this, bro. I can't and also, why are you doing this? Why are you doing a dick measuring contest in the middle of like your country absolutely falling apart and your war going to shit? Not that it wasn't ever not shit, but it's way worse shit now. All right. We also have in this White House press conference, RFK Jr. chimes in and he says, one of the Democrats was ridiculing President Trump for his math, and she was saying it's mathematically impossible to have any drug drop by 600% cost. And I said, well, if the drug was $100 and it raised the price to $600, that would be a 600% rise.
Oh no. Oh no.
If it drops from 600 to 100, that's a 600% savings. And Trump goes, that's right. And RFK goes, the president used that mathematical device to illustrate the magnitude of the theft. So, remember when they said back...
Wow, they don't know math. It's kind of like 1 × 1 = 1, right?
In the day.
This is the rampant of God, what's his face again? Terrence Howard, right? All over again.
Oh, we have alternative facts.
Oh,
fuck the real facts. We have alternative facts. And we believe those. Well, as somebody pointed out online, it was only a matter of time until they got to...
Yeah, we need to... I'm serious, guys. We need to start teaching STEM at, like, preschool levels. Jesus.
Alternative math. We don't believe in the real math.
Yeah.
We believe in alternative math.
Yeah.
So there is one of these...
There we go. And why is this even a thing? Postmodernism, right? This is the most postmodernist president we've ever had. Objectively so, right? Because it's not about the facts, right? It's about my facts, my truth, right? It's why, like, every time I hear that phrase now, like, I may understand, like, the person, like, what they're trying to say, but I kind of, like, die a little inside when I hear that and cringe. Because, no, there is the truth, right? And there is not, I'm not a postmodernist, right? By any means. I do believe there are truths out there that can either be proven scientifically, etc., etc. 2/5 sunglasses is my truth. Yeah.
Single most brutal community notes I think I've ever seen underneath this. And it says, the math in this clip is incorrect.
Correct.
A rise of $100 to $600 is a 500% increase, not
Correct.
600%.
Correct.
A drop from $600 to $100 is an 83% decrease,
Correct.
not 600%.
Yes. Yes. He doesn't understand percentages. Math, right? Listen, you don't have to be a math wizard, but goddamn, at least know that, right? Oh my god. Fucking idiots. Fucking Brian kill me, guys.
Percentage decreases over 100% are impossible without negative prices. In other words, when Trump says, I saved you 600% on your medicine.
Yeah.
That would literally be like they have to pay you. The pharma company has to pay
Yeah. So if the medicine costs $100, right? And it was 600% off, it'd be like they would hand you $500 to go pick up your medicine. Right? The fuck?
You are in a cult. I am not in a cult.
I mean, I'll do it, right? Because you gotta go to the pharmacy, pick up your medicine, right? You're prescribed it. You'd be paid to go pick up your medicine. Oh, hell yeah. I'd do it 12 times a day.
you. And they have to pay you like 6 times more than what you're paying them, right? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Oh my goodness. Oh my word. Again, it keeps getting worse and worse, so just prepare yourself. So last night, Trump was having some sort of mental health episode from fucking 12 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not kidding. That's the window where all these posts happen. And what you're seeing here is there's a consistent theme where Trump will fall asleep during the day, during meetings, during press conferences, when he's on camera. Not only is he falling asleep, bro is hitting REM sleep, dog. Bro is getting that deep sleep, that restorative sleep, right? And in front of everybody. And so that happens during the day. So what happens at night? Total insomniac, up all night, posting like a madman. So last night from 12:18 all the way to 2:45 a.m., we get Trump demands Chuck Schumer resign. Then he posts a tweet saying Obama tried to overthrow the government in 2016. Then he posts one that's a repost of a statement from Mike Lee calling for the filibuster to be removed. Then he posts a conspiracy video alleging Obama and Hillary committed treason. Then he posts a tweet from a MAGA account calling for Obama and Clinton to be arrested for treason.
Vote, vote, vote.
Then he posts another one calling for treason charges against Obama and Clinton. So you'll notice he does this now all the time, where it's like the same post over and over and over and over and over, seemingly forgetting that, hey, dipshit, you just posted that 6 minutes ago. What the fuck is wrong with you? He triple posts things sometimes now. Then we get one where he demands another post where he demands treason charges for Obama and Clinton. Then he posts an AI image of a man holding a sign. Then he demands the 2020 elections be, quote, wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Whatever that means. That's not even a thing. Then he posts about Clint Eastwood complimenting him. Then he posts about Elon Musk calling the Southern Poverty Law Center a scam, which is fucking rich, coming from the king scammer, the guy who cut pediatric cancer research, the guy who cut Meals on Wheels, the guy who took $38 billion from taxpayers to blow up 12 rockets. Okay, that's all Elon Musk is good for. Then he posts about a far-right podcast, and then maybe he got a couple hours sleep starting at 3 a.m., maybe. So 79 years old, morbidly obese, not fucking sleeping, eats nothing but like McDonald's, drinks Diet Coke and thinks it cures cancer. This guy is on borrowed time, to say the motherfucking least. Never mind the massive cankles. Never mind the bruise on his hand from injecting Lord knows what drug. I think it's Leqembi, the early Alzheimer's drug. But he is not doing well, bro. He is doing worse than we've probably ever seen from any president. I mean, he's giving Reagan a run for his money now when Reagan lost his mind in office. I think that's fair to say. So now let me give you guys some updates on the war front. This is kind of crazy, but shout out to Dave DeCamp from antiwar.com. He pointed this out. But the U.S. has bombed Somalia 58 times this year, and nobody knows about it. Nobody talks about it. Nobody knows about it. But the Trump regime has bombed Somalia 58 times just this year. That is absolutely astonishing. And shame on our fucking media for not being on top of this and talking about this. Because, like, this is your goddamn job. Do your goddamn job. We also have this. The U.S. has burned through so many munitions in Iran that Trump administration officials are admitting that the U.S. could not defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion if it occurred in the near term.
Great.
So there's the Wall Street Journal reporting on this. They say the U.S. has fired over 1,000 Tomahawk missiles and 1,500 to 2,000 critical air defense missiles since the Iran war began. By the way, those are the $1 million a piece ones. Mm-hmm. So, like, their Shahid drones cost like $20,000 a pop.
And Trump's copium is, if we would have given Ukraine all of them, we would be better off. Excuse me, what?
Our missile interceptors are $1 million a piece. Mm-hmm. As you can tell, the math doesn't work out on that. Not that these guys know math. We just went through how they don't. But you get the point, right? So they say that wholly replacing those stockpiles could take up to 6 years. 6 years. And it's only been 54 days in Iran.
Yeah.
And we've already, like, fucking blown our munitions load. Oh, dinky stinky.
Don't
like,
blow your load early,
like,
God.
Like, it's almost like, I keep pointing this out, but it's almost like Trump is a Manchurian candidate, or if he's not, he's functionally acting like one anyway, because he's just so stupid that he's making the decisions a Manchurian candidate would. Like, making it so that, you know, Ukraine is left defenseless, Taiwan is left defenseless. It really is the rapid decline of the American empire. It is that meme of the U.S. stabbing itself repeatedly as the rest of the world looks at us like, what is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? All right. We also have this big news. So Smotrich, one of the top Israeli government officials here, he comes out and says that West Bank settlements and their expansion has been approved by the Trump regime. It has the, quote, full backing of the Trump regime.
Oh,
so
great.
He came out and he admitted that. Of course, we know Marco Rubio, massively hardcore Zionist cuck. Mike Huckabee, massively hardcore evangelical Zionist cuck. Trump literally paid $100 million by Miriam Adelson with the quid pro quo of, hey, you give me that money, I'll let Israel fully annex the entire West Bank. And that's exactly what's happening. So what they did to Gaza, they're going to do to the West Bank. They're stealing Gaza. They're stealing the West Bank. They're also stealing massive parts of Syria. Okay? Then the goal is to go even beyond that and create a greater Israel, make it a regional power, and then eventually become a superpower, global superpower, right? Like, that's the idea. That's what they're working on here, and Trump greenlit it. Why? Not only because he's blackmailed by the Epstein files and they can release that if he doesn't comply, but also because, like I said, overall he's taken hundreds of millions of dollars from the Israel lobby, including Sheldon Adelson when he was alive, and now Miriam Adelson, who paid him just this last campaign that he was a part of. So he's delivering. He's delivering for the Epstein class over and over and over again. Okay. Kind of insane here, but the Department of State released something about Operation Epic Fury, which, as you all know, we call Operation Epstein Fury, or the Jeffrey Epstein War. And here's the title: Operation Epic Fury and International Law. Okay? And then in the piece, they go on to admit, and I'm not kidding here, I'm going to quote directly from the piece. It says, quote, "The United States is engaged in this conflict at the request of and in the collective self-defense of its Israeli ally." Bitch, what? Did you guys just say the quiet part out loud yet again?
Yep.
Did you guys just say the quiet part out loud yet again? So the official explanation on the Department of State, on their website, for this war is Israel asked us to, so we're doing it. Oh, my word. Oh, my days. Bro, what on earth? Ain't no shot. No shot. How... We're at the point now where all the shit that was like, left-wing conspiracy fever dream shit in the Bush term, it's now become like the Trump people just say it out loud. Like,
yeah, they just
say it
do
out
it.
loud. Like when Trump's like, we're gonna steal the oil from Venezuela. I'm gonna steal it and I'm gonna put it in my own bank account. And then he does that. And it's like, bro, if I said that in the past, if I said that before he admitted it, you would have been like, you're fucking crazy. They're corrupt. They're not that corrupt, right? No, they are.
Yeah.
They are. And now you hear exactly what they're saying.
Hey, Patricia, welcome back.
Israel. Absolutely out of
How you
this world,
been?
man. Okay. Now let's get to some polling stuff because this is crazy. A new Gallup poll. When you look at Americans' a view of the economy right now, okay, the economic outlook. In December of 2024, people were negative about the economy, but it wasn't overwhelming. They were minus 14 in their outlook about the economy. Then in April, it goes to minus 26. Okay, it's getting worse. Then in March, it goes to minus 36. Now back to this April, it's minus 50. So in December 2024, the country was minus 14. They were not confident in the economy, but it wasn't crazy. Now we're at minus 50. People know this economy is absolute barbecue chicken. And they know that their job is likely going to be replaced, not by an immigrant, but by AI, some fucking tech asshole. They're well aware of that. They're well aware of the gas prices skyrocketing. They're well aware that they can't afford rent. They can't afford the light bill. People are struggling. And they're well aware that Trump is literally out there giving speeches where he says, we can't afford daycare. We can't afford healthcare because we got a war economy. We got to pay for the war. And they're asking for a $1.5 trillion military budget. $1.5 trillion. Meanwhile, the Pentagon literally can't account for 63% of their money from the previous military budgets, but he still wants to shoot the money cannon right at their face. That's what he wants to do.
Right in their face.
Man. It's absolutely out of this world. All right. How's this for a fact? 55% of Americans now say that Trump does not have the mental soundness to serve as president. And this is according to a Fox News poll.
Jesus.
So this is up 7 points from late 2024. Insane. Absolutely insane. And by the way, I guarantee you this number goes up more. 55% of the country right now is basically saying the president is demented. And it's going to get higher because he just becomes more and more demented by the day. All right. We also have in that Fox poll, is the economy getting better or worse? 70% of the country say the economy is getting worse. Only 26% say the economy is getting better. Those are not numbers that are sustainable. They're like, that is, the country's going to fucking snap and fall apart at the seams. Okay. We also have the same Fox News poll shows Americans prefer Democrats to Republicans on the issue of the economy for the first time since 2010. For the first time since the peak Obama era. Okay. And people forget how overwhelming the mandate was during the Obama era, how definitive that 2008 election was, and the mood of the country at the time. It is a foregone conclusion. It is a given fact.
I don't know why anybody would trust Republicans with the economy, right? It's, oh God.
That, 80 to 90.
I never understood that number. I've studied it for years and I still don't get it.
80% of the time.
It's because of Reagan, I think, right? Like if I'm to theorize on like a political science level, I would say it's probably because of Reagan. Right? But
Americans, for whatever reason, they think like, oh, Republicans are better with the economy. Republicans are better with the economy. It's bullshit. But that's what they've always believed. That's what they've told pollsters.
Yeah.
Well, now, again, for the first time since 2010, 16 years ago, Democrats are the ones who the American people think would handle the economy better. All right. We also have this. CNN is posting this one. This is kind of crazy. So this is the worst net economic approval at this point in any term. So, in other words, not only is Trump doing worse on the economy than Bush and Biden at this point, right? They were minus 25 respectively. Trump's minus 32. Trump is even doing worse than Carter at this point. And Carter is historically remembered for his oil and gas prices and the economy sucking. Okay? He was only minus 22. Trump is at minus 32, 10 points worse than Jimmy Carter on the economy. Again, anybody who understands the history of this is looking at this going, holy shit. And by the way, like I keep telling you, we're not at the bottom yet because we haven't seen all the impacts yet of this illegal war of aggression against Iran, a country that didn't attack us. We haven't even seen the full backlash yet because gas prices are going to go up even more, y'all. They're going to go up even more. And also, grocery prices are going to go up massively. Also,
Groceries.
all the inputs for farming have skyrocketed, like fertilizer, for example. That is going to have a tremendous effect.
That word.
So people don't understand. You have wages flatlining or going down, and prices going up, 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 up. At some point, something's got to fucking give, right? And we're not even at that point yet. We're not even at that point yet. So it's going to get worse. I can promise you that. We also have this horrifying news. The New York Times is reporting that Meta, which of course previously was Facebook, is planning to cut 10% of its workforce.
Thank you.
That's roughly 8,000 employees. And they're going to close another 6,000 open roles. So that means that Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, they're shifting completely now, or as much as possible, to AI. So guys, I need you to understand how we are in the beginning of a monumental sea change and a complete destruction of the social contract, okay? There was an implicit agreement in our society for a long time, this idea of the American dream, right? You go to school, you'll work hard, you'll get a job, we promise you'll be able to afford it.
Yeah, like we've been told this our entire lives. I still know people that, like, they try to talk to their parents and they're like, they just blame them for all the issues, right? They're just like, well, that's because you haven't done this or that, right? And they went to school, they've done everything they've asked them to do, right? And they just don't. They can't find a job, right? They can't be like economically stable.
Decent life. You'll be able to get a house, you'll be able to get a couple cars.
Yeah, none of that, right? Like the people I know can't even afford that shit. And they did everything. They went to college, right? They did all the stuff that their parents told them to do, right? And they just like blame other people for it. They don't like blame their generation and the economy and all this stuff, right?
You'll be able to have your white picket fence and your dog and your 2.5 kids. Like, this was the idea. Like, you'll get your consumer goods, your TVs, your video games, whatever the fuck. Like, this is the American dream, right? Well, what happens in a scenario where they're openly telling you, the AI oligarchs are openly telling you, the government is openly telling you, the Republicans are openly telling you, we're going to get rid of all the jobs. We're going to replace you with a machine. We're going to replace you with a robot. AI is going to do your job better than you do your job. But then also at the same time, they turn around and say, oh, by the way, we're cutting Medicaid. Oh, by the way, we're cutting Medicare. Oh, by the way, we're going to cut Social Security eventually as well. We'll get to that next. Oh, by the way, we're cutting every single social safety net program that might help you when you're down on your luck and in hard times. So they want no government social safety net, and they want you to not be able to have a job. Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out you are begging for a fucking revolution. You are begging for violence in the streets. You are begging for riots. You are begging for things to be burnt the fuck down. You are begging for the people to unite and rise up against the Epstein class and against the elites. And they haven't fucking thought this thing through either, by the way. Because if they did, they would have realized very quickly, what are we doing here? We're only making it so that we're sowing the seeds of our own demise. You have the smart oligarchs are out there going, okay, we need universal basic income at the very least, right? Like, we need to give people something. We can't just like rework the entire economy, take away everybody's job, and take away the social safety net and expect everything to be hunky dory. Well, that's exactly right. I believe it. So, what just happened is 8,000 or more people who are going to get fired, they just got radicalized. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the movement, right? All these 8,000 that just got fired, welcome. What you're going to find is you only have a home in leftist politics. That's where your home is. Because leftist politics is about banding together. Leftist politics is about fighting against the oligarchs, fighting against the corrupt Epstein class, and demanding your worth. Demanding the basic necessities of life be met. Demanding that the entire world doesn't function around the whims and the impulses of a bunch of fucking pedophile, vampire, cretin sadists. Okay? And that's what they are. Make no mistake about it. That's what they are. Okay. The Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, part of Trump's liquor cabinet, along with Kash Patel and Jeanine Pirro, the psychotic drunks who literally can't even put down the glass at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
He gave one of his goofy-ass press conferences where he sounds like a 14-year-old 4channer. And he goes out there and says, I'm not kidding, you ready for this? And I quote, the one institution that should win the Nobel Peace Prize every single year is the U.S. military. How embarrassing. He's saying this.
Yes. The thing to stop the thing to activate the thing should win the prize to not do the thing. Got it. Everyone got that? Honestly, that just made me laugh out loud, guys. Wow. So the Peace Prize was created to stop wars. We need to give the Peace Prize to the thing that enables wars, right? Because you can't fight a war without a military. Therefore, perfect logic. War is now peace, and peace is now war. Say who and what now? Exactly. That's MAGA math.
What? A month after we
even Kyle's like, the fuck?
carpet bombed a little girl's elementary school?
Yeah, I don't get this at all. Like, what? Okay, the Nobel Peace Prize was created. Like, I don't even have to say this, but I'm just speaking everything on my mind, right? The Nobel Peace Prize was created for the person who tried to achieve peace that year, right? And maybe was successful, whatever, right? Okay. Well, peace is defined by not using war to get what you want, right? Through pacifist methods, through democratic methods. Okay. Part of war is having a military. Why would you give a peace prize to a military institution? That's like giving, like Rigel, that's like giving the founders, right? The Nobel Peace Prize. It's so yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this is postmodernism, right? Because in any other world, right, we would know this stuff. This would make perfect sense. This would be like, yes, we don't give peace prizes to active militaries, right? With guns, shooting people. Yeah, that's not a good thing, right? That's the opposite of a peace prize. That's called a war prize. But in a postmodernist world, right, with this postmodernist president, peace is now war and war is now peace. Does that make sense, guys? Okay.
Right? I mean, it was a triple tap. We originally thought it was one bomb. Then they told us it was a double tap. Then we learned it was a triple tap. So they massacred a bunch of elementary school girls. Then they circled around and hit the first responders. Then they circled around and hit again. And they did it because they knew that this was a school where a lot of the military members sent their kids. So it was like, we'll kill your family too, bitch. That's what this was. A fucking mafia move, a terrorist move. This was an ISIS and Al-Qaeda type move. That's what an IDF type move. That's what this is. And so we're bombing girls' schools, we're bombing hospitals, we're bombing bridges, we're bombing steel plants, we're bombing pharmaceutical companies, we're bombing power plants. Nothing's off limits. And he says the U.S. military should get the Nobel Peace Prize. This man is disgusting, and he should not only be in prison, he should be buried under the prison. Okay? There's no place in a civilized society for this man. This savage, fucking disgusting barbarian. That's what he is. He is ISIS. He's our ISIS. That's what he is. Let's explain that very clearly. We also have... This story is blowing the fuck up. But there's a person who won more than $400,000 by betting on Maduro being captured, right? And at the time when we saw that, all of us went like, okay, that's either Trump or Eric or Don or Howard Lutnick or fucking Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner or, you know, somebody in that close inner circle, right? Mm-hmm. Well, apparently, they're now reporting, ABC News is now reporting that this person was actually a U.S. soldier who participated in the operation. And now the soldier has been arrested, according to ABC News. So, that's very possible because he had the insider information. And notice, again, like I said, he got arrested. Why do you think he got arrested, ladies and gentlemen? Let me ask you that question. Why do you think... Question for the class here, from your professor. Why do you think this is the guy who got arrested? Oh, that's right, because he's a soldier. That's right, because he makes what, 80 grand a year? Something like that? Now, ask yourself a question. How many times have we covered similar stories where it is Trump Jr. or Barron or Eric or Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner or Howard Lutnick or one of those assholes who did this exact same thing and did it for more fucking money? And how many times have they been fucking arrested? Ah, there you go. There's your lesson on class for today, kids. On class politics. Is that fucking Howard Nutlick gets away with it. Donald Trump and his shitty-ass sons get away with it. Jared Kushner gets away with it. Everybody in Trump's inner circle gets away with it. But the person who doesn't get away with it is the U.S. soldier who partook in the raid. There's so much to say about just that. But supposedly, they caught the person who did this one. Talk to me when they get all the other ones who are part of the Epstein class. Which, by the way, I won't hold my breath because they will protect those people to the high heavens. Okay? They know that those guys are doing insider trading. They don't care. They don't care. We also have People magazine reporting that an Eric Trump-backed startup landed a $24 million contract from his father's regime. Isn't it amazing how that works? It's kind of crazy, right? If you are the president's son, they just make it rain on you. They just throw cash at you like nobody's business. $24 million. I will say, though, it's a lot less than the, $600 million or so that Don Jr. got for his Vulcan Earth startup. So, I never want to hear about Hunter Biden again. I never want to hear about Nancy Pelosi again. Republicans can shut the fuck up about that from now until forever because those people look like absolute angels compared to these demons whose corruption is about 5,000 times worse than anything the Democrats ever did. Okay? Now, on that point, MS Now is saying that the Trump regime has been making taxpayer payouts to people connected to Trump World. So Trump has given $1.25 million to Carter Page, $1.25 million to Michael Flynn, the psycho QAnon guy who was demanding Trump steal the election in 2020, by the way. Keep that in mind. $5 million to the estate of Ashley Babbitt.
Oh, no.
$5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt. And lawyers for Trump and the IRS are now in talks to settle Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against his own IRS. The trick there is, Trump says, I'm suing you for releasing my tax information, and then he'll settle with his own IRS for whatever it is, $10 million, $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, whatever the fuck it is. And that's him stealing money from the American taxpayers. That's what that is. In the same way he stole money from the American taxpayers for his shitty Board of Peace, his fake group, the Board of Peace, which ironically does nothing but war. He stole, $10 billion from U.S. taxpayers for that? So they get so clever when it comes to their criminality. I've never seen anything like it. But he's literally just handing out favors to, all of his buddies. That's what this is. If you happen to know Trump, he'll just throw you a couple $1,000,000 of taxpayer money. It's insane. We've never seen anything like this. So we also have, this is hilarious. I hope you guys are ready for this one. So last year, Howard Nutlick claimed to have sold 1,000 Trump gold cards. Now, for those of you who don't remember, the Trump gold cards are allegedly basically selling citizenship in the United States to very wealthy people. That's the idea. Okay? They say, it costs $5 million each. You get full residency here. And if you're a wealthy person, really the goal is let's get Saudi princes to fucking come here. That's the goal. Or Qatari royalty or whatever the fuck. This is the idea. Or billionaire Israelis. This is the idea. Or oligarchs from around the world who can do business with Trump and give him a bunch of money. This is the idea. It's nothing but corruption. But the most anti-immigrant president ever suddenly loves immigration when it involves him making money from oligarchs and other rich assholes. Okay? So Howard Nutlick comes out and says, I sold 1,000 of these things. And then they later claim, we sold 70,000 of these things. Okay? Well, guess what? Somebody looked into it, and they found out that the actual number of people who got this thing, one.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Who got this thing? One. They said 1,000 and then 70,000, and the real number is one. And it appears like the one person is Nicki Minaj. Bro, no shot. Come on, man. I can't even deal with this. Like, what are we talking about here? God, my goat is washed. She used to be great too, man. Like, you listen to her music, like, okay, I like this. And now you're like, bro, what are you doing? What are you gonna fucking? What are you gonna go to TPUSA? She did. She actually did go to TPUSA. I forgot about that. She's gonna go to.
There's so much craziness.
A hosting gig at Newsmax. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna go to One American News Network.
She's gonna be on Fox News.
You're gonna be the secretary for Stephen Miller as he goose steps and does Zig Heils all day. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, Nikki, what a mess. What a fucking mess she is. All right. Well, there's also this. So on the betting markets from Kalshi here, we learned that there's now an 88% chance that Elon Musk is a trillionaire by next year.
Oh, no.
88% chance Elon is a trillionaire.
For fuck's sake.
Look, at some point, I take no pleasure in saying this. I take no joy in saying this. At some point, people will be demanding to make guillotines great again. Because this is completely and utterly unsustainable, bro. Like, people sit back and they're shocked and they wonder, holy shit, why is it that people treat, like, Luigi Mangione as a hero? That's kind of crazy, right? But then, like, normies will tell you, like, oh, well, the obvious answer is because the executive that he killed way more people than Luigi killed, right? Like, they'll tell you. They'll be like, they deny claims all the time. They kill people. It's social murder, which means it happens legally, right? There's like a system in place where a guy with a suit and a tie decides your grandma or your mom is going to die. And so you're supposed to shut the fuck up and not be angry about that because there's a system in place. But like, the system is for profit. The system is a capitalist hellhole. The system is literally putting money over lives. And so that's why people treated Luigi like a hero. Well, how do you think people will react when Elon Musk becomes a fucking trillionaire, as we have tens of thousands of homeless veterans in this country, 600,000 homeless people in this country, we have like 50% or 60% of the country can't afford a $500 emergency, we have poverty massively skyrocketing, we have people who can't pay the light bill, people who see grocery prices going up on a daily basis, people who can't afford fucking gas for their car. What happens when a system stops functioning at all for the people? There isn't even like the veneer of seriousness, the veneer of a proper system here that meets people's needs. Well, what happens? Well, we're going to find out. Because if this motherfucker becomes a trillionaire, and we're still dealing with catastrophic income and wealth inequality and people not being able to get their basic needs met, again, I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think that's sustainable. And by the way, the most cucked position of all time is when people say that we shouldn't tax the wealthy. If you say we shouldn't tax the wealthy, you're a fucking dipshit. You're a sucker. Agreed. Okay? And that literally even goes up to people who make, $1 million, $5 million a year. Like, your ass needs to be taxed more too, but you need to understand this is good for everybody. The billionaires need to understand it is good for everybody if we tax your ass. Because if we don't, pitchforks start coming out at some point, right? Violence starts erupting at some point. Places start burning down. And again, the smart oligarchs are aware of that. Elon Musk is not a smart oligarch. Elon Musk is a fucking dumbass. Elon Musk robbed $38 million from the American taxpayer.
Kraken Pill 2 just resubbed for 1 at Prime for a total 4 months. They are on a 0-month substreak. Damn ads, rise us.
Thank you, Kraken Pill, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it.
He pretends like he's a
How you been?
hero as he launches his 13th rocket to get blown up in the sky. Okay, this is a guy who cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and the CFPB and all these, and cut USAID, which led to countless deaths. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, actually. But he's going to become a fucking trillionaire. Isn't it crazy? This is how disgusting the world is, that a guy who's going to become the first trillionaire was directly responsible for cutting pediatric cancer research, including research that was very promising that we had a cure for certain kinds of cancer. We covered the story on the show. So this is who this guy, he should be in prison for life, He's one of the biggest criminals I've ever seen in my life. It's just incredible what we let these people get away with. Trillionaire, guys. Trillionaire with a T. Trillionaire with a T. Jesus Christ. It's time people wake up and realize the problem is not the immigrant. The problem is not the trans person. The problem is not the gay person. The problem is not the black person. The problem is not any sort of minority community that you want to scapegoat. The problem is the billionaire. Always has been, always will be. Okay. Now, I mentioned USAID. New report here. 518,428 children have died preventable deaths in the year since Musk dismantled USAID. that blood is directly on his hand, and like I said, he
Build
needs to
the
be locked up
train. We are. It's a little
we also
delayed.
have
I
this
don't know
horrifying
why.
story. And this is one of those moments where you go, you know what?
Whoa!
Black people have
me
been
the
warning
money.
white people forever about this.
Give you-
like this
give
is
me the
this is
money.
what
Mandaria,
Okay.
thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. My girl, coming in hot. Appreciate it, girl.
those ones where you go, damn. They were completely correct because
Midwestern Cat Lady got gifted a sub. Cycling Bahoy got gifted a sub. Maple Takes. Oh, that's cool.
Chuga. We got a hype train chat, thanks to Amandria89. It ending at 4/24/2026, 7:18:13 p.m. So let's keep it going.
El Storis, thank you so much for the. He's getting a gifted sub, or she is.
Amandria89 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Build a train, everyone. Chugga chugga choo choo.
CNN has a
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Living
Okay?
Lily gifted 5 gifted subs as well. Hell yeah, girl. Love it. Thank you for the. We're at level 3 now. Oh,
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
I'm having a bad day, and this channel always makes me feel better, so I wanted to gift today. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you guys. Appreciate the support. I can't do it without your support, as I'm a very small streamer, right?
Please clap.
Appreciate it, guys. We're at level 4. What up? Let's see if we can get to level 5. There's some really good emotes there. If you're not subscribed, guys, subscribe. This is the best time to get subscribed. Hope your day gets better. Yeah, for real. I'm sorry to hear that. Jesus.
report here. There's a former police officer who was arrested in Florida because he was planning to carry out a mass shooting at a festival in New Orleans. Okay? So this guy was Officer of the Month, and he was plotting a mass shooting to kill black people.
Oh, no.
He was Officer of the Month, y'all.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Thank you. Yeah, of course. We're here for you guys. And when you're having a bad day.
It just goes to show you that it is a very large percentage of the people who are attracted to jobs like this who are sadistic. They're sadistic. They're looking to do harm. They're looking to get off on their power. And then, he can...
A large percentage, right? I think there are some police officers that are decent people, right? I don't think every single police officer is, right? But I think, like, we need to do a better job at A, changing the culture, right? B, what are your reasons for doing it, right? Like, remember the clip we played yesterday? Hey, Bowser, Big Bean Burrito, how you been? Long time no see. What are the reasons for you to do a job like this, right? Like, remember yesterday on that clip we played on the Orville? I thought that was really interesting, right? Like, the reasons people do certain things, right? This is a huge thing that we never really talk about. Remember that? What did she say? She said, like, the reason people, like, the currency is essentially, like, you want to do good things to help people, even if it's like being a waiter, being a doctor, whatever, right? Like, that's the reason you do it, not because you want to exert power, right? But that's more than just, like, that takes like a cultural change, right? That takes from basically like kindergarten, pre-kindergarten to all the way up to 12th grade or whatever, right? You doing the opposite, right, of what a lot of kids are taught at home, right? Yeah, so I don't know how you exactly change the system, but there does have to be a change, right? Because there are way too many police officers that get way too high and mighty about their power, right? So like that's like the more philosophical take. I think what we could do today to fix the issue is to just have way more training, way more. Like right now, it takes about 6 months to train a police officer, right? Sometimes even less. That needs to be bumped up by a lot, right? Also, there should be a process where if like you get basically flagged as like a wacko or something. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. The hype train was a success. Show off your new emotes in chat.
To sleep, think of himself as the good guy.
Love it.
And then also turn around and plan a mass shooting against innocent black people. It's just, I have no words. I have no words. Because then you go, well, how deep does The Rock go, right? How deep does The Rock go? How corrupt are these police departments? On top, don't even get me started on the ICE facilities, which are even worse.
Yeah.
The ICE Gestapo thugs, which are even worse. Don't even get me started on other so-called law enforcement apparatus, which we know are fucking atrocious, which don't give a shit about the law, which don't give a shit about doing the right thing by people. And so here we go. Officer of the Month was planning a mass shooting of innocent black people. All right, we also have, get this. This is really interesting. So Ed Krasenstein says the following. Fox News just reported that the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreth, fired United States Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan, because Phelan would not ignore a federal judge's orders. So it was a huge deal. This guy is fired in the middle of a war, which never fucking happens. You're firing the Secretary of the Navy during a war? That's mental. So he was trying to abide by a court order, and Pete Kegsbreth ordered him to ignore it, and he wouldn't do it, and that's why he was let go. Quote, Hegseth and
That's so fucked.
Phelan reportedly butted heads when Phelan refused to ignore a recent federal judge's ruling that said punishing Senator Mark Kelly for making a video which he reminded military officers of their constitutional duty not to follow illegal orders would violate his First Amendment rights. So he tried to protect the First Amendment rights of Mark Kelly and not punish him, presumably by like not cutting off his pension or whatever the fuck, right? So you have the Secretary of the Navy going, we're not going to punish him. He has his free speech to say that. I might not agree with him. He's allowed to say that. And the Secretary of War Crimes goes, you're fucking firing him and you're cracking down on him and you're going against the court order or you're fired. And he got fired. So this guy, it's kind of crazy because if you look at old clips of him, he's a total fucking sycophant. He's a total MAGA cuck. But this is an incredible moment where he finds his last shred of integrity and goes, this is fucked up, man. I'm not going to ruin Mark Kelly's life because he said, don't follow illegal orders. Perfectly legal to say that, of course. It's like definitionally true also. Don't follow illegal orders. That's like, duh. It's a tautology. They're illegal. Of course you shouldn't follow them, right? Well, now he's got...
That's like saying you don't break the law, right? They're essentially, guys, hey, don't break the law or you'll end up in prison, right? That's like getting the government after your ass for saying something like that. It's just a different version of that. That's the country we live in now.
Now he's fired. So this is now what, the third, fourth, maybe even fifth high-profile firing?
Which closed in 1998. Gloggy orders the soup. The lake does not respond.
Somebody in the military. We know that Trump and Kegsbreth purged the top levels of the military of all the black and brown people.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they might have a conscience. Can't have that. Then they also went after, remember the guy resigned, the admiral who's in control of the Caribbean region resigned because he knew that Trump and Kegsbreth are massacring innocent fishermen and blowing them up, right? And then there was somebody else they let go, and now we have the head of the Navy they're letting go during a fucking war. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. These people are completely and utterly out of control. Now, there's another video that's going viral online here of ICE violently detaining a grandmother and tackling her to the ground. Agents lay on top of her back with his full body weight for over a minute. And then somebody chimes in and screams, "That's an older lady, get off her. She's not resisting." And then the other ICE agent pushes the agent off the woman, acknowledging that he was using excessive force and that she could die. And all this happened in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and the video again is floating around on social media. In fact, here I'm gonna repost it so you guys can go see it if you'd like. But just insane stuff here, man. This is now shit. We've already.
We'll watch it before we continue. Don't tell me what to do. All right, let's see.
Wow, golden legendary!
Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy shit! No, but no, dude. You didn't just get a legendary, you got a golden legendary. That's why he said that. Did you hear what he said? He was like, "Whoa, golden legendary," right? That's why he said that. Congrats, man. That's the first one we've gotten. Damn, dude. I love that voice, by the way. It's so good. Congrats. Very, very lucky. That's the second legendary we've gotten, but that's the only golden legendary, right? So they're even rarer than the normal legendaries, so. Congrats. Yeah, there are golden commons. There's golden. Nobody's caught a golden common. Golden common, golden rare, golden epics, and golden legendaries, right? And me and you two just caught the golden legendary, or one of them at least. There's a bunch, but they're very rare. All right, let's see. Let's continue. We go. Here we go, 5 hours ago.
Ahí están sacando a alguien a la fuerza. A una señora, wow. Wow.
fucking did it! I fucking recorded you! Resisting! Okay, get the fuck off her! She's not resisting! Get the fuck off her! I'm recording you! She's not resisting! Oiga, ¿habla español? Get the fuck off her! She's not resisting! No, she's not! Get off her! Oiga, usted puede hacer caso usted sola?
Oh yeah, he is pulling him off.
Get off her! Están en todos lados en Baton Rouge. Están en todos lados. Trump will end up fucking your daughters. You're defending a fucking pedophile. That's what y'all are fucking standing for, pedophile.
God. Jesus. All right.
Covered stories of them assaulting grandparents, and now they're doing it again. They're assaulting a grandma yet again. And this is on top of fucking tear gassing babies and running people over with their cars and any sort of depraved crime you can think of. The ICE Gestapo thugs committed them. 100%. We've seen them. We've covered them every step of the way. Now, the good news here is, but I'll believe it when I see it, the Trump administration is allegedly scaling back immigration enforcement. ICE orders officers to stop entering homes without warrants and reduces arrests at courthouses, according to NBC News. Which, by the way, that last part, like, there's supposed to be no arrests at courthouses, you fucking jackweasels. But they go, oh, reduce the arrests. Yep. Oh, I'm supposed to fucking... I'm supposed to applaud you for that. I'm only going to semi-break the law as opposed to fully break the law. I'll only break the law 20 times as opposed to 1,000. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. But I'll believe it when I see it. Because, you know, we've heard this before, too. Oh, we're pulling out of Minnesota. Then they didn't pull out of Minnesota. So we'll see. But there's some reporting from NBC News that the order came down. We gotta reel it in on that. And it's theoretically possible because the Trump regime has fallen apart so thoroughly and their numbers have fallen so aggressively that Trump probably realizes, hey, man, if I keep doing this, I'm begging to have a 25% approval rating instead of a 33% approval rating. He might say in front of the cameras, he might pretend like he thinks he's still popular. He knows deep down he's not. And so... this would be a move to desperately sort of stave off a too big to rig election against the Republicans in the midterms. But that ship has probably already sailed, if we're being honest with it. All right. Then we also have, this is kind of crazy. The Daily Mail posts this article. Kristi Noem's former deputy ICE director, Madison Sheehan, invited a 19-year-old female junior staffer into her bed after a Trump campaign party in 2020. And spent the next 2 years trying to control her life. Now she's running for Congress in Ohio. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Kristi Noem's former deputy ICE director is a criminal. Is a criminal and a sex pest. And I gotta say, this is so rare. I've never seen. I don't know. I can't remember a story of like a lesbian predator before. This is like a lesbian predator here that we're talking about. That is so rare. Every time you see like a story of a predator, it's some Republican politician or some evangelical fundamentalist Christian, and they're like, you know, basically taking advantage of like little boys or whatever. We've seen that story 1,000 times. Well, now you have Kristi Noem's former deputy ICE director, who was just a psycho sexual assaulter, controlling ass bitch who was, predatory towards a 19-year-old female junior staffer. And so now, you know, all the details of that are in this Daily Mail article here. But, man, Jesus Christ, they can't help themselves. I don't know if I can name a single Republican that just has a normal-ass sex life type situation, right? I mean, look at Kristi Noem herself with her bimbo-fied husband, right? Walking around with his big-ass titties. Yeah. Can't help himself talking to, bimbo-fied sex workers, telling them, like, oh, I love you, you're so much better than my wife, fuck my wife, I hate her, tell me I got big titties, bro, tell me I got big titties. Like, they all got some fucking weird-ass shit going on. Like Larry Craig in the New Jersey Turnpike bathroom, tapping his foot underneath the stall, trying to get some rando to suck him off. Like, what is wrong with these people? Pastor... what's his name? Ted Haggard. Pastor Ted Haggard, who was doing crystal meth off a gay hooker's asshole. Like, these people, man. And then you get people like lefties like me. it's me and Crystal, and we got the classic, like, fucking, you know, the most nuclear family type shit. I mean, granted, I'm a stepdad, but not the biological dad, but you get the point. Like, there's the fucking white picket fence, and the dog, and the 3 kids, and it's like, you know, boring. I mean, boring in a good way compared to what these people do. These people are fucking out of their goddamn minds. In fact, Ashley St. Clair talked about this. She's the one who, I believe, is one of Elon's baby mothers. And she came out and said, like, look, when I went to these conservative events, you would leave, like, the TPUSA thing, and everybody would go to the club. It'd be fucking debauchery. There'd be all sorts of drug use. There'd be all sorts of, degeneracy. There'd be orgies happening and shit like that. There'd be these closeted gay conservatives who, you know, are trying to be predatory with, like, underage boys, right? She's like, you know, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah in this bitch when you go to a Republican event. And then she says, now that I'm going to more liberal or left-leaning events, everybody's like, hey, sorry, I got to leave a little early. I got to go, like, pick my kids up from soccer practice or whatever the fuck. Like, she's like, oh my God, it's everything we were taught was a lie. Everything we were told was a lie. Like, even the idea of these, like, traditional family values or whatever the fuck, it's like, it genuinely is, like, liberals and leftists who are more abiding by that, right? And by the way, I'm the type of person, as long as you're not committing a crime, you live however the fuck you want to live, right? I don't care about your sexual orientation. I don't care about your gender identity. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. But with these right-wingers, they pretend to care about their traditional lifestyle, then they live anything but the traditional lifestyle, and you sprinkle in the debauchery and the degeneracy and the fucking criminality, right? So here we go. Here's another example of it right here. Again, it's just incredible. It's just incredible. All right. We also have Dropsite News saying that, oh, this is horrible, man. I'm sure you guys heard of this already, that they arrested people who were allegedly related to Qasem Soleimani and living in the U.S., okay? Well, come to find out, the 2 Iranian women in ICE detention are not, in fact, related to Qasem Soleimani, and documents prove it. So what happened was Laura Loomer singled out these women who she claimed were connected to Qasem Soleimani, and Marco Rubio had them fucking arrested, and they remain in immigration detention, and one of them is now gravely ill. And it's been proven beyond any doubt whatsoever they are not related to Qasem Soleimani. Now, by the way, even if they were, this is completely and utterly unacceptable. We don't do fucking blood guilt in this country, right? Yep. We don't do that. I'm not guilty of the sins of my father, right? I mean, it's insane.
According to Marco, though, and Trump.
Just because I'm his kid? I'm not him. I make different decisions. I'm a different person. So it's insane to, even if they were related to him, it's insane for them to do this. But they're not even related to him. So they're just torturing innocent people. God, it's so dark. So Dropsite has a big piece on that. You could check that out. We also have this, that the Trump regime is now removing protections for over 59 million acres of national forest system, and they're opening it to logging. So that's great.
Jesus.
There's going to be no more national parks by the time Trump is done. Everything is going to be sold to the highest bidder. Everything's going to be handed over to ExxonMobil and mining companies and logging companies. Our environment is going to be absolutely cooked. It's going to be barbecue chicken. It's going to be climate change times 1,000. Okay, they're speeding up the destruction of our ecosystem, the likes of which we've never seen before. We're already at the point of no return. They're just trying to make it happen even faster. All right, now let's talk about this. So Megyn Kelly, oh God, Megyn Kelly, she just drives me crazy these days. Remember when she said the other day, even if Trump nuked somebody, I'd still vote Republican? Like, okay, why is anybody listening to your show? Like,
yeah, I remember that.
What's the point in? I like war crimes. I like evil. I'm basically a Nazi. Like, why don't you just say those things and then go away? Right? Spare us your fucking 2-hour bitch fests and just go away, because we know what you believe. We know you're in favor of sadism and violence and harm and all the negative things. And I have a bee that's on me right now, and that's terrifying. Okay, now, am I being surrounded? I might be being surrounded right now. Anyway, Megyn Kelly, let me try to focus here. So Megyn Kelly decided, I'm going to have on Russell Brand on my show. Now, the reason why that's a little risque to say the least, controversial to say the least, is because Russell Brand has been credibly accused of all sorts of sex crimes, and he's currently going through a case in the UK. All right, so
another
Megyn
sex
Kelly,
pest.
Talks to Russell Brand, and Russell Brand says, he admits in this show that, oh, well, gosh golly, I did indeed have sex with a 16-year-old when I was 30, and now I regret it because of, like, the power dynamic, but it was consensual, and, oh, chip, chip, cheerio, like, maybe not the best idea. like that's sort of what he did, right? And so, cut to, she does, like, this softball interview with him. Cut to, back in 2023, she said, and I quote, if Russell Brand had sex with a 16-year-old when he was 31, I am done with him. I'm done with Russell Brand. Now, here she is 3 years later in 2026, giving him a softball-ass interview where he admits to being a pedophile. Now, by the way, if that was your reaction, you're correct to have that reaction. According to the laws in most states in this country, he would be considered a pedophile, right? That's statutory rape, okay? But in the UK, apparently the legal age is 16. And there's even like a handful of states in the US where it's 16. But he says, like he front loads it, and he says, oh, it was legal, but I had sex with a 16-year-old. As a fucking 30-year-old. Okay, very, very, very disturbing. Well, guess what? Come to find out, he's also playing fucking hide the ball. The community note here says, the 16-year-old girl who accused Brand here also accused him of sexual assault. Quote, forced his penis down her throat and made her choke, only stopping after she punched him in the stomach. She says he groomed her and called her the child and was emotionally abusive and controlling. And there's a bunch of links to every single one of those claims.
Fuck?
We know that he fucking admitted. He like apologized after graping somebody. There's text of it. There's a big expose on this. And Megyn Kelly has him on and plays fucking patty cakes with him. Now, by the way, we also have, so all this is coming out now. He's talking about it now. I guess he feels like, oh, if I admit to some of it but not all of it, maybe that's my best way out of this. It's not. Tucker Carlson is selling this motherfucker's book about how, oh, I became a Christian after I raped 78 people or whatever the fuck. He did, I don't know the actual number, but you get the point. Oh, I became a Christian after I committed all these heinous sex crimes. And fucking Tucker Carlson selling the book and also playing patty cakes with him. Is it like a requirement if you're a right-wing commentator to be a sex criminal? I'm just asking. Is it a requirement? Then we have Jimmy Dore, and on his show, he claimed at the time, when these charges first came out in May of 2025, he said, the charges against Russell Brand are a coordinated hit job by the UK press because he came out against the establishment and told the truth about COVID.
What?
That might literally be the worst fucking analysis I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's against vaccines, so they lied about him committing 1,000 sex crimes. Or there's a tremendous amount of documented fucking evidence, which you would know if you gave the single slightest shit and bothered to go through it and bothered to check it. But no, since he's part of that right-wing grifter pipeline, all the other fucking right-wing grifters give him a smooth fucking handjob on air. Yep. Okay? From Tucker to Megyn to this asshole fucking defending him for no goddamn reason other than, oh, he's anti-vax and I'm anti-vax. Therefore, it must be lies. Or not. How about that? Or fucking not. We're just going to ignore all the fucking evidence? But yes, that's what they do. That's what they do. So it's a hit piece because he's anti-establishment. How the fuck is he anti-establishment? He's been sucking off Donald Trump for fucking years now. He's been snuggling up to evangelical Christianity for years now. Those are like the hotbeds of establishment groupthink. These people never met a fucking war they didn't like. All they want to do is cut taxes for the rich. All they want to do is say fuck you to the poor and take away their health care. Not remotely anti-establishment. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Embarrassing. Humiliating. Speaking of humiliating, Tim Pool had Randy Fine on his podcast and immediately made comments, subscribers only. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be because Randy Fine is a fucking murderous, disgusting psychopath who openly said...
literally, he's one of the most genocidal people in Congress, right?
Gaza should be nuked like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Is that why? Could it be because this is a guy who said, oh, I shook Netanyahu's hand. I'm never going to wash this hand. Could that be why? Jesus Christ, Tim Pool, what a fucking joke. What a joke of a person. And then finally, we'll end on this one. We just learned today that Benjamin Netanyahu announced that he had been diagnosed with cancer, but he was treated for it, and they were successful in defeating his prostate cancer, surgically removing a tumor. I'll cut it off there because if I say anything else, I'll probably get myself banned. I'll probably get myself banned on this one. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna leave it at the dry factual, like, oh, he had cancer, but he's better now. No commentary added. I'll let y'all fill it in your head. But anyway, there you have it, guys. I love y'all very much. You guys know the drill. Everybody like, everybody subscribe. Everybody.
Great. All right. And now AI is triggering mass layovers. Look at the Zuck's face.
Let's move over to some things happening.
Of course it is.
In our country currently. Emily, we've got some economy news and some layoffs. What do we got?
We'll start by saying markets have been open for about an hour as we're talking right now. The S&P 500 is up. So I'm sure that's great news to everybody over in the White House. But a couple of big layoff announcements that we wanted to cover. We can start with this Meta announcement. Meta is going to cut
leftist Pee Wee Herman
10%
How you doing, Josephus?
Its workforce, according to a New York Times story. That's 8,000 employees. They're going to close an additional 6,000 roles that were open. And they're in the process of, obviously, as the Times points out, spending heavily on AI. So going basically pedal to the metal on artificial intelligence. Another one to cover here is Nike is announcing about 1,400 layoffs. That's 2% of the entire company. It comes out to about 2% of the entire company. Shael Ben Ephraim had a roundup so that we can also pop on the screen, Griffin, of Nike, Meta, also Microsoft offering voluntary retirement buyouts to about 7% of its U.S. workforce. Another company that is going pedal to the metal on artificial intelligence. Oracle has an AI-driven layoff between 20,000 to 30,000 employees getting cut. Again, that's as they're going pedal to the metal on AI. Amazon, 16,000 jobs cut at the corporate level back in January. Many people will probably remember that. They had recently cut about 14,000, as Shael points out, just a couple of months earlier at the end of last year. Block, massive cuts from Jack Dorsey. As they were ones that were basically citing AI. They're the ones that were kind of brave enough to actually cite AI. Dell cut about 11,000 jobs over the last year. So it's, the analyses of why we're starting to see mass layoffs are a little bit mixed. A lot of experts look at that and say, what we've seen so far is reaction to a super uncertain economy. So we have Ukraine, now we have Iran, but in the process, we've also had tariffs over the last year as well. And so there has been just an enormous amount of uncertainty. Now, the Mag 7 companies are over 30% of the S&P. Just think about that. 30% of the S&P. And a lot of them are these companies that we were just talking about. So they're cutting tons of jobs. This is the sign that we are now, I think, on the cusp of the economy not just being a reaction to uncertainty, but actually being a direct reaction to artificial intelligence. And this is as, of course, a lot of those entry-level workers, entry-level white-collar workers, are graduating college in the spring. Just in the next 3 weeks here, there have been projections we're going to see historic levels of unemployment for recent college graduates. This should prepare people for that to prove accurate in the next several weeks. Unfortunately, that's really where we are.
Yeah, and one of the points Shael makes there that is very important and matches with your analysis of where the market is at this morning is he's like, we're kind of used to when companies are doing mass layoffs, it's because those companies aren't doing well, so they've got to cut costs, they've got to trim back, and they would like to keep those workers theoretically, but they're unable to. That's kind of the landscape that we're used to. But these are companies that are all doing very well, have high profit margins. But their stock will go up from cutting this workforce. And this is the terrifying logic of AI is as companies implement it and eliminate large swaths of their workforce, the overall public will be worse and worse off. But the, top echelons of those companies and their CEOs and their top shareholders will be better and better off. So the level of inequality that we have right now is already world historic, and certainly historic in terms of our nation's history. It's at its highest levels ever. That is set to skyrocket with the logic of AI, where yes, the stock market may continue to go up and up. And rather than being even correlated to the general success and well-being of the American people, it will be an inverse correlation where the higher the stock market goes up, the worse ordinary people are actually faring.
And that's scary because of what a bubble it shows that we're under right now. Like to Crystal's point, if something goes wrong and people start realizing there's also a lot of circular funding in the Mag 7 world and AI world in general. So if somebody realizes one investment is looking worse than they expected and starts pulling back a little bit and the bubble starts to pop, we're literally talking about 35% of the S&P. So it's the risks of this big AI project and expansion, inflation, are really significant and actually pretty frightening, Ryan.
Yeah. We are rapidly rapidly approaching, very dark territory. Because the incentives are awful. Companies are always looking to shed their workforce so that they can boost their stock price, so that they can then, send out dividends to executives. The executives can then, cash out and move on to the next company and do it again. It's like, it's a system designed for looting by executives, and AI is becoming the scooper, the vehicle, the weapon that they're going to do this looting with. And you can say, well, even for the AI skeptics, they're like, oh, I don't actually think it's going to work. They don't care. Like they will lay off these workforces, take the stock price bump, take their dividends, and then move on. People keep thinking that whether something will actually work matters. What matters is whether it's useful to extract wealth up to the very top. And this is, and so that's the way it's going to go.
And there's a direct tie-in. Go ahead, Em.
Well, it's just nobody basically went to prison after the Great Recession, partially because a lot of this is legal, but some of it is dubious anyway. So what are the incentives for people not to engage in this stuff? If they know they're going to be fine, they'll get a payday.
Yeah, no, that's
Bingo.
exactly right. And they've all convinced themselves too that it's this existential battle for whoever reaches AGI first. And that creates the worst incentives to rush things that are genuinely dangerous to the market. We talked yesterday about Mythos, which
Mythos, and how Anthropic put the foot down on Pete Hegseth. Right? Both Anthropic, by the way.
which is the Anthropic product that they deemed to be too dangerous to release to the public. But there was a report that a group of hackers were able to gain unauthorized access to that anyway. So clearly it was being kept under lock and key, but not lock and key enough to keep out. And so if they were able to gain access, who else was able to gain access? I mean, this is already the world that we're living in. And there is a direct tie-in in potential impacts from the Iran war that go in a few directions. I mean, first of all, you've got the Gulf economies that are going to be really hard hit. They're already pulling back all sorts of investments. I saw Saudi Arabia is pulling an investment from the Met Opera, just as another indication. They're pulling their investment from Live Gulf. And a lot of what they were investing in was these data centers and AI in a attempt to diversify their economies. So, that could be significant. You also have these data centers really depend on relatively inexpensive energy.
Already happened. AI companies cut down the RAM orders since the data centers aren't built. So the bubble's already doomed. Yeah. And that's going to cause... It looks like it's going to eventually cause RAM prices to go back down, right? Probably followed by storage, right? But we haven't seen that yet. But it's almost here, I hope. Because I want to upgrade my memory, Rigel. Okay? My memory needs to be upgraded.
Obviously, the Iran war is creating an energy crunch. So that could be significant in terms of the build out. You've obviously also got the grassroots back.
Congrats. What is that? Oh. Four to 18 feet long of water near shallow weed flats. Okay. Jesus. Things are fucking huge. That's a huge bitch.
Backlash that we've been tracking here, trying to slow down the build out of these data centers. But the other piece is with the Iran war, the reality is that the race with China for who can get the furthest, the fastest with AI is very perilous for humanity in the same way that the nuclear arms race between the Soviet Union and the US was very perilous for humanity. And the reason we've been able to avoid some, mass nuclear war, which is really honestly quite an extraordinary accomplishment, was through mechanisms of global cooperation. But the Iran war, the Ukraine war, and, other actions are moving us further away from the ability to collaborate and cooperate in some way that will ensure that we're not going to all destroy each other, some new doctrine of effectively probably mutually assured destruction, some sort of limiting principles that need to be developed globally around AI. It seems very difficult to imagine how that collaboration could happen as harder and harder lines are being drawn, and the Iran war is exacerbating those tensions.
Yeah, and interestingly, Mike Flynn has now kind of joined Joe Kent in pushing this idea that the way out is just to kind of very slowly just walk away.
Just walk away.
Like Homer Simpson into the bushes.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that is a very plausible way that this kind of winds down. That Trump never necessarily signs any documents or agrees to any particular thing. If the U.S. and Israel don't attack Iran is extremely unlikely to launch an attack on them. Mm-hmm. And so you just very slowly and deliberately start.
Although maybe more likely now.
I mean, I think they'd have to get hit. I think Iran would have to get hit at this point. But Israel might hit them, or Israel might continue hitting Lebanon. Yeah,
it's a very unstable outcome that is likely to be able to persist for a significant amount of time for a variety of reasons. I mean, first of all, if you don't restore, free flow of goods through the Strait of Hormuz, you continue to have this tightening of the global economic noose that is going to prove unsustainable for Trump. You have Israel constantly wanting to go back to war. So it's hard for me to see how, I can see how he could walk away in the short term. It's hard for me to see how how Trump persists in that outcome and that, achieve some sort of a long-term balance. It seems very much more likely to me that we end up back here again if that's what they try to achieve in the short term.
Yep. Yeah. On that note, why don't we talk a little...
I was just going to say that your best example of that is what happened in Gaza. It's like we were talking on the show about this week too. It's like for Trump, it looked like the win that he could say he ended another conflict, put another notch in the Nobel Prize qualification, and it rolls on, and we could see flare-ups. Anyway, so it's like branding basically.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at Breaking.
This guys. All right. And it looks like More Perfect Union has a video out about how we're running out of water in a US city. Are we surprised? No. So this is going the opposite of what I've said, right? Instead of going towards post-scarcity, we're going towards more scarcity. Let's see how we got here, shall we? Don't be surprised if it's conservative policies. Isn't it always? Well, Josephus, you missed our segment on coming to a Canada near you in terms of shitty healthcare. Thanks to Alberta.
This is your neighborhood, and then this is what's all around.
And they constantly build it.
And this is where they want to put the desalination plant.
Yeah. Over to the right, down that street.
That water is for the refineries and industry.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
This town with 500,000 residents is about to completely run out of water.
Our main
water sources, they are more than 90% empty, which is insane.
Corpus Christi is running out of water, but how bad is it?
Officials are warning that that city could face a water emergency.
Who's to blame? That question is at the center of this latest battle in Texas's water wars. On one side are residents who are being ordered to curtail their water usage as the city nears a water emergency.
Your narratives are constantly changing. We're running out of water. No, we're not running out of water. Our narrative has never changed.
And on the other side of the fight, giant oil, gas, and petrochemical companies wielding their power over local lawmakers.
Are your members willing to shut down operations if there is a severe emergency that's declared?
Well, they never want to shut down operations.
I came to Corpus Christi during a critical time as city council, state, and federal lawmakers have to figure out how to navigate their way out of this urgent crisis.
We don't matter to them. All we are is just a location. We're a pot of gold that they want.
I'm at City Hall right now for a city council meeting that's about to start, where angry residents are coming here today to make their voices heard that they don't want industry to be taking their water, and they want to know what lawmakers are willing to do to stop it.
We want a city council that works for our community as it's meant to be.
With the city facing down a water supply emergency, city officials are weighing their options.
It seems like big industry in Utah will win because greed causes people to simply not care about what they're doing to water and to the people of Corpus Christi.
Let's rewind a bit. How did we get here? More than 60% of Texas is currently in a severe drought or worse. But Corpus Christi's crisis is unique. More than 60% of the city's water supply is consumed by big industrial water customers, oil, gas, and petrochemical companies, guzzling tens of millions of gallons every day, billions of gallons every year.
Do you see these sources literally drying up?
Oh yes, yes, everybody does, because it's just shrinking and shrinking. We have to do a better job at relaying these messages, the implications.
Lifelong resident Mona Lytle says big industry's water use is driving people out of her neighborhood.
This way they can make us go away and disappear and say it was because of a need of water. But how can you say that when you constantly give an industry first deal of water? There's an area called Industry Row. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, it's 20 some miles of industry. I can take you there. This is Industry Row.
She points to the refinery's cooling towers, where a majority of the city's water supply ends up.
See everything coming out? That's the dragon. That's the dragon smoke.
Mona toured us around the Hillcrest neighborhood,
But the markets,
a historically
Texas?
black community where she grew up, that sits on the shores of Port Corpus Christi. She told me residents had been all but erased from the inner harbor, with homes and entire streets bought out to make way for big oil, gas, and petrochemical plants.
All these spaces, this is where we had property. We had property everywhere. And now,
You got a wish. You got a magic lamp.
it's just a few of it.
Oh, you missed it, Josephus. Somebody caught a golden legendary. Not even just a legendary, a golden legendary.
We don't water our lawns. We don't wash our cars. We need water for bathing, cooking, cleaning.
Residents across the city have been under level 3 water restrictions and face a $500 fine if they break the rules.
It's infuriating. Like, I boil eggs in the morning and I'll let my water cool and I'll leave it on the stove so that I can go and water my plants. I'm just like, this is so ridiculous.
Okay, maybe water restrictions make sense during a drought, right? But then Isabella Riza told me something really crazy.
You have the highest
That was me,
water
damn
users.
right.
For 31
Me and
cents
you.
per 1,000 gallons, they can use all the water they want. They're exempt from the drought surcharge. The city's own water dashboard, it shows
Let's
that
check the leaderboards, because those golden legendaries count for a lot. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Ooh, damn. Me and you two pulled up. That one golden legendary made them #1 on the stream. That's crazy. I think they're worth like 2,000 points, something like that. Some of them are worth even more. That's crazy. Was worth 1K? Okay, gotcha. It was something like that. I forget exactly what I programmed it to be. Hold on, let me check. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I made one that was like 2,000 or 3,000. So if you guys managed to catch that one, that's even crazier. Hold on.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing. You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the
Yep, 1,000.
Bing, bing, little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
There's an even rarer one. He caught the second rarest golden legendary, which was like a solid gold statue of Gloggy, right? Gloggy is the catch.
Please clap.
You basically caught Gloggy.
High volume water users have used more water in 2025 when we were in drought stage 3 than they did in 2022.
So in the midst of drought, the city's policy is to allow big industrial users to keep guzzling as much as they want at lower cost, while residents face drought restrictions. Even as water supply went down, big industry's water use went up. The top industrial water users in the region consumed over 20 billion gallons in 2025.
Is that really accurate?
Well, that's what the city's reporting.
And get this, one of the largest water users is also one of the newest to come online. ExxonMobil and the Saudi state oil company got city officials to sign over a large portion of their water to build a $10 billion plant to make plastics from methane gas. It opened in late 2021. And another company, Steel Dynamics, also a big water user, opened around the same time. Collectively, these 6 corporations are some of the highest volume water users in Corpus Christi, using nearly 57 billion gallons of water in a 3-year period
Jesus.
alone. Over 3 times that of Corpus Christi's residential water users.
There we
They
go.
have to use less. There's no way around it.
So what was the city thinking? With water supply already proving fragile, why were they promising big industries so much water they didn't have?
I'm on my way right now to meet Jim Klein. He's a former city councilman who was there during critical discussions in city government a couple of years ago.
Neoliberalism, see?
I want to ask him where he thinks government went wrong.
I think that there's been a long-standing attitude here in Corpus Christi that bringing new businesses in is an unqualified good for the city.
Klein says the city's decision to sell water it didn't have to attract new industry set the region down a dangerous course.
Exxon Saving Company. They wanted to use 25 million gallons of water a day. This is going to be a significant increase. And so a number of environmentalists, myself included, went to the council, made public comments saying, don't do this. That if you agree to this contract, you're going to sell off our cushion against a drought. And the city council voted 9-0 to do it anyway.
Industry has been hoping city council would greenlight plans to build a water desalination plant in the Inner Harbor to keep supplies steady despite drought. But the plant also poses risks.
They want to discharge the salty brine after you desalinate the water. We're concerned about increasing
Jesus will send the rains.
Turn off the plant animal life there.
What got the Inner Harbor desal project off track is it just got so expensive. It started out at a couple $100 million, then it went to $750 million, and then as it grew to $1.2 billion, that's a big nut to swallow.
The city council voted down plans for the Inner Harbor desalination plant in September 2026. While Texas Governor Greg Abbott might be furious,
they squandered it, and then they changed their plan, and then they were indecisive about what to do.
Isabella Riza and the group she formed with other concerned residents called For the Greater Good celebrated the win.
He didn't give it to us. It's in the form of a loan. So we're looking at like $100 million for interest in maintenance operations in a city whose population has been declining, but whose industrial footprint has been expanding.
But the water emergency remains unresolved. and Ariza says the fight is far from over.
We reached out to those large users and asked them if they could tell us the efforts that they're taking, if they could project their decrease in demand.
They were a little hesitant to give it. They won't give it directly to us, proprietary information.
She showed me where big industry is putting their money.
The last election cycle,
El Nino will get it done, damn right.
Called the Coastal Bend Coalition, and you'll notice it says, right, responsible government.
He'll finish it off.
This is how much they have in expenditures. This was for 2024.
Holy shit.
So that was that election cycle.
$250,000 to city council members.
Yes. What they did is they even put together a list of candidates that they endorsed, and they flooded the different positions on the city council.
I'm on my way to meet Roland Barrera right now. He's a city councilman, and he's one of the staunchest supporters of big industry. I want to see what he thinks about the crisis.
We need to recognize our identity and understand that in order for us to retain that industry, we need to be competitive when it comes to water. Water is a commodity.
As Barrera spoke, I recalled former Councilman Jim Klein had said the exact opposite.
Many times they refer to water as a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
You can't think about it that way. It's a resource, an increasingly scarce resource.
So in your view, industry should take as much water as they need.
If we want that to be part of our economy, and that's who we want to identify with, then we need to be able to provide that resource.
Barrera
now he's calling it a resource.
Saudi Plastics deal, as well as Steel Dynamics, and voted in favor of the desalination proposals.
Do you understand why residents reject that idea?
I do. I understand their concerns. Once again, what we have to recognize is we've got to solve this problem. We need to either decide, are we an industrial community or not?
Even if a desalination plant gets approved and built, it wouldn't solve Corpus Christi's water shortage in the short term.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough.
Civil engineer John Michael is working on groundwater projects. It's his fourth drought, but says this is the worst he's seen.
I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about this problem. Almost every night.
So this is your plan for emergency wells?
We're drilling
on point. Thank you, buddy.
Along the
Appreciate
Nueces
it.
River.
The city is working to secure leases with private landowners to pull water from their wells and add additional volume to the city's water supply.
That's what this map is here, is a series of landowners.
He says desalination should never have been the city's first step to address drought.
It's going to be your most expensive water. That's why there's only 2 of them in the United States, one in Carlsbad and one in Tampa. We really should have been focused on groundwater to diversify our system over the last 20 years.
Yeah, but even that's been because of all the crops, right? To feed, like to do pig feed.
I've been preaching that. It went unheard. We just didn't diversify with groundwater.
As the drought continues,
yeah, that's not going to fix it.
Barrera believes big industry will adjust accordingly.
If we don't meet demand, I'm confident that if industry recognizes that we need to curtail to ensure the citizens of Corpus Christi come first.
Is that legally binding?
No.
Neoliberalism.
It's just that I know those folks.
Sure, dude, right? Right, Reingold? So dumb.
And I know they're scrambling right now to be able to find other resources.
Okay, so no legal enforcement, just relying on the goodwill of billion-dollar corporations that can't
do
operate
the right
without
thing.
massive quantities of water.
I'm so sick
Will
of
that be
hearing
enough?
this.
I went to see Bob Paulison, who heads up the industry group representing many of the big oil, gas, and plastic companies, to ask them directly what the companies themselves are willing to do.
Hey, Bob.
Dan, how you doing?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
All
you.
Are your members willing to
Neoliberalism,
shut down
damn
operations
right.
if there is a severe emergency that's declared?
Well, they never want to shut down operations. And they're going to extreme measures right now to figure out how they continue to operate, even if this condition persists and we advance into a level 1 water emergency. These plants represent tens of billions, probably tens and tens of billions of dollars of investment. They're doing everything that they can to avoid shutting down.
I mean, time is up.
No, it's not up yet.
The city manager just shared while we were here. The latest reports are that we could be in an absolute emergency.
It's important to not overreact to every bit of information that appears in the media.
This wasn't the media.
This
was from government officials sharing scientific reports saying their predictions show this region could be
could be out of water.
If certain things don't happen, it could be 2 months. That's right.
But it's not a lot of time. You say we have time.
Well, I didn't say we had a lot of time, but you said we're out of time.
Well, out of time, yeah. 2 months to do anything about this. You're fucked.
And I said we're not out of time yet. We're not.
Nestle will send bottled water to help with. Yeah, exactly. Duh.
Not out of time until we're out of time.
Isn't that the attitude that's gotten us here? That we're not out of time. We're not going to shut these things down until we have to shut them down.
The commitment is to not shut down operations. There may come a time where that
oh God,
there's no other option for that, but we are not there yet.
The only way to force industry to curtail its water use is if the city manager declares a level 1 water emergency. So I went to meet the man himself, Peter Zanoni.
Living Lily did it again. I'm not sure how much, but on Monday I'll know what my budget is. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Who's been giving weekly updates on the city's efforts to increase water supply.
Are you prepared to?
Yeah, she was having a bad day. So she was like, "Thank you for the stream."
Tell the large industrial users that they have to curtail. They have to use less water starting right now.
What we're trying to balance is we're trying to protect our local economy. Well, that's why we're not in any rush to call an emergency.
Zanoni supports the desalination projects and sees it as a necessary part of the solution to the crisis, along with expanding groundwater projects and other initiatives.
We need financial help. I don't think the local ratepayers can afford to pay for water, even for ourselves, given the cost for water today.
No, it's not that we don't want people to be able to work, but we need water to live, right? And the fact that we live.
Yeah, if you, okay, like, I love this, right? Here they are saying, like, what they're saying, guys, is we need to be an industrial community. Okay, well, if there's not enough water to live, for fuck's sake, how are you gonna work? These people don't even give a fuck. Yeah, Living Lily. Gaius is competing with you, girl.
In a country that is supposed to be great, and that you have some of the richest corporations that are outside our city limits, and here we are with crumbling infrastructure and libraries. Our schools are underfunded. Like, that's directly because what industry wants, industry gets from our elected officials, and that needs to change.
Bingo.
Ariza's community group and others are pushing for a fair water amendment on the November 2026 ballot.
Do not, my friends, become addicted to water. It will take hold of you, and you will resent its absence. Immortan Joe.
Drought exemption, arguing it's unfair for industrial users to pay such low rates while residents face strict water restrictions.
I want to say that we're going to win. We just haven't won yet. This is like such a beautiful place, and we don't even value it. So I just like imagine if we actually invested in it the way that we invest in industry. Oh man, like, what could this place be? You know, so that's why I do it.
We are citizens of Corpus Christi, Texas. We are here to survive, to live, to be happy. We are still here, and we're gonna fight. Why should we have to give up what we have?
City officials continue to plan for a level 1 water emergency, while the state has responded by approving additional groundwater discharge from the western well field into the Nueces River. More permanent fixes remain elusive as the region faces a choice between big oil and gas and the petrochemical industry and residents. We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for us, please reach out at stories@perfectunion.us and continue to follow our reporting in the months to come.
Right. Trump says, don't rush him. Remember he said that? But before we get to that, let's learn about Spain.
The United States reportedly considering punitive measures against NATO partners that have refused to participate in the war against Iran.
Oh,
the
no.
Reuters news agency says that it has obtained internal emails from the Pentagon which show that, among other things, the expulsion of Spain from the alliance is under discussion. Madrid refused to allow U.S. aircraft to use Spanish bases for the war. The UK is also in the firing line. The U.S. might scale back its support for British sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, also claimed by Argentina, led by a strong ally of the U.S. president. And the messages also said countries Washington deems difficult could be excluded from key NATO posts. Now, the EU heads of state and government are currently in Cyprus for an informal summit. There, Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas appeared perplexed by the U.S. criticism, given that the UK and France are leading an effort to help secure trade in the Strait of Hormuz once the war is over.
When we have had contacts with the American counterparts, then actually their asks for us have been exactly what we are able to offer. After the cessation of hostilities, demining, escorting of ships, all of this that we have been discussing. So I don't understand if we are actually replying to their requests.
And Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is one of the sharpest critics in Europe of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran and has already been verbally attacked on several occasions by U.S. President Donald Trump as a result. Today, however, Sanchez sidestepped the dispute.
Well, we don't base our work on emails. We base it on official documents and the stance taken in this case by the U.S. government. The Spanish government's position is clear: full cooperation with our allies, but always within the framework of international law.
And let's get more on that with DW correspondent Rosie Burchard. She is currently in Cyprus, where leaders are addressing geopolitical challenges facing the bloc. So, Rosie, as we're hearing, there are so many topics that are on the agenda. EU leaders need and want to talk at this 2-day informal meeting in Cyprus. Now we have this report by Reuters that the Pentagon is discussing punishing allies it believes failed to support the U.S. in the war on Iran, including the possibility of kicking Spain out of NATO. We just heard the reaction of the Spanish Prime Minister. How do you think this report might be discussed more broadly at the meeting?
Well, I think what's interesting, Sarah, is that they seem to be almost brushing it off. We've heard those reactions from the Spanish Prime Minister and the EU Foreign Affairs Chief saying, well, first of all, from Spain saying we're just not commenting on the likes of emails, we work with official communication. And then Kallas saying, look, we are doing what the United States has asked us. But of course, there are no strangers to being berated by the Trump administration over their refusal to get involved in this war. And the message from a lot of European countries has been right since the very early days of this war that this is not our conflict. Those have been the words that some European leaders have used. Now, remember, this isn't the context of the US already having the past threatened big measures against Spain specifically. Remember, Trump said that he would cut off trade with Spain. Well, that's something which is practically impossible because the EU trades as a bloc. All EU trade agreements are struck by 27 members, and there's a single market, which means goods free flow.
There you go, guys. If that doesn't show you what international solidarity brings when you act as an international community, I don't know what does. Trump threatens to embargo Spain, essentially. Good luck with that. As I just said before, remember? That's not going to happen.
Freely between.
Because if you embargo Spain, then you're embargoing 28 other nations, right? Or whatever. It shows me that somebody at the Pentagon is a fucking idiot. Of course.
The different member states. So it's not.
This is why more international cooperation is a good thing, see?
The first time we've heard a threat from the United States with regards to Spain, and it seems like Spain this time.
But guess what? Spain and the EU could easily embargo us because we're not a part of any fucking trade bloc, right? NAFTA or like the Canada-Mexico trade agreement, right? That doesn't apply to foreign, for foreign stuff. It's within borders, right? So stupid, man.
Taking it seriously?
And the big, because it begs the question, right? Is it even possible to suspend it?
Tomorrow, Trump, we will have no trade with the EU. No problem for us. Duh. Yeah.
A NATO member like this from the alliance, as the Pentagon email suggests?
Wasn't he complaining that the EU doesn't buy our beef? Nobody wants their beef in in their mouths over there. No wonder, right?
Very simple answer, no.
I do like how Carney is being very salty. Well, yeah.
It is not possible. There is not a mechanism laid out within the NATO alliance for how to kick a member out. And that might raise some very interesting questions about the level of understanding.
Embargo Spain, considering having to a land border with Portugal and France and have access to the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, it would be trying to embargo fog. Yeah, exactly. There's just so many ways around it, right? Especially with the EU trade, free trade, open borders. It basically, yeah, like it wouldn't work out in the long term, as she said. Welcome RH88 user, appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, appreciate you being here. Enjoy the gifted sub, man.
Standing of how the alliance operates within the Pentagon.
So, against that backdrop then, EU leaders are also talking in Cyprus about how the EU mutual assistance clause could practically work. Because, unlike NATO's Article 5, this EU mutual assistance clause is not backed by a relatively detailed plan, is it?
No, not at all. And that's what's really interesting about this, because we know that Article 5, it says clearly an attack on one is an attack on all. It's based on this broad concept of deterrence, and there are stages and actions to be taken if a country were to find itself under attack. The EU has this much lesser known mutual assistance or mutual defence clause written into its treaties, and it's kind of flown under the radar for years. That's because the words are clear. It does say that member states are bound to, in one way or other, help each other, but what that means is totally unclear. What would they have to do? When? How? On what timelines? What would different member states contribute? And that is something which Cyprus, which is the host of this summit and which is not a member of the NATO alliance, has been pushing forward with. Cyprus wants to try and clear that up, and it's pushing now to have a kind of situation room where European countries sit down together and talk through a scenario in which a fictional aggressor, let's say, would be attacking country X or Y, and all the different countries have to look at, okay, well, what would we do in that situation? What kind of support could we provide? Would we run into any legal difficulties? Who would hold the talks where, and what would be the timeline for making decisions? These are questions they don't have answers to yet. Cyprus is trying to hash those out, but it's not entirely uncontroversial. There are some EU members which say, look, not so fast. On the one hand, Ireland is also militarily neutral, not a part of NATO, and seems quite keen to say, look, we don't want to be necessarily committing to anything here. We're constitutionally unable, for example, to send troops. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have countries the likes of the Baltic states, which are very committed to NATO and which tend to say, look, you're dreaming if you think the EU can replace US-led defence within NATO. And so therefore they say, we don't want the US to have any excuse to say we can back away from NATO further because the EU is taking care of defence. They simply don't really have that level of trust in their EU allies that they would necessarily really come to help if they were to find themselves in great danger.
And yet the conversation is happening about these, alternative mutual defense mechanisms other than NATO. What does it say about the level of concern that is out there among EU leaders about the NATO alliance?
You bet there is concern. Concern, first of all, that the US will turn its back on NATO, and I think there's been many occasions in which they feel that really has already happened. We've seen Donald Trump over and over again berating NATO partners over the last few months, but there's also concern more broadly that not only might the US turn its back, that the US might turn against a NATO nation. Let's not forget of those threats from the US president against Greenland, which is a part of Denmark and therefore a part of a NATO ally. And that is something which the Danish Prime Minister spoke very strongly against. And we know that tensions have really cooled on that for now. We've not heard it coming up so much in the news cycle. We've heard Trump referring to it less and less. However, the damage has been done there, I think, when it comes to the trust in that transatlantic alliance. And I think that Greenland moment a few months ago was really a tipping point for quite a lot of these European nations when it comes to how they view the US.
And there was a lot of accusation also, among the NATO allies that there was, the so-called policy of appeasement toward President Trump. What do you think has happened since the Greenland debacle and now? Is there still that policy in place, or are you experiencing a shift happening?
It looks like they're hardening their stance, doesn't it? I mean, we're not seeing nearly so many of these moments where European countries are trying to suck up to President Trump in one way or another. And we've seen them taking more and more statements against him, speaking out directly in criticism, whether it was the Danish Prime Minister or recently the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, when she really criticised Trump quite loudly over his comments about the Pope. And of course, Meloni was seen as a close ally of Trump. So we are seeing a change in the rhetoric and the approach here from the European leaders when they're looking across the Atlantic. And I think they may have worked out that this play it nice approach hasn't really seemed to bear much fruit. You remember that last year they accepted what was seen as a very lopsided trade deal, a trade deal that was seen to benefit the United States much more than Europe. And that was within the context of them having great fears about their own security. Remember that the Europeans are still, whether or not their rhetoric reflects it, very much dependent on the United States for their security needs. And of course, they were also very concerned about the future of Ukraine. We saw the US flip-flopping on support to Ukraine over the last year or so, and they were trying and lock in some sort of predictability there. Well, they haven't got that predictability, despite signing up to this deal that many of them really thought was the price to pay for more security. And so I think they're really looking at now reflecting on the limits of that strategy. That doesn't mean that there are not many ways that the US could really hurt European countries, and that they do still have a lot that they stand to lose, particularly when it comes to that talk of defence. And of course, on technology, the technology that powers European businesses, European homes, well, that is pretty much all located in the US when it comes to cloud storage. And there's a start of a discussion here on tech sovereignty in the EU, but it's very, very early stages. And I think we're still quite far off when it comes to anything that looks like a true independent.
I think there needs to be a lot more tech sovereignty. Like the EU relies way too much on US companies.
Is what these leaders are looking for. Right now they're saying, look, let's stay friends, let's stay cordial, let's not try and face each other down. But of course, this is a US president which has shown himself to be very willing and able to send harsh criticisms across the Atlantic on sometimes almost a daily basis.
DW correspondent Rosie Burchard, thank you.
Yep. Speaking of the EU, I want to cover this. It looks like the Stop Killing Games has gotten pretty successful coverage, and it looks like there's a lot of interest in the EU Parliament because of the petition that was signed. So let's see. There's been a few hearings. Hold on. I just wanted to cover it because it's important, right?
I am the
For
founder
this idea of tech sovereignty, right? Or of not having stuff that you buy be determined by corporations you can't use it anymore, even though you own it.
the Stop Killing Games consumer movement.
So like they're trying to have it both ways, right? They're trying to basically say, you don't own anything, peasants, but we own everything.
Which has many shared goals with the initiative. I'd like to clarify what it means to destroy a video game. The second slide. When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence, effectively erasing it from the culture. The way this practice works is first a publisher sells a copy of a video game. However, it has been designed so that it must connect to the publisher in order to function. This acts as a potential kill switch. The customer is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game but keeps the customer's money. The publisher also enacts countermeasures to ensure repairing the game. To ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again.
Yep.
Besides destroying the game, this practice is also subverting customer expectations.
Yep.
Most video games can work indefinitely, which has been the customer standard for half a century, including ones that connect to the internet. Alternately, a small number of video games operate as subscription services, but those inform the customer exactly when their access ends at the time of payment. The games we're referring to do no such thing.
Cycling Bahoy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How is your afternoon so far?
It's a bit of miscommunication. They almost always contain terms stating they can end at any time for any reason. What this means is customers have no real protections when they buy games like these. They are unable to keep them and they are not informed when they will end. This behavior would be outrageous in other industries.
Doing
if
good,
you bought
thanks.
a book in a
Yeah, I'm
store,
doing
the
great.
publisher cannot come
Thank you
into
for
your
asking.
home and take back your book at will. If you bought an insurance policy, you would be informed when that policy ends, not that the seller could end it at any time for any reason but still keep your money.
Yep.
The games being sold this way are operating similar to scams. Publishers know customers expect video games to last, so they sell these in the same way as ones that can work forever, as a one-time purchase with no expiry date, then price them the same. Publishers know that if customers were informed exactly when they plan to disable their games, that would reduce sales, since the longevity of a game affects
Bingo.
how much customers are willing to pay. The industry is trying to have it both ways, finding ways to say they're selling you a game that they're not selling you. This creates confusion for everyone involved and is part of why it's taking customers so long to get exposure on this practice. The legality is also unsettled. Earlier, members of Parliament assisted us in asking questions to the EU Commission about how legal the terms and game license agreements were, especially being able to terminate them at any time for any reason. The Commission stated Directive 93/13 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. The Commission also recommended consumers file complaints with businesses across member states through the European Consumer Centers Network. In 2024, we had volunteers across the majority of EU countries submitting complaints against the
Oh yeah, she'll be back soon. I think she's just heading back from work or something.
French company Ubisoft for disabling the game The Crew. The responses we received from the ECC network were extremely inconsistent. Some officials said there was nothing they could do. Others said the company was required to run the game indefinitely, which is unrealistic. But the majority stated there was no clear regulation on this practice. We were independently able to get thousands of complaints submitted to consumer agencies in France and Germany, but there still has been no decision on them on the legality either. To the best of our knowledge, no one in the EU has ever been compensated for this and hundreds of other titles. In short, governments in EU countries are not sure how to handle this situation, and customers are overwhelmingly not being compensated for the loss of their purchases. It is an ideal situation for clear regulation. This is not a new practice. It started approximately 2005 and began negatively impacting customers for them around 2010 onward. However, it often affects a minority of customers whose complaints can get lost in the system. It wasn't until a large case affecting millions that any attempts to get government attention were possible, and there still is no answer. The EU Commission says this must be handled on a case-by-case basis, but this practice is extremely widespread. Future slides. We have formed an amateur study examining over 1,100 video games that require a connection to the publisher. The majority of these have been deliberately disabled by the publisher, with many of the rest still at risk of being destroyed.
Wow.
Under the strictest interpretation of what it means to disable a game, the study found that out of over 400 titles, publishers disable a customer's purchase 93.5% of the time when ending support.
Jesus.
This business practice is responsible for more destruction to the medium than anything else by an enormous margin. There is also a strong correlation between this practice and the size of the publisher, as most small studios do not engage in it, as it requires far more resources, work, and liability than they can handle. So even though this impacts a minority of games, it disproportionately affects customers due to the scale of the largest
Hey,
offenders.
Turtle, welcome back.
From sales figures, it impacts
Been a
tens
while.
of
How you
millions
been?
of customers minimum in the EU. This impacts developers as well. This may seem obvious, but based on interviews and feedback, we found the majority of game developers do not support having games they've worked on destroyed. They can spend years of their lives creating them, but they are often not the ones making these business decisions, and sometimes even sign non-disclosure agreements, so they cannot voice their opinion on the matter. The main point I hope that does not get lost in this hearing is this initiative welcomes any solution that will solve the problem of video games being destroyed on this scale. We want this to be as easy and as practical as possible for all parties involved and are very open to how that is achieved. We are not even asking publishers to change their business or monetization models, only that once they end support, they do so in a responsible way. Our only goal is to prohibit this destructive practice and thus obtain basic protections for consumers and the medium as a whole. I'd like to add a little bit on the economic aspect. Again, when planned for from the beginning,
software.
the cost can be very small. It's mostly
I mean,
about
honestly, he made this possible, right? Thank you.
when it's
Fucking
undoing
clout.
that's more of a cost related.
It's kind of crazy that this American guy had to go to the EU Commission, right? Parliament, my bad. The European Parliament to basically get actual democracy to fix these problems, right? Let that sink in, guys. If he would have done this in Congress, it would have immediately went nowhere. So what did he do? He went to an actual
The earlier
or maybe not
game.
actual, but like there have been some problems with the European Parliament, right? But like he had to go there because it was more democratic than ours, right?
Concord was mentioned. That's actually an
They were the ones willing to listen. Bingo, right?
excellent example because
That's what I mean.
it's
right?
publicly stated that at least 370 million euros were spent developing that game, and it did not include an end-of-life plan like what we're seeking. Most of the cost for developing games tends to come from other areas like art assets or marketing. This is just one element out of hundreds that already go into making a game. The other thing is sometimes industry costs or estimates of how much this would cost can be faulty because they're expecting the game they're asking for to have every last feature it did while it was being supported. And many of those can be retired and don't even make sense for a game that's no longer being supported, like administration or anti-cheat measures or account management or things like that. So that can drastically, there can be hundreds, or known as microservices, associated with these that can be disabled and the customer still has the core game. So that should be taken into account when figuring out the potential cost. And it might have been mentioned earlier, but we also want to emphasize the companies have been paid already once for the working game, so that should be factored into the budgeting. There were some other points mentioned on the right to repair, whether we need it and how long a product should work. With right to repair, that's a little bit different issue. Well, that's certainly welcome, having the right to that. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are deliberate countermeasures to prevent repair. That it's almost a small miracle when it does happen from extremely experienced software professionals for resurrecting a game. However, if there were repair instructions, that would be very welcome. I think we would even consider that a viable alternative to what we're asking, if it was practical to resurrect the game that way. And for how long it should work, it's kind of again, the customer standard is indefinitely, as long as they keep the game in good working order on their end. And we're not trying to hold any publishers responsible for updates that break things that wasn't their doing. So how long they choose to support it, we're completely open to. I mean, I think there's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, as far as we're concerned, they could end support the next day, but as long as the game isn't destroyed, we would find that acceptable.
Yeah.
And the last,
and like you could do user patches, right? There are plenty of user patches, people who develop their own patches, right? that find their own ways to do it. And now with the advent of AI and stuff, right? Coding this stuff is going to be a little bit easier, right? No turtle required. Wow.
Points on the... Oh, yeah, for doing this through the existing, just doing this through the courts, through the legal action, that still doesn't get to the heart of the matter of the game itself being destroyed. We're not really refunds and compensation. Those are a secondary measure that when the game itself can't be reinstated, we just want the game
only
preserved.
for security
So
purposes.
doing it through the existing framework doesn't quite get us there necessarily.
If you want to patch stuff, you're going to need people. I agree, right? All right. Now Trump. So now that we moved away from that,
Happy Friday.
I just found it kind of interesting because, again, this is another thing that is about like EU tech sovereignty, right? I think the EU relies way too much on U.S. Companies and stuff and they have to start regulating their own companies a little better too, right?
Everybody, how's it going? How's it feel to be number 15 on YouTube this month?
Who's in front of her?
Damn, number 15?
That's a great question. We got like makeup tutorial people, Mr. Beast, Ryan, you're right. We shouldn't celebrate till we're number 1, right?
Yeah,
You're
I
not
like
first
that
or last.
attitude. I like that attitude. Or the attitude, Emily, how many subs did you think we should shoot for? Like 50 million, you said, or
50
something
million.
like that?
I'm not celebrating 2.
There's no participation trophies.
I think the only politics people that were ahead of us, according to Sagar, was Candace and Midas Touch. So in terms of our direct competitors, if you consider them direct competitors, that's who we got to be gunning for.
I hate it because whenever we are super high in the rankings, it means the world is going to complete hell.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you need to stop using like U.S. services, right? U.S. technology companies, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of what I mean by tech sovereignty. It's like an all-encompassing term to suggest, to really show that it's more than just like YouTube or whatever, but it's like the data. All this stuff needs to be going through as much as possible, right, through the EU, just to create more competition, and also so you guys have a better chance to like grow industries and stuff. And not only that, but like you can regulate your own companies better than some fucking multinational corporation in San Diego, right? Objectively so, Turtle, right?
I would much rather drop down into the hundreds and have the world
15th.
be.
I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? I remember the day that Breaking Point started, and I immediately subscribed, right? Because I was obviously a political science major with international relations study as well, and this was a channel that I've watched since the beginning, right? They do a good job covering a lot of this stuff. They don't like they try to like cover. They try to they're not like the mainstream media the way they cover stuff, right? So I remember when they like started it, they only had like 1,000. I remember when I popped in, I was like, oh wow, they only have 1,000 subscribers. Now it's like they have 2 million, right? And they're 15th on YouTube, but that's crazy.
Better place, and people will be like, you know what? I don't need to hear from these people.
Yeah,
absolutely. Because I feel okay.
The German government is in the process of completely shutting out Microsoft for Linux open source solutions. Oh my God, really? Dude, if that happens, Rigel, I'm gonna literally do this on stream.
German engineering in the house, yeah.
We are war profiteers here, apparently. So whenever there's a war, the people are like, I got to tune into Breaking Points to find out what the hell is going on. So, yes, I'm with you, Ryan. I would much rather the world be at peace and much calmer and nobody really pay attention to what we say because it's not that important.
All hail! I will sing the Chancellor Mertz song. So will Turtle. He'll be there with his hand on his chest, singing, "I love Chancellor Mertz. I love."
Let's get back to the safe.
A lot of people are watching us.
The safe, like 40 to 75 range. That's where we like to be.
I mean, you got his ear, right, Turtle? He's like one of your besties, right?
Not on the brink of.
That's where we like to be.
That's a comfortable zone.
The world is still bad, but it's not
an asshole. Everyone kills skunk and down him a beer.
on the brink of nuclear.
That song's pretty funny.
Right.
Yeah. Then we're number one. So on that note, the world is getting worse. The Iran conflagration continues.
That's why I said that, to piss you off.
We've got more updates there. Ryan is going to speak to us a little bit about a Lebanese journalist that was triple tapped by Israel. Emily is going to take a look at a long list of layoffs hitting companies all across America. And then we are going to have a guest, India Moore, who is going to join us to talk about the impending Hollywood merger between Warner Brothers and Paramount that the Warner Brothers shareholders just approved for $81 billion, and perhaps a few fun stories at the end and some AMA questions. But Crystal, where are we at right now with the Iran war?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know. Great question. No, I mean, I guess the latest tactic from Trump has been to continue to insist that the Iranians are so divided that he had to move forward with the ceasefire while they get their act together. There's rumors that Ghalibaf has resigned or been pushed off of the negotiating team. I don't know that there's any veracity to that whatsoever. The Iranians are very much trying to project an image of unity, many of them tweeting out the same nearly identical message about how aligned they are. No doubt that there are different views and voices internally about whether the ceasefire was a good idea, what the approach should be, etc. But, on the U.S. side, we just had the Secretary of the Navy pushed out. At the beginning of the war, we had the Army Chief of Staff pushed out. So you've got the President of the United States who couldn't even get a straight answer out of him whether or not the Vice President was going to be involved in these negotiations, whether he was in the U.S. or on his way to Pakistan, etc. So if there is a side in chaos, I would say that the indicators point in the other direction.
Why don't we throw up two clips here of Trump's latest reasoning here? I'm going to play these two right back to back here.
They would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
All right. So Trump claiming credit, saying he's the one that kept it closed. And then we also have another shot here where he talks a little bit about Vietnam. Let's take a listen.
Check this out, Gus. Sure, man. 1 second. Let me see. Adoption of free and open source software by public institutions. Okay. The use of free software instead of proprietary software can give institutions better control over information technology. Correct. Digital sovereignty, aka. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, man. Good job. A growing number of public institutions have started to transition to free software solutions, facing different challenges in this process. This grants independence and can also address the often argued, by whom? I mean, something in the public debate, need for public access to to publicly funded developments. Correct. This is one of the many ways that public services can ensure that citizen data is handled in a trustworthy manner, since non-free software doesn't allow total control or even knowledge over the employed functions of needed programs. Jesus. All right. Now let's see. Germany. Oh, look at that. In 2025, in an effort to increase digital sovereignty, Denmark's Ministry of Digital Government announced, base name for an agency, by the way, announced that the Danish government would move away from Microsoft Office to LibreOffice. Yeah. I haven't bought Office in years. I think I've stayed with the 2019 version. And when that is no longer good, I'm just going to move to fucking LibreOffice, right? I think that's a good... Okay, France. National Gerrymander. Sorry, I can't pronounce French. In 2009, the National Gendarmerie announced that it would totally switch to Ubuntu in 2015. The Gerrymander had adopted OpenOffice.org off Firefox and Thunderbird. In 2018, a state-operated matrix network has been deployed. Interesting. The National Assembly in 2007 of France has plans to migrate to Linux, OpenOffice, and Firefox. God! France is way ahead of Germany. Watch Germany do it this year or last year. Federal government. The Center for Digital Sovereignty and Public Administration, Deutsch, released the free and open source productivity software suite OpenDesk in 2024. Interesting. The Bundeswehr and the Federal Ministry of Health began using OpenDesk in 2025, and the Deutsche Renwirtschaftsrund and Bundesagentur für Arbeit initiated a trial implementation in 2026. The Army in 2020, vote everyone, forces commenced using Matrix for internal communication, creating their own applications based on Element. Oh, okay, that's good. We had talked about Element before on the stream. In 2018, German police replaced WhatsApp by Mocha, a forked conversations made by Danielle Gulsich. Okay. Munich in 2003, the German city of Munich announced its intention to switch from Microsoft Windows NT based operating system to an open source implementation of SUSE Linux. Okay. In 2004, after a pilot program run by SUSE Linux and IBM were finally approved for migration on April 14th, 2005, the city decided to migrate to Debian, a commercial Linux distribution. The adoption rate of 20% was achieved by 2010. How dare you? Only 20%. In late 2002, Schwabisch Hall migrated its 400 workstations to Linux. The factors leading to migration were cost, better security, escape from treadmill vendor-driven upgrades. Okay. After a successful pilot project, the state of Schleswig-Holstein announced in April 2024 that the public administration is migrating the PCs of 3,000 employees to free open source systems. The migration consists of switching to Linux operating systems, the open document file format of OFD, LibreOffice, Thunderbird, Nextcloud, among other software. the state government published in November 2024 its open innovation and open source strategy and gave the order to begin migration in the spring of 2025. The objective of this decision is to have digital sovereignty with open source, trust, and transparency on their IT resources, and promote its regional digital economy. At the end of 2024, the first requests from the government to the migration providers already finished some of their departments, like macro migrations, PDF exports, accessibility fixes, trainings. Some of these improvements have already merged upstream and released on LibreOffice latest versions. Wow. There you go. It's starting, guys. Now more of that, right, on a national scale.
How long are you willing to wait until you get a unified response?
Don't rush me, Jeff. Don't
rush me.
I'm like for 18 years. We were in Iraq for many, many years. We're in for I don't like to say World War II because that was a biggie, but we were 4.5, almost 5 years in World War II.
No, we weren't.
We were in the Korean War for 7 years. I've been doing this for 6 weeks, and their military is totally defeated. They're outside of the little wise guy ships. I call them the wise ships, the little boats that they have running around with guns in them. We'll take them out too when we see them.
I believe the estimate that was posted from CBS News.
Windows 11 will create so much e-waste in government or force the switch to Linux. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on why they made certain changes in Windows 11. Right? It's supposedly for security purposes. Is that true? It does, at least on the surface, to me, it looks like they maybe did some improvements, right? TPM2 or whatever it's called. I know that's it's bullshit. Okay. Yeah. I don't have enough knowledge to be like, that's definitely going to help. But that's what they argue causes it. And I see all these new motherboards with TPM 2.0 or whatever. And I'm sure there's ways of hacking it. So was it really worth it? Because a lot of computers could support it and now they can't, right? And it's just it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I had to get a new motherboard and a CPU for what? Profits go up? Fuck off.
Of how much of the Iranian naval capacity remains is somewhere around 60%. So that's, and again, from CBS News, Trump regime propaganda outlet. I mean, there's so much you could say here on the calculation about the blockade of the blockade. First of all, it's not true that it's completely closed. There's, evidence that a number of ships have been able to get through, although at a diminished rate. So that is certainly the case. But he seems to be calculating that economic stress on Iran will squeeze them to a greater extent than it will squeeze us. And by the numbers, that may be true, but their public is much more willing and able to withstand economic pain. I mean, they're used to sanctions. This is existential for them than our public is. And so that is the Iranian calculation, is that is not remotely the case. And that every day that the economic warfare continues, whether the hot war continues or not, that is a day in which their leverage is increased and our capacity to continue on is decreased. So I think that is their logic. And I'll just say, one more thing on that economic blockade piece. There was a note in a Financial Times article that this was J.D. Vance's thinking after he left the failed talks, that he was telling people listen, we'll put this blockade on and this will be so difficult for them that they'll be back at the table ready to negotiate in no time. It's hard for me to believe that he's dumb enough to actually think that that's the case. But if that is truly wild, that they still misunderstand and underestimate this adversary to that extent.
Yeah. And like harming the economy, to your point, isn't really going to do it because we've been hurting their economy for decades now at this point. The real strategic aim seems to be to basically shut down their petroleum, their oil industry, which they could do by, if all of their oil tankers and storage facilities get filled up and they can't then...
So they can shove a AI down your throat? Oh, great. Yeah. I heard that like 35% or something like that of like Windows 11 code is written by AI and it sucks. Like it breaks all the time for it. Windows 11 is garbage. Oh my God.
Move any, more oil out, then they have to shut down the entire system. And that is
maybe don't use AI to code an entire operating system, right? Maybe not do that. Don't do that.
Extraordinarily damaging to it. And it's very expensive. Getting it back up can take months. It's a complete mess. But analysts differ on how long that would take, but it would take a significant amount of time, at least 4 weeks, maybe 8, maybe longer. And so then the question is, does the U.S. and the global economy have that amount of time? Like Lufthansa just canceled 20,000 flights the other day because they don't have oil. Bangladesh has just announced this morning its central bank is out of money because costs for everything are going up. So you're going to start seeing these cascading collapses of sectors, countries, industries, companies. And so can the West, and not just the West, but the whole world, withstand 6 more weeks, 8 more weeks of this? I doubt it. And also if they can get some tankers through, then they can buy themselves even more time. But meanwhile, they're sending mixed signals. Griffin, I have this Hegseth thing from, I believe it was this morning, which is kind of contradictory to what Trump is saying. Let me play this here.
Be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. New global Congo line headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over. America and the free world deserve allies who are capable, who are loyal, and who understand that being an ally is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. We are not counting on Europe. They need the Strait of Hormuz much more than we do, and might want to start doing less talking and having less fancy conferences in Europe and get in a boat. This is much more their fight than ours.
So stop it with your baguettes and pick up a bazooka. Get in the water. So Trump, we're going to blockade this thing. Hegseth, actually, this is your problem. Fox News, it's the Iranians who are in disarray. Our government is in public disarray. There's no public disarray from the Iranian government. There's alleged internal disarray. But so if you're the Iranians and you're watching that, you're like, wait, are they going to keep blockading the strait, or is it Europe's problem? What is actually going on here?
He also said Congo line. I believe he meant
Congo line. Congo line, yeah.
Congo line.
And all of his bankers going to
I didn't get what he meant by that. I'm like, huh?
Louisiana, yeah.
Sure enough, but getting an older Linux version running is easy one since the 590 burn out themselves. Oh no.
It's also so, we don't even need to say this, but it's look at Ryan go. I want a gif of that. It's so dishonest to say that because we don't get a lot of our direct energy from the Strait of Hormuz, that it's not going to affect the American economy.
Right.
It's just such a ridiculous point but it is, of course,
somebody
dishonest.
should have told Bush that. Why are you invading Iraq? We've got so much natural gas right here. Stop.
Don't worry.
That was pre the fracking revolution, though, Ryan.
True.
But he's just it's actually really similar. I was just going to say, actually, to what people like Pete Hegseth, who served after 9/11, were saying they detested about the Bush era, which is people getting up in front of a microphone and misleading the American people behind an official government podium about war. And that's like, I know that when Trump is riffing and being like, "Don't rush me, Jeff," to Jeff Mason, presumably, like he's constantly in now watch this drive mode because he's talked so breezily. It's just completely like he doesn't even have to switch from one to the other. Everything is just easy breezy when he talks about it. Bush, he was like switching from "we're going to win the war" to "now watch this drive." And that was jarring for people. But Trump is just like constantly in the "now watch this drive" mentality. And you can hear it as he's talking about how the Iranian Navy has, what did he say, wise guy boats? The Mosquito fleet that they have prepared for many years for contingencies like this one, which is still doing, creating a lot of trouble for the American Navy trying to implement this blockade. Like that's actually a real issue for the American Navy right now. So it's especially, I think, from Pete Hegseth, who's again served and made this argument about people who were misleading folks into war. It's really kind of gross to hear arguments like that.
Well, I also want to just dwell for a moment on the part that Trump was saying about like, "Don't rush me. I got all the time in the world." Yeah. Vietnam was this long and Iraq was this long and Afghanistan was that long. Keep in mind that, number one, he thought this was going to be over after effectively day one. And there was no planning beyond we take out the Ayatollah and, a bunch of other top leadership and destroy a bunch of stuff. And then that's it. We find our Delcy Rodriguez and we're out of here. That's what he was telling our allies, is that it would be over in 4 days. Then we were consistently getting this line from the White House to a whole variety of reporters that it would be 4 to 6 weeks. Well, now here we are at 6 weeks. And now he's saying, "Hey, you remember those forever wars that I ran against and that many people voted for me thinking that I would not be the person to get us in another one of those? Weren't those great? Let's wrap our minds around being here relatively indefinitely." I mean, that's an incredible moving of the goalposts right there, and contemplates that there isn't going to be some quick ability to come up with some deal and wrap this thing in a bow and be able to declare mission accomplished and walk away.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, and Ryan, when does Europe revolt? Are all these countries going to allow America to essentially crater their economies and just say, "Oh, I guess it's just America's doing what they're going to do"? Is there a point where the world comes together and says, "Actually, no, we got to stop this"?
I think you're more likely to get serious pressure from some of the Asian countries, who seem to have actually more sense of kind of dignity and sovereignty than the Europeans do. The Europeans feel like they give off a real sense of hopelessness and haplessness, that they're like, "Well, this sucks. Hope somebody can do something about this." Whereas some of the Asian countries are starting
the Democrats of the world.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
The Chuck Schumers of the world.
Democrats. Yes.
Europe got called the Cuck Schumers of the world, guys. Holy fuck.
I will agree.
The Congo line. No, I know. It's just the way he said it, which was like, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Well, so they'll do a global kneeling with a kente cloth, but they're not going to put any limits on this. Well, while we talked about Pete Hegseth, we do have another clip from our friends at TMZ that Crystal wanted to throw really quickly.
How does it feel to be compared to Cuck Schumer, guys, as a region? Cuck Schumer is a person, but
why don't we take a listen?
I would encourage other countries to be a part of such an effort as well, but we're tracking that very closely. Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. I think you covered it.
Right here, new members of our press corps here.
Jacob Wasserman with TMZ DC. We have 2 questions I'm going to ask.
TMZ DC? Wow, what a joke. A person. True. Yeah, allegedly.
First, my colleague will ask the second.
He's more than a person.
I've heard you talk a lot about bombing.
We'll see.
Okay. I've heard you talk a lot about bombing people and places. And when you give these orders to carry out this extreme level of violence, what's going through your mind and your body? Do you have like an adrenaline rush? Are you scared? Do you feel like you're on a power trip? Just walk us through and paint us a picture of what it feels like mentally and physically.
It's a very TMZ question. My only thought process is to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need to be successful, defeat and destroy the enemy, and they come home. I want them to feel empowered, to have every authority they need within our rules and within our law to bring maximum violence to the enemy. Because war is violent. War requires doing difficult things. But I want our people to feel empowered. So it's our guys that come home and their guys that do not.
All right.
I really like that question because I actually think that it's the exact type of question the DC press corps and even the left of center DC journalists will laugh at. But it's the only time you're ever going to see, aside from maybe a 60 Minutes interview, 6 months into this or 10 years later, somebody confronted with that question. Now, I don't expect him to give a deeply personal, genuine answer to it, but it's a really interesting and legitimate question about the human element of being thousands of miles away and ordering hits. That's genuinely pretty interesting. And so props to them for asking that question, even though the other reporters who really dislike Pete Hegseth are going to look down their noses at them. That's the exact type of thing that we should have TMZ and the press corps to be asking about.
Yeah, and Hegseth dismisses it as, oh, well, that's a very TMZ question. And I'm thinking, well, if that's a TMZ question, I'm excited that they're here to ask those TMZ questions. Because, we think a lot about humanizing victims, either, of our foreign policy or victims in general. But I think to force people to imagine the mind of someone who is in this position of pressing a button and bombing a girls' school, for example, in Iran, and to contemplate just how monstrous that is, his answer almost becomes irrelevant. Although even in his answer, he essentially says, look, my view is us versus them. And I really don't care about the violence that I perpetrate against the them that I have, that I have in my mind. The war is inherently violent, and that's just, I don't think about it too much. And I think that is probably actually a fairly honest answer.
Yep. And I don't know if you saw it at Tropside, we did this 8-minute mashup of all of, not all of it, but a lot of Pete Hegseth's most just bloodthirsty rhetoric from up on the podium, which it's truly extraordinary to see kind of stretched all together, stitched together. It's a good question. You talk all the time about all this extraordinary violence that you're going to mete out on these people. As a human being, how do you feel about that?
Yeah. And glorifies it and wraps it in the Bible too, by the way.
Well, Pulp Fiction,
even the Pulp Fiction version of the Bible. So yeah, I thought it was an excellent question. I know Jacob, who was asking the question we had on the show yesterday, by the way,
he doesn't even quote the Bible. He quotes a movie that supposedly was the Bible, which it wasn't.
A fan of Breaking Points, and was very complimentary of the work that we're doing. I know he and Julian have already gotten together, our buddies too. So got nice partners in crime there. I love that.
Yeah. Did they get a follow-up question? TMZ?
I'm not sure. I just saw that clip.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We will report
The
back.
other thing I was going to say is that structurally, it's when you're on the outside of the government, you're literally on Fox News or some other place, and you're looking back at mistakes that prior administrations made that are deeply personal to you. It's really easy, and Trump was a critic of these wars and the reasons for these wars as well. It's really, really easy to criticize people for lying us into war. And then when you become part of the government and you think that war is a good decision, you structurally end up becoming part of this very real blob where it's almost inherent to the work that you're going to be dishonest because you are trying to justify an end. And the means then, I think some people talk themselves into saying, we don't get much of our energy from the Strait of Hormuz, so it's good. Our economy is fine. This is whatever. It's
all just copium, is what she's saying.
We can sell the war this way by talking to the American people, and it's technically true, so it's fine. But those actual little technically true pieces of information add up to this really misleading picture. And so I think the contrast between...
It's meant to mislead you, though, right? It's meant to be like, I don't care. Who cares? Someplace far away, right?
Between the criticisms prior to this administration and what we're seeing in this administration, which actually does look very much like the time period surrounding the invasion of Iraq, is just really sad.
If the Washington press corps is getting one-upped by TMZ in the arenas of class and journalistic integrity, we might have some issues, or it might just be the heroes we deserve. One last update on the Iran war from the Iranian side that I wanted you guys to react to. We have a New York Times report on Khamenei Jr. and sort of how Iran is being led. Now, they say that
introduce him as Jesse Waters would. Every time Jesse Waters mentions him, he says the gay Ayatollah, deadpan.
Yes, you can't let Jesse Waters bring down my journalistic integrity. I'm bringing TMZ and Emily. All right, so
the gay Ayatollah,
the gay Tola, says that he's injured. He's sending notes and messages to commanders, but the IRGC themselves no longer visit him directly for fearing Israel could track his location. Crystal, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's certainly possible. There's been a lot of questions about his health status, and it certainly makes sense why they are really trying to keep his location under wraps, because obviously they don't want him to also be assassinated. So, I think it also makes sense that this leak is coming right now because they're really trying to push this picture of an Iranian government in chaos and divided. And so they're like, the Ayatollah is like barely even functioning and he has to send these written messages, etc. But regardless of the status of his health, I don't think there's any indications that there's like a real breakdown internally in terms of the functioning of the government. And one of the things that I've said before that it appears to me is that in America, we used to have leaders and, senior policymakers who had a more nuanced and complex view of Iran, and they sold a cartoon version of that to the public. Now, I think the leaders bought the cartoon version that had been sold to the public, which is how Trump, for example, could imagine that just taking out the leader would be enough to topple the whole government, as if, just taking out some of our leadership here would just completely topple our system. No, this is a government that is established over a number of years. They have a constitution, they have institutions, they have a line of succession. After the Ayatollah was killed, there was a process and procedure to select the next one. And that would be the case even if they were able to get to the new guy and be able to take him out or get Ghalibaf off the team, or as Mark Thiessen suggested and Trump retweeted, he said, if there are two factions and one is causing trouble in the negotiations, I'll just kill those ones and leave in place the ones that we aren't having trouble with working with, as if, that would just keep the status quo, and as if that wouldn't change the calculus also of the people who were remaining in the negotiations. So, I see it in light of that. Obviously, it's interesting to know what potentially the status of Mojtaba Khamenei is, but I would see it in light of this broader picture that they're trying to paint.
Ryan, I'm curious what the drop site reporting is on this too, because I know Jeremy has some. Jeremy was on the show this week talking a bit about the sort of the real tensions between the IRGC and the government right now, but obviously they're projecting, would you say unity? I mean, I know you guys have had some reporting on this. How would you describe it?
And it's not quite that simple. As he mentioned, Ghalibaf is himself an IRGC, even though he's the Speaker of the Parliament, he's himself an IRGC veteran. And there are disagreements within the IRGC, disagreements within the Parliament, disagreements within the Security Council, and so on. But right now, they seem to be completely unified in a very simple demand, which is that talks don't start until you lift this illegal naval blockade. We think it's illegal. Stop. And if you want to restart war, go ahead, restart the war. But we're not sitting down until you lift this. They thought that they had an agreement, as Jeremy had reported. They thought that's what the Pakistanis effectively told them. And so the big question is, did the Pakistanis play a double game and tell them something that they hoped they could get Trump to agree to, but Trump hadn't agreed to? Or did Trump tell them in some convoluted way that he would agree to that? And then it, pulled the rug out from under it. Or was it supposed to be, and this is my suspicion, a pretty kind of delicate diplomatic dance in the way that the statements were rolled out after the agreement was reached and was coming into place? And Donald Trump is not for ballet. Like, he's not somebody who can do delicate diplomatic dances. He started to, even giving the conciliatory Strait of Iran Truth Social post.
Strait of Iran.
But then he lost his mind and spent the next 7 hours, just going completely bananas, threatening, making wild threats about destroying everything that exists and so on and so forth. And so that unraveled everything. So there's a real question.
He poopied his diaper.
And whether Trump is physically, mentally capable of following through on something that he promises privately.
That's so true. And for what it's worth, Kyle and I interviewed Professor Randi yesterday and got, his perspective on how Iranians were viewing things. And he was careful to say, look, I don't really have inside knowledge. People think I know a lot more than I do. But he said, I asked him about what is the Iranian view on the Pakistanis as mediators at this point? Do they feel like they are true sort of neutral arbiters here? Is there trust there, et cetera? And he's like, listen, it's not, the problem isn't the Pakistanis. The problem is Trump. Yeah. The problem is America. The problem is Israel. The problem is really not with the Pakistanis because, you think about it, like, and I'm not saying they're perfect or whatever, but imagine trying to be the go-between with Trump where, think about how in the same sentence he'll say two different things.
Right.
Like, imagine trying to be the go-between. So, okay, Trump said he'd do this and here's the sequence, et cetera. And the Iranians go ahead and follow through. Okay, we'll put on our tweet saying the strait is open. And then immediately Trump comes out and does something completely different.
The opposite.
They are in an impossible situation as far as I can tell. Sorry, the dog just knocked something over. Everything's fine though. You heard a loud crash.
and we know because he accidentally, when he was trying to reach out to Pam Bondi through direct message on Truth Social, if you guys remember that, he accidentally posted it publicly. And so we know that his private messages are just as unhinged and filled with all caps. It's not like he has a private, deliberative communication style. That's how he communicates. So you can imagine, let's say he's texting Asim Munir or Shabazz Sharif, what his ideas are. To Crystal's point, imagine.
Didn't he post his text messages with Mark Rutte at one point? Didn't he? And they were like bananas?
Oh, it was Macron, right?
Macron, yeah. Okay.
Or maybe him too. But imagine you're the Pakistanis and you're getting these texts. Imagine it's your job to take his Truth Social posts and tell the Iranians what he's trying to say. I would just forward the whole thing, like WhatsApp style, just like here.
I got to
make of this what you will.
I have no idea.
Hey, if you like that video.
All right. All right, we're gonna also take a break and play some GeoGuessr. Let's see here. Great. Another in the middle of fuck nowhere forest. All right, so based on the trees, I would say it's tropical. Based on the roofs, I would say as well, right? Where though? Is this like Hawaii, maybe? Guessing? I don't believe in celebrating anyone's death. But the relief will be immense. Okay. I'm guessing this might be Asia, based on like the... Bigoy Alvarez. Okay, that means this is the Philippines. Yep, I'm almost willing to bet it's the Philippines. Amy Onsoy. Why? It's definitely in Asia, guys. Yep, there's the Filipino flag. I can tell by the last names. The Philippines was a colony of Spain's, and people generally have like Spanish last names. Not all of them, obviously, but surnames. It's common there, is what I'm saying. Where in the Philippines? Voto, yeah. Voto is like vote. That's another thing you know about Filipino, is that it's heavily influenced by Spanish, which is a Latin-based language, so you can generally tell. Now, where in the fuck in the Philippines? I have no idea, right? It's a big place. A dream resort. So I'm gonna guess this is somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. The Philippines, cool. Some place called Dream Beach Resort. All right. Sounds good, right? Next one. Ja. The Reform. This looks like German. Okay. Sternheimen Nich Eastern Oosterland Wirch Wirtschaftshutzen, and there's a scarecrow. Ja. It's Austria. Okay. Is this Germany? It looks like Osterland. Isn't that like Austria? All right. I mean, it could definitely be Germany for sure. It looks, but don't send taxes to foreign nations. Okay. All right. In cart für alles debit Mastercard. Berchtesgaden Düsseldorf. Okay, so it is Germany, maybe, right? Okay, so like the middle of fuck nowhere, Germany too, kind of, right? Well, not like a small town. Okay, no. Marcus Schweitzer AG. EG. Okay. Attorney General, something attorney, right? Guessing. I don't know German, guys. Sorry. All right, so I'm trying to get some hints here. Carmen's Coffee. All right. Ulbert Enchenrigden. Okay. 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 Intermobilen CH. Is it CH? That's not Chile. That's Oh my god, where is that? Is that Czech Republic? Is this like a German speaking area of Czech Republic? Yeah, that's kind of where CH is Czech honor things. Interesting. Yeah. But like, do you see the email here? Immobilin.ch. That's Czech Republic, right? I don't remember. This could be a German speaking area of Czech Republic, but all right, I'm just gonna put right here on the border to be safe. Oh, I knew I should have picked it. Not bad though. It's the Swiss part of Germany it's the German speaking part of Switzerland, because CH means Switzerland last time I remember, right? I forget what it means in German. Or is it something? I forget what it is. Hold on, let's see. Yep. I forgot if it was Czech Republic or Swiss. That should have given it away, guys. See? That's a tricky one. We are Dutch. Yeah. So with the minute you see this, always remember this is Swiss. This is Swiss. That was my second guess. That's how I knew it wasn't Germany. I was like, it has to be lower, right? And then when I saw this, I was like, it can't be Austria, right? So it has to be either, but I don't remember, right? Like .ch. But I do remember seeing that a few times in like books and stuff. So I should have picked Switzerland. There you go. That gave it away for me, at least. But I wasn't too far. Czechs is okay though. Yeah. Welcome back, Amandaria. All right. Prosciuttia Helleria Artisanal Pizzeria. Okay. It's Osteria. Okay, this is Carib Tours. Intriguing. Cappuccino. I'm gonna guess this is somewhere in Latin America, because I'm picking up a lot of Spanish. Casa La, yeah. Okay. Plaza Paseo del Teatro. Oh wait, is this Costa Rica? Oh. This doesn't look like Costa Rica's. Oh, maybe this is. I'm almost willing to bet this is. Del Este, okay. I think I'm getting really close here. Okay, I think it's in Real del Este. Yeah, I think this is Costa Rica. I visited here. I don't know where though. It looks like I've never been to this part, but this looks like this could definitely be Costa Rica. Juancito Sport. Oh man, I can't read the email. Fuck. Running out of time. Oh, it's DR. Yeah, I could kind of tell because... Yeah, got it. Got it. DR. Got it because the DR, yep. Dominican Republic. That, guys, when in doubt, look for that stuff, right? You don't always get it. Also, it wasn't Costa Rica because you could just kind of tell. I was like, yeah, it doesn't look like anywhere I've been in Costa Rica. Also, the people look very different. Molito, Lod, Peño, Sod, Dark Sod, okay. Fuck is this? Oh, this looks like Dutch? Dirk Storm? Okay, this looks maybe like South Africa, right? I'm gonna guess South Africa. I could be wrong. There's a lot of Dutch. Stop? Yeah, there's a stop sign. Where would they use a stop sign? This can't be like Europe, right? It would have to be like... Yeah, this looks very like Africa. Someplace in Africa. Yeah, because remember, guys, there's Dutch, there's Boer, right? And then there's English. And the national language is technically something the group of farmers. Okay.
You heard it here first, folks. Gustex has been to Costa Rica. This was the birthplace of his Comcast idea. It may not have actually started here, but on the beaches when he was really drunk. Maybe it wasn't Costa Rica. Does it really matter? No. Just that you contact your local ISP and subscribe to Comcast. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's right over here somewhere. Nailed it! Oh man, so close. I've been so close on all these. That was so funny. Thank you, man. Yeah, that was where the idea of Comcast came up with. All right. Now this looks like... Don't tell me this is Switzerland again. Oh my god. This looks like straight Switzerland. Casa Victoriac C. Lewis. Oh my god, it might be... Is this the Romanov? The Romanish speaking part? I don't know how Romanish looks like. I heard it's very Italian. It's not... This is not Italian. Okay. Looks like a mountain range, right? But it can't be the Alps. But then the other one was not in the Alps, so... I'm trying to... Do I see like a flag or something? Volkanasari Sonar. Okay. That... Where's the Romanish parts of Switzerland. It's like right near the border of Italy, kind of, but not really. Nove Mart? Yeah, this isn't French. Definitely not, but that little like Cyrillic type language thing, that gave it away, I think. Oh, here's the language more spelled out. Whatever language this is, let's see. I can barely fucking see it. Alright, so this is either Romania? You know what, I'm gonna guess this is Romania. I'm almost willing to bet this is Romania. Oompa lug. Nope. Nope. I think... Oh, wait a second. It is Romania. It is Romania. Alright. I'm guessing Romania fine. Oh! Nailed it. Look at that, guys. You can tell because, again, the Cyrillic-based characters, right? But it's in Latin. Like a lot of... As in the name says, right? Romanian. It has a lot of like Latin roots in the language because it's basically a Latin-based language heavily influenced by Cyrillic, meaning Russian, right? Hey, Matt Sky, how you doing? Welcome back. Long time no see, buddy. Did pretty good. Pretty damn good. I think my worst one was the this one here. I put Czech Republic. I should have put Switzerland. The CH thing gave it away. But other than that, I basically got the right country in all of them, right? Ooh. Hope you guys had fun. Oh! That was fun. Thank you, guys.
Raid DDPARRTTYYY. Argentical just rated our broadcast with 4. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you! Thank you! Appreciate the raid. Argentical. Appreciate the raid. How was your stream? What'd you guys talk about? This was a nice video. Yeah?
All right. We like to criticize, obviously, MAGA, but the Democrats that are not meeting this moment, they're open for critique as well. Chuck Schumer taking money from AIPAC, doing fundraisers with lobbyists for Palantir. That is not the type of opposition we need. That's more like fascist collaboration. However, I like to give credit where credit is due. And some House Democrats are planning for impeachment on day one after the midterms. Pop this up. A cohort of resistance-minded House Democrats is pushing the
new follower to the commune. Thank you, Kiki Bibi.
Thank you. Appreciate the follow. How's everything been? How's your afternoon?
Their colleagues to begin building the case against Trump now in anticipation of a day one impeachment vote if they retake the House. The push for impeachment is going to be overwhelming. And this is, I like to give credit where credit is due. And this
Singapore.
is
Oh, welcome from Singapore. Appreciate you being here. That's a new country. I love it. As a new country for us to have someone here as a viewer.
what the Democrats need to be doing.
I try to foster an international community
right now, unapologetically. Josh.
Anything short of that, I think, would be a failure.
And so to take this position, number one, is popular. If you look at Trump's poll numbers, it's going to be easy to rally a Democratic base around that.
Give me the money.
BKB got gifted a sub. Thank you, Living Lily. Appreciate the support. Can't do it without you guys. Love it.
Message. Don't be afraid of it.
Enjoy
Living
it.
Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn right. Hell yeah. That's great. Yeah, congrats. You just got gifted a sub.
Of it. Don't run from it. Embrace it. The things that Trump has normalized over the course of the past year or 18 months, it's easy to be numb to this and think that something like that would be pointless. But that's the point, is that when he acts the way he does, you have to dig in. You have to get deeper. You have to get angrier. You have to get less apologetic. You have to dig. So I agree with it.
And Pumps, their strength in numbers Verisight poll released Tuesday found that 55% of U.S. adults surveyed said the House should vote to impeach Trump. So clearly, this president is historically unpopular. Nobody really likes him except for, the crazy triple Trump.
Give me the money.
Doubting Josephus. Thank you for gifting a sub to Lurking Snow Leopard. Love it.
That's it. And then the billionaires that ass kiss. What's your take on how should Democrats position themselves? There
Appreciate
is
the support,
establishment
buddy.
position that, we shouldn't push impeachment. We need to just let him do what he's going to do.
We got a hype train chat. Thanks to Living Lily. It ended
Damn
at
right.
4/24/2026, 9:53 3 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Give me the money.
Damn right.
Woo! Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, buddy. Another gifted sub from Josephus. Eye of Scrutiny. Oh, they come in here.
Ooh, Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the support. Can't do it without you guys. Thank you.
Your take on
I'm
that?
honored.
My take on that is if the establishment is saying,
Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn, another one.
need to,
Thank you,
not
buddy.
impeach him. They need to get the fuck
Love
out of
it.
office. They need to be primaried. But I'd like to see Democrats not only start listing articles of impeachment, but I would like to see a plan of how they are going to start providing legislation that will remake what Trump has done, because we cannot go back to the guardrails will hold, the institutions will hold.
Real,
I would like to see plans. How are we going to take back the country and make it secure for democracy? So if another tyrant comes in, we can stop it, because we have thought about what happens when an authoritarian gets in the White House. And I would like to see laws that they are drafting to put on the books. I mean, I would like a binder this big of all the things the Democrats are going to do to bring back and
I want binders full of women.
Hold our democracy.
Remember that, guys?
Yeah, and I would just say that there were guardrails in Trump 1.0. And then the American public rejected Trump's first term. You know, they like him when he campaigns because he's kind of entertaining and
good to see you again, man.
And unintentionally funny. And then when he governs, he's wildly unpopular. And the Democrats had a rule book exactly as to what to do to stop this. And it would have started
I just
with
wanted to
Jack
be number
Smith
one. Damn right,
appointed
girl.
a special
Number
prosecutor
one.
on day one. There were guardrails here, and the Biden administration fumbled the bag. But deeper to that, I think the Democrats need to address the Supreme Court issue. I think the Democrats need to address the dated Electoral College. I think the Democrats need to address Citizens United. And I think the Democrats need to, like they did at the Nuremberg trials, if Trump releases a bunch of pardons, then we have laws that if, a president is saying, hey, you do these things and don't worry, I'll pardon you, that those pardons are null and void. But let's talk about the people that will be seeking pardons. And one of them is Kash Patel.
Of course.
And an Atlantic writer, pop this up, Kylie. An Atlantic writer says she's been inundated by more sources willing to corroborate Kash Patel reporting. I think one of the things that has been most gratifying immediately after the story published was I have been inundated by additional sourcing going up to the highest levels of the government, thanking us for doing the work, providing additional corroborating information. So this was an open secret in Washington, unfortunately, and we took great care to bring it to light. And a couple of things I want to point out. I read that Kash Patel feels like he's an outsider. His brown skin, his bank account is not as impressive as the other people that are on the board. Trump is a famous teetotaler. He does not like drinking. He cannot stand it. His brother died of alcoholism, and he is on the record a lot.
Yeah, he's talked a lot about this. It's strange that he has this I don't know. It's so weird, right? It's so strange. I don't get it, because it's like you would think he'd be a little more
Raid DDPARRTTYYY JFK Rotting just raided our broadcast with 15. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you, JFK Rotting. How you been, man? Long time no see. How's everything been? How was your stream? What did you guys talk about?
About how much.
Thank you for the raid, buddy.
He does not like drinking. And so why he picked two alcoholics, Hegseth and Kash Patel, I don't know. But I think Kash Patel's days are numbered. And Kash Patel knows it. That's why you see him doing these insane press conferences. And he's probably going to start a bunch of insane investigations. Josh.
I don't think it's any surprise we talked about Kash, and we talked about how easy it would be to sort of roll out this plethora of evidence that yes, he drinks too much.
Complete.
Yes,
Thank
he's
you,
incompetent.
guys.
Yes, he doesn't work. I'm
a
sure
little
this
of everything. Nice. A little bit of everything. That's how I like it.
Reporter with the Atlantic is just salivating at the thought of getting to produce.
Damn right. Show off your new emotes, guys.
All of this information and reveal the sources that she has for this reporting. I mean, the one thing that appears to me about Trump, the way he views alcoholics or the way he views alcoholism, he doesn't view it as a disease. He views it as a character weakness.
Yep.
He views it as someone who's weak.
That's what I was trying to say is like he doesn't view which is why he doesn't do it, because he doesn't want to seem weak, right? He views alcoholism as like a character, something like inherent to your character, right? It's not like an addiction or like an illness that you go through. All the interviews we've watched of Trump have basically confirmed that for me, right? That's 100% correct. Some play they don't know what the fuck, please.
And so it is ironic that he would pick two of what appears to be alcoholics.
Yeah,
to run
literally a bunch of drunks, right? Like Pete Kegsbreath and Kash Patel. Fuck Trump and MAGA. For real, Kibby.
As well as the FBI, for that matter. I mean, two relatively important agencies in our government, you might say, that he just hands off to a couple of guys. So yeah, the reporter with the Atlantic, like that's going to be fun, sort of tracking that story and seeing where that takes him. I would dare to say my prediction would be that Kash Patel is not with the FBI in 30 days. I think that's
what do you think?
I would say probably he's going to have to save a little face with Kash. So I'm going to say 60 days he's not with them. And I would just say the reason Trump picks people that are in active addiction is because he is so broken. These people will kiss his ass and give him something like all the other people in his cabinet do. For, all of them have something in them that allows them.
It's a feature, not a bug, right?
Behave and act the way that they do in their positions of power. And for Cash and Pete
Iran
Hegseth,
hacked his account. Yeah, we covered that, Kiki. It was amazing, right?
alcohol. For everybody else, they're just fucked up. I mean,
It
not
was
saying
hilarious.
Pete and Cash aren't fucked up, but I'm just saying, like, you have to be, something inside you is not well. If you're like all chips in on, I'm going to go after James Comey because Trump wants me to, and he posted it on my social. Like, that just doesn't happen in a professional business.
And we know from scholars that strongmen, dictators, intentionally pick incompetent.
Nice. That's the first golden common. Who caught it? Ken Sai. You caught it. The first golden common.
People to elevate their own competence. So a lot of this, Trump and
He
Mac,
loses count at 40.
I think they're so universally unique. They're playing this age-old,
Yeah, the Goldens are very difficult guys to get. They're like even rarer, right?
old 2-bit dictator playbook down to
Good
the
job.
wire. I mean, if you talk to Jason Stanley, if you talk to Ruth Ben-Ghiat, if you talk to Timothy Snyder, they've seen this story unfold, you know, time and time and time again. And the intentional choosing of incompetent, broken people is by design. And then, you know, this administration, the corruption is just unbelievable. And we have to make sure we are doing brand damage to the Republican Party. I mean, decades long brand damage. Number one, you're terrible with the economy. Always have been, always will be. Number two, the law and order stuff is bullshit. It's total
complete
bullshit.
bullshit.
And here is, and that you support the troops, total bullshit. Here is
I'm
a
trying
post
for a golden
on
nothing.
a story of a U.S.
golden
soldier
nothing.
that had insider information about the Venezuela
The
capture
golden
of
age
Maduro.
has started. Damn right. Wow, 2 goldens in a day when there haven't been any in the past like week.
And he bet on it on Polymarket. Pop this up. New York Times breaking news. A U.S. soldier who helped capture Nicolas Maduro
covered
has been
this.
charged with using classified information to bet on the mission on Polymarket. And here's what Trump has to say about that. Play the clip.
His team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it,
There are
yeah.
also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. No, I think that...
It is what it is.
So, I mean, of course.
Yeah, we have a Discord. We have a Discord. You're welcome to join it. There's the link. We had a TikTok, but then our TikTok account, TikTok has been like severely limited over there for politics. So we moved over to Starlight. So you can follow us on Blue Sky or Starlight, which is like the alternative to TikTok, but you're welcome to join the Discord.
The corruption that the Republican Party has mainstreamed, and this is the family values party. And I just think the brand damage that Democrats need to go out and do to this propagandic bullshit lying party, because here's what we know. They are an anti-economy, anti-family, pro-death cult. They are terrible with business. Their policies always lead to
Is
war,
Trump really
always
cooked?
lead to
Poll
death.
time.
And they are the most anti-family party that this world has ever
Vote in the
seen.
poll, guys.
Truly, the Republican Party opposes family. Look at their policies. Every single policy they make makes it more difficult for you to be in a family, while at the same time, they're promoting teenagers getting pregnant.
And I think what's forgotten on a day-to-day basis is the level of financial corruption with the Trumps. I mean, just today we reported Eric Trump, a $24 million contract with the Department of Defense, but this whole pardon scandal where he's just blatantly selling pardons, all of these interactions with these countries in the Middle East, everybody's getting their pockets lined with money. And this just isn't normal. This isn't how government is designed to function and represent the will and interest of the day-to-day American person, surviving in middle America. And so it's important to note that and bring that home. And a lot of this, we haven't discussed this before, but a lot of his conduct and his administration's conduct is directly related to the Supreme Court, giving him sort of full reign.
It's over. It's
to do what he wants to, and he's president, with an interpretation that he cannot be charged with a crime after he's president. And I realize that's subject to a little bit of a legal debate, but pretty much the Supreme Court has said, look, you can do what you want to here, and there's not going to be any consequences. And that's why in this second term, you see this level of corruption that really is truly unrivals for his first term. Like, it's just on a different level.
Yeah,
and that's
remember the emoluments clause with the post office that he bought, right? He bought the old post office building, turned it into a Trump hotel, right? And he was asking all the people to stay there. Right. Thank you. I joined. Excellent. Welcome in, Kiki, our newest member on the Discord. Welcome.
Why? Because the Supreme Court has sort of given him the permission slip to do whatever you want,
do whatever
free of
you
any
want.
consequence.
Yeah.
And so now there's no check or balance on his conduct.
All right. And then, of course, like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna calls for the sergeant to be pardoned, because one thing about MAGA is they are if you're a MAGA supporter, you can commit any crime. You can do anything you want to do. And then the enemy from within, or the left, they only demand accountability from the people that have differing political views. But here is the new Navy Secretary, Hung Cao, on white supremacist comparison. Play the clip. This is what they're putting into the United States military right now in leadership positions, and not promoting people that are worthy and have earned it simply because they're black. But this guy is getting a promotion. Pop this up.
I'll be attacked by the left and call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just, when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
What the fuck seriously. And I don't give a shit about this stuff, but there is also this component in MAGA where you have women that carry the water for the patriarchy. You have Scott Besson and Tim Cook, gay men that are carrying water for the patriarchy. You have this guy, you have Kash Patel. And I have news for you. You think these white supremacists think you're the special Vietnamese guy, that if you wear a KKK hood, that you're going to be in the club? Yeah. No, at some point they're going to come after every single one. And it's just amazing to me that Clarence Thomas, that this guy, that, look at what look what happened to Pam Bondi. The day after she got fired, her picture is in the trash can. She will be in history books forever as an attorney general that covered up for the president of the United States involvement in a pedophile ring. Yep. That is she lost everything for that. And that's how she's going to be recorded. And how does MAGA thank her? Trash can for Bondi.
I think this Navy secretary, and we're going to bypass the obvious hits on the name. Yeah, we're gonna. But he better enjoy his. You get a little bit of time in good graces with Trump before you get shit on. And so just enjoy that. You get to make the rounds on all the conservative bullshit podcasts, and you get to be the hero. But at some point, you're going to get shit on. You're going to be sent back to wherever it is you came from. The bus, and that's what's going to happen to this person. Yep. He's obviously going to do whatever Trump tells him to do. That's exactly why he got the appointment.
Yep. Bingo.
All right, ladies, sometimes we feel out of sorts. We can't sleep. Hot flashes. Is it perimenopause? Is that brain fog, aging? Who knows? But I can tell you how you can find out. You can sign up for Superpower. Superpower sends a licensed professional to your home, or you can visit a nearby lab at checkout for $20 off your membership. After you sign up, they're going to ask how you heard about them. So please make sure to mention this podcast to support our show. You have all of these things that they've normalized. Wars, the Republican Party has constantly said we're for wars, yet they don't give a shit about soldiers. They never fund these people that they send over. Now they've completely resurrected a lot of growth that we have done on the racist issue. You have here that hung.
I tried to keep
once potty talk comes up, Pumps and I can't stop laughing. Okay. You have Hung Cao, who thinks that he's the magic Vietnamese person that's a white supremacist. He thinks he's a white supremacist. Okay. All right. Whatever. And like you would want to be that. That's so weird, but I'll leave that to the psychiatrist. And then you have, of course, the actual white supremacists on Fox. And here's Greg Gutfeld. And this is just so overtly racist.
Congrats.
And this is the network where racism, the killing of homeless people, the mainstreaming of dementia and ignorance and stupidity all day, every day, 24/7. Play the clip.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis, Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? My God. Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
What the
Nazi, please. Thank God you did a hard eye there. What does it tell you, though?
It's really breathtaking that they want to be called Nazis. I mean, it's wild to me
blown
that
away, guys.
how mainstream this is. And he said, we need to take a lesson from the blacks. And the racism, if you live in a Bible Belt state, you're aware of it, abundantly aware, and of just how insidious and ubiquitous it is. But now to see this on national television like that, and these are the same people, these forces that far right Israel funding groups, Israel lobby groups fund this stuff. And here they are begging, let's take the power and let's call each other Nazis. It's just breathtaking, the anti-Semitism, the good old-fashioned racism that, you know, most of their viewers, they're all down
Patricia,
with hating on black people. This is just stunning to me.
And this is the party that's aligned with Israel.
Yeah.
That thinks that we can just refer to ourselves as Nazis.
Nazi is our word.
There that would be kind or polite at all. It's the one thing that they have that we don't have is
they're taking Germany's words.
Propaganda machine, which is Fox.
Fellow Germans in chat, how do you feel of that?
News that
Alco would be pissed.
Infiltrates all of these homes in small town America and normalize all of this stuff like that. That's the recipe for normalizing this kind of, all this stuff. When you hear that kind of rhetoric, is to normalize it and make it and plant a seed in the back of your mind. And they have that vehicle. They have the means to do that. The Democrats don't. We don't have that messaging machine like Fox News right now. So we have to come up with a different game plan and that's real. Fox News is real in day-to-day America. That's where a lot of people get their information from. That's where they hear this kind of stuff. That's where it starts.
Get a copyright strike and
until
enjoy.
we can combat that rhetoric with our own messaging, we're going to have to put up with it. But it's really pretty breathtaking to hear just the level of acceptance and normalization.
Where's the ADL? I mean, why aren't they coming out and saying, here is the 5? And they're talking about how just call us Nazis, just own it. 6 million Jewish people were exterminated.
They're trying to normalize this stuff. Yeah, they're just trying to be like, oh, well, it's not that bad, right? And they used the worst example ever. Right? The level of brain rot is so real, guys.
And here's Greg Gutfeld. And, you know, the 5, they're all joking around. Nazi, please. Where is the ADL in condemning this? I mean, seriously, it's just wild to me how people in these higher up places, they want to cherry pick which human rights matter and which ones don't. And then they want to lecture everybody else when we stand up for trans people, or we stand up for Palestinians, or we stand up for Lebanese people, or we stand up against Islamophobia, which has been so mainstreamed, and we also stand out against anti-Semitism. That is just wildly anti-Semitic, just straight up, anti-Black racism. It's just abhorrent, but Josh is 100,000,000% right. Fox News is number one in cable news. There is an audience that digs this, that is every single bit as racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic as all of those hosts there, with the exception of our queen, of course, Jessica Tarlov. And I didn't see if she was sitting there or not, but Pumps.
When I hear all this, and, I used to be the person that thought, oh, good, when Fox News's demographic is so much older, they're going to die off and we're going to, it's going to be fine. And then you see all of these young Republican groups on college campuses, and they get their texts and it's Nazi this and Nazi that. You get Nick Fuentes, who is becoming a large voice with the younger people. So this problem is not getting better. It is getting worse. When all these young Republicans, it has become a feature of young Republican
chat groups. Did you see the news? More 250 Indian Jews just landed in Israel. No, we can cover that. That's kind of seems interesting.
In New York, we've seen it in Florida. I'm sure it's other places that being anti-Semitic is part of the game. Yet, like you said, they're in bed with the Republican Party, with their,
By the way, if you want to test our chat, our bot translates Singaporean to English. I'd like to test that out. Would be pretty cool, right?
Camp Auschwitz and flags at the parade. These two live under the same umbrella.
And I do want to say, polling has shown recently that Gen Z and millennials have abandoned Trump in record numbers. So while it feels so overwhelming, and when we report on this stuff, it's important to know that this is a minority. It's important that everybody knows that's fighting against fascism and fighting for democracy. They don't have the numbers. Yeah, they have Fox. Yeah, they have these Nazi chats. But we have brand damage to do. We need to make MAGA synonymous with all of these other things. Right. Yes, that guy is MAGA. Pam Bondi was MAGA because MAGA represents dehumanization, race.
Like all the languages. I think it does Tamil. It does. It definitely does. I want to test the Singaporean Mandarin, right? But
favoring the accumulation of wealth for a few over helping others, and it favors death. It is a death cult. MAGA is an anti-family death cult. Say it once, say it now, say it frequently, say it often, say it to every MAGA you know.
Because do you have to think Chinese? Yeah. I know that's the majority in Singapore.
They know their policies lead to death and lead to the destruction of family. All right, that's all we have. Like and subscribe.
Very cool.
I would like to thank Josh for joining us all week. He is heading back to the Bible Belt.
I want to say this real fast. Thank you, listeners and viewers of iHip News, and I've had it for allowing me to come on your show. Thank you to Jennifer and Pomps. I do want to say this. Being in the studio up close for a full week, I realize the importance of what both of you do. I realize the importance that both of you, the messages that you carry to your listeners and to your viewers. And so I would commend you both for a job well done. This is not easy. This is not popular at times, but you do it in an amazing way. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And thank you for the listener and viewer for listening and viewing.
Thank you, Josh, for coming. And I have.
All right. Let's pull it up. This seems kind of interesting to me. So let's see, where is it? The article. Thank you, Kiki, for the over 250 Indians claiming to be descendants from biblical tribe land in Israel. Jesus, how is this gonna How is this going to fly in Israel? Remember the black Jews who were not exactly welcomed in Israel? The newcomers passed under the balloon arch in blue and white, the colors of the Israeli flag, as dozens of well-wishers welcomed them with traditional Jewish songs. Interesting. All right, Tel Aviv. More than 250 Indians claiming descent from a biblical tribe landed at Tel Aviv airport on Thursday. Okay, so yesterday, as a part of a government operation to relocate them to Israel. The government is doing it. Interesting. The newcomers passed under a balloon arch in blue and white and the colors of the Israeli flag, and a dozen of well-wishers welcomed them with traditional Jewish songs. They were the first B'nai Menshi, sons of Manasseh? I do not know how to pronounce this in Hebrew, to arrive in Israel since the government decided in November to fund the immigration of around 4,600 members of the community from the state of Manipur in northeast India. Yep. Okay. Manipur is, let's see. Near Bangladesh, right? Yeah, if I remember correctly. Yep. Bangladesh is right here. The community claims to descend from the Manasseh, the forefather of one of the biblical lost tribes of Israel, exiled in 720 BC by the Assyrian conquerors. Dagad Zolat, who has lived in Israel for 20 years, is at the airport to meet a man who describes as his brother. We were neighbors and among the only Jews in our village, he told AFP, adding that it was 9 years since he had seen his friend. When my son was little in India, my friend often carried him in his arms, he said. The Shavi Israel organization, which seeks to trace the descendants of the lost tribes, said that some 4,000 B'nai Menshi have already immigrated to Israel since the 1990s. Something I didn't know anything about. Wow, see? You learn something new every day, guys. With around 7,000 others still living in India. Okay. Their oral history tells of a centuries-long exodus through Persia, Afghanistan, Tibet, and China, all while adhering to certain Jewish religious practices like circumcision. In India, they were converted to Christianity by the 19th century missionaries. The 250 B'nai Menshi who arrive on Thursday are to settle in northern Israel, according to the Ministry of Integration. They will need to convert in order to become Israeli citizens. Okay. Immigration of Ofer Sofar, who welcomed the newcomers at the airport, told AFP that their arrival marked a historical moment. This is the beginning of an operation that will allow the entire community to immigrate 1,200 per year, he said. Okay. So there's like a limit per se, but Manipur has seen a periodic clash for nearly 3 years between the predominantly Hindu Metis majority and the mainly Christian Kuki community that have killed more than 250 people. Since April 2025, more than 1,800 Jews have immigrated, or 18,000 Jews, my bad, have immigrated to Israel down 18% over the previous year. Damn. Okay. Thank you very much, Kiki, for bringing that to my attention. I learned something new. Something very interesting. I did not know anything about that community. I love learning about new communities around the world. That tells me that Israel has plans of wrapping things up. That's what it sounds like. Now, I saw this and I was like, huh? Theo Von calling out Trump? Could never be him.
All right, guys, here we go. So as you all know, the brosphere has been back.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. If you have like a suggestion or something you want me to cover, definitely put it in the Discord and I will eventually get to it. Right?
Backing away more and more and more from Trump. And you got to understand that the same thing that led them to hop on the Trump train
Driving
is the same thing that's leading them to hop off the Trump train. Namely, that these are vibe mongers, okay? These are wave riders. These are vibe mongers. Mm-hmm. They are finger in the wind. What's cool? What's popular? Where can I get my views? Anymore. How can I get people to like me? And they felt like in 2024, oh, I got to hop on board the Trump train. Well, now they are running away at 1,000 miles per hour, y'all, because they know it is the least cool thing you could do right now is to be a Trump supporter as he destroys the economy, destroys the world, and commits war crime after war crime after war crime, builds concentration camps, shoots peaceful ICE protesters in the face. I mean, the list goes on of the atrocities. So here's Theo Von. He's talking about the Iran war here, and he says the following.
And what American is this helping?
That's the point, dude.
Besides the war, the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular person is this helping?
I love how he's asking this question. It's helping the giant multinational corporations that paid for his campaign. Why doesn't he understand this? Like, I don't get it.
I just don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, clearly you don't.
So yeah, that's what our president's up to, and it's fucking baffling.
Yeah.
And it's sick, and it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark government over there.
Because he's rich, exactly.
And,
so dumb.
I don't know. It's fucking dark.
I don't get it.
What'd you expect, son? What did you expect? I think that's my frustration when it comes to stuff like this is I was out there before the election, and I was making clear, hey, man, here's what this guy is actually about. What he wants to do is cut taxes for billionaires. Suck off the Epstein class is what this guy's going to do. Not only that, he's going to be a warmonger. Why do I say that?
Yeah.
In his first term, he increased drone strikes over 400%.
Yep.
He increased the Pentagon budget every single year. Meanwhile, they can't account for 63% of their money. But he still wanted to increase their money. Okay? He kept us in Iraq. He kept us in Afghanistan. He bombed Syria twice. He bombed them twice. He bombed Somalia. He assassinated a top Iranian commander, Qasem Soleimani, as that guy was fighting ISIS. He invited him for negotiations, then murdered him. That's what happened. He ripped up the Iran agreement, which was working. He dropped the mother of all bombs, the Moab, on Afghanistan.
Yep.
He armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen, and then vetoed a bill that would have cut off weapons to Saudi Arabia, which had passed the Senate.
Hey,
this is this guy.
Signal, Vegeta.
This is his record. This is his record. He pardoned Blackwater war criminals. And so to have these guys go, oh man, turns out he's doing like bad stuff, bro. He's doing really bad stuff. He's doing, like, why is he doing this war? Yeah, if only there was like a first term that Trump was in there where he showed us how much he loves war, perhaps then maybe this all could have been avoided. Oh, wait a second, that's right. That did happen, and none of you motherfuckers cared. None of you cared, because it was more about the vibes. It was more about, oh, look, I invited him on my podcast, and we were giggling. And fucking Theo Von was saying to Trump,
playing
like,
footsies,
cocaine will have you up like an owl, homie. And that clip was going viral, right? I mean, you had Tim Dillon with J.D. Vance on his show. Joe Rogan delivering the grossest hot stone massage of all time to Donald Trump, letting him do his fucking election denialism and stepping. He literally said to him, like, I'm going to let you talk here because usually people cut you off when you do your election denialism. Probably because you lie about the whole thing. But I'm just going to let you talk, bro.
Bingo.
Like, this is what you guys did. And you made your bed and now you're going to sleep in it. So I'm still bitter over it if you can't tell. I just find it so obnoxious that They brought this about, and there's going to be no reckoning with that, right? There's going to be no reckoning with that.
Yeah, because
look, like we always
personal responsibility from any of these clowns. Good luck with that, guys.
say, the best you could do is apologize and say Kamala would have been better.
Hey, Gus,
But then your
Chad,
best
and chat. What up, Splendinavia? Welcome back.
bet is shut the fuck up and get on the back of the line, right? That's your best bet. Because you know what? Your judgment was so bad and so wrong that how do we not know you're just going to go for J.D. Vance in 2028? How do we not know that? Right? In fact, that's Occam's razor. You probably will. You probably will. You probably will go for J.D. Vance. So, you know, it's a little too late. Too little too late. And if only there were people out there warning you from day one that, hey, this is going to be a disaster. Hey, this is going to be a mess. Hey, he's completely and utterly unhinged. The other thing is, look at what they overlooked. They overlooked the guy trying to steal the election. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Go look up the fake elector slates, the fraudulent elector slates.
Everyone vote in the poll. We just got a new poll. Theo Von's rant on Trump, real talk or just hype? I'm going to say completely. I mean, spot on. Spot on, but I'm going to just say, I don't know. Hype. I think it's over the top. I think that's the better way to put it, because like, while he's right, he could have easily figured this stuff out before he voted for him, right? We all tried to warn him. That's why.
That was their terminology. They called it that. They knew, oh yeah, we didn't win, but we're going to pretend like we did win. This was all out there, January 6th, with all the violence. They knew. Trump pardoned all those people, but they knew what
didn't see it, so I can't really give an opinion. Gotcha.
This guy was about. They knew he lost an election and tried to steal it anyway, and he still got their support. So the brosphere now is it's the finding out portion of the fucking around, as I always say. That's where we are now. But perhaps, you know, the people who were ahead of everybody, they're the ones who should be listened to more.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
All right. And then a Lebanese journalist was murdered by Israel.
We begin today's show in Lebanon. On Thursday, President Trump announced the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire
Israeli
will
Defense
be
Force.
extended by 3 weeks. Despite the announcement, Israel is continuing to carry out deadly strikes in southern Lebanon. On Wednesday, Israeli forces killed 5 people, including the prominent Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil, a correspondent for the daily newspaper Al Akhbar. Khalil and her colleague, photographer Zeynep Faraj, were reporting from southern Lebanon when an Israeli drone struck a car near them, killing 2 civilians. Amal and Zeynep then sought shelter in a nearby building, but Israel then struck that building as well in what's been described as a double tap strike. Rescue and medical workers rescued Zeynep Faraj, but came under fire before they could rescue Amal. They were prevented from returning to the site for hours. Amal Khalil died by the time her body was recovered over 6 hours later. She's at least the 9th journalist killed in Lebanon this year. The Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, accused Israel of the, quote, deliberate and consistent targeting of journalists in an effort to, quote, conceal the truth of its aggressive acts against Lebanon, unquote. The Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, called the killing a blatant war crime and a crime against humanity, unquote. On Thursday, thousands gathered for the funeral of Amal Khalil. At the funeral, the Lebanese reporter Ibrahim Dawi recounted learning about the death of his colleague.
At exactly 11 p.m., one of my friends in the army called me. He told me, Ibrahim, step aside for a bit. My heart skipped a beat. He told me there's bad news. He said, Emil is gone. I said, you must have found her. Emil is strong. Emil is a hero. Emil knows how to hide. She has 20 years of experience in wars. She knows where to go. I said, are you sure Emil was killed? He said, yes, Emil was killed.
Amal Khalil's brother, Ali, also spoke out at her funeral on Thursday.
Have you heard of the comic book Undiscovered Country? No. What's it about? What is it?
After all, she's not just my sister and not just a member of our family. Amal is a journalist, a media professional. There's a ministry responsible for her, a ministry that demands her rights. It's not me personally who demands them. As my sister, I'll take her to her grave and fulfill my duties towards her. But her professional rights are with her ministry and with institutions. There's no charter, no law in the world, none of them, that allows targeting a journalist.
Amal Khalil was 43 years old. She'd worked as a reporter for 20 years. Al Jazeera reports Amal had previously received direct threats from an Israeli phone number on WhatsApp warning her to stop reporting. In 2024, Amal Khalil told local media she'd received an Israeli death threat warning her to leave southern Lebanon or risk decapitation.
Jesus.
I received direct targeting on my phone from the Israeli Mossad. They threatened to kill me. They literally said, "We will separate your head from your shoulders if you don't leave from the south." They advised me to leave the south.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Seattle, Washington, with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country.
What a badass woman. Damn right.
Well, we're joined now by two guests. Steve Sweeney is the Lebanon bureau chief for RT, the Russian news channel. He was injured in an Israeli strike last month. He's in Beirut. In Paris, we're joined by Sarah Kuda, the Middle East and North Africa regional director of the Committee to Protect Journalists. Sarah, let's begin with you. You have a new article headlined, "We had Amal Khalil by her hand's grip. Then Israel murdered her." Can you lay out what you understand happened on Wednesday?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Amy, for having me. So the circumstances surrounding Amal Khalil's death, really, it raised multiple overlapping concerns. Amal was on an assignment with her colleague Zainab. They were heading to the south, to Bint Jbeil, and on their way, there was a strike close by to them, so they ran away and sheltered in a building. And then this is where the building where they were sheltering was striked, as you mentioned, and it was known that those two journalists were sheltered and trapped inside this building. Zainab managed to, Amal herself, she managed to call her family and to call the Lebanese army to inform them about their situation. And yet, the Red Cross was not able to get to them in time and rescue Amal. At the beginning, the Red Cross was able to go there. They were able to rescue 2 civilians and Zainab, but then under fire, they had to leave because also Amal was deep under the rubble, so they have to leave. And when they tried to come back, they were blocked. Eventually, when they were able to go there, she was killed, she was dead, and it was too late. If this obstruction did not happen, we might have Amal alive between us today. But because of the obstruction, she is killed today. And this is what makes this constitute of a war crime and requires an international investigation. Otherwise, the killing of Amal would be the same as the over 260 journalists who has been killed by Israel over the 3 past years with full impunity.
And Sarah, of course, the Israelis continue to deny that they target journalists. But what do you make of the fact that that Amal herself had claimed that she'd gotten threats from an Israeli number in the past, and that she was told to stop reporting?
Israel has a pattern in denying these claims and also smearing journalists, saying that they are terrorists and they attacked them and killed them because they are terrorists and a threat on Israel. So this is not new. And for Amal being threat, several journalists, including the Journalists Union in Lebanon, they were aware of these threats and they saw the messages. So they are not claims, they are true, they are correct. And Israel has this pattern since 2023, threatening journalists. We have seen this with Anas al-Sharif in Gaza, with Hamza al-Dahdouh in Gaza, and with other journalists around the region.
I also like to bring in Steve Sweeney to the conversation, a British correspondent for Russia Today. You were at Amal's funeral. You knew her. Could you talk about her?
Well, yes. I mean, the brutal killing of Amal Khalil is not only a tragedy, but as the previous speaker said, it's a war crime. Now, Amal had been working in the field for 20 years, since the 2006 war. She was very well known. She was very well loved by everybody. We call her the Queen of the South, and she belonged to the people. What she did was incredibly unique. This work that she was doing, raising the voices of the people, particularly in the south of Lebanon. She would go from village to village, speaking to them, and they were telling their stories about the brutality that had been meted out to them for decades by the Israelis. So she was a very, very powerful voice. She was an experienced journalist as well, and we were all, when we heard the news that she had been caught up in the Israeli airstrikes and that she was trapped under the rubble,
Galilee
we were all
region of northern
Israel, with bated breath, really, to see what happened. And as we've heard, the Israelis blocked those rescue efforts. They attacked the emergency services, the civil defense workers, the Lebanese army, to stop them from retrieving the body. And Amal herself had received some very serious death threats from the Israelis over the years, threatening to behead her, warning her to keep out of the south. Now, it's a testament to her steadfastness of not just of Amal, actually, but of all of those journalists working in the south of Lebanon, that they're refusing to leave the field. Now, this is what Israel is trying to do. It's trying to prevent the truth from being reached by a much wider audience, to see the war crimes that are being carried out there on a daily basis. Now, our crew, the RT crew, myself and my colleague Ali Rida Speiti, we were also targeted in an airstrike reporting from the Kazmia Bridge. Now, Israel consistently says that it doesn't target journalists. It's repeated this again since they killed Amal. But you have to remember, Israel has the most advanced military technology in the world, but it also has the most advanced surveillance technology in the world. It uses artificial intelligence, for example. It knows every single car number plate, every single vehicle. It reads our messages. It listens to our conversations. This is why we talk about these strikes being deliberately targeted. Now, in our case, they claim that it wasn't, but there's absolutely no doubt in our mind that this was an attempt to kill us. You could see from the footage where the missile strikes the bridge. The bridge was already destroyed. It was no longer, there was no military objective in targeting the bridge. We had also consulted with the Lebanese army, who have a barracks or a base at the end of the bridge, and they said yes, it's perfectly safe. It's fine for you to go and film. Now, had that bridge been under threat at any stage during our time on the bridge, then the Israelis would have got a message to the Lebanese army via UNIFIL. This is generally what happens in those situations, asking them to pull away and withdraw from the bridge, and then they'll get back in touch to let them know that it's safe. So the attack on us, the killing of Amal, and then just a few weeks ago, we had the killing of Ali Shwaib, Fatima Fatouni, and Mohammed Fatouni in a targeted strike. Israel again admitted to carrying out that strike. They said that they were targeting Ali Shwaib. They said that he was a member of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force. Now, again, this is inconceivable. The photograph that they published, as Fox News discovered when they asked the IDF, they admitted that it was photoshopped and they didn't have any other evidence. But this is part of a pattern that we've seen with the smearing of journalists. They've tried it again with Amal. They've said that she was in the field, she was giving out Hezbollah positions, she'd come from Hezbollah military positions, this kind of thing. Exactly the same narrative that we saw being played out in Gaza, where they've killed hundreds of journalists. Now, Israel,
unfortunately, I think
all that it says, it's killed more journalists in the past, since October 2023 than were killed in the First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War, Afghan War, and Iraq wars combined. So it's a complete fallacy to say that they don't target journalists. The issue is mainly that if any other country had committed acts of
like this,
these
and they'd be
massacres
in
of
big
journalists
trouble.
in the way that Israel does, any other country in the world would find themselves isolated on the world stage. They'd be subjected to sanctions, arms embargoes, trade embargoes. But instead, the opposite is happening. The killing of journalists is continuing, while the most powerful nations on the planet, including the United States and Britain, continue not only to give the political support, but the military support to enable these acts to be carried out. So they are equally as culpable for the deaths of Amal, for the deaths of Ali, Fatima and Mohammed. They're equally as culpable as Israel. They are the ones that load the gun while Israel pulls the trigger.
Steve Sweeney, just to be clear, on that day in March, I wanted to go to a short clip of what happened to you.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and a minute.
Holy shit.
So that's Steve Sweeney, Lebanon bureau chief for RT, the Russian news channel. Israeli airstrike right behind him. And I also wanted
what
to
military
ask you,
target
Steve,
was that?
about the Lebanese president weighing in the case of Amal.
I'm so sick of all these wars.
Tried to get to
so
her.
am I,
They'd
girl.
gotten to Zeneb. She had a terrible head wound, but explain what happened, what a sound bomb and live ammunition. And the Lebanese president, Aoun, said that the Lebanese Red Cross should be able to save her after hours where they could not.
Well, yes, that's right. The statement from the Lebanese presidency and again from the Prime Minister now, Salam, denouncing the attack as war crimes. President Aoun said, of course, that the civil defense workers, the emergency workers should be able to get to the journalists as they were trapped under the rubble. Now, there's been some criticism leveled at the pair of them, at Joseph Aoun and now of Salam. And what people are saying is, well, there's at the moment there's this discussion around sovereignty. There's these so-called peace talks and negotiations, but President Aoun had to effectively beg Israel to allow the emergency services to enter what is essentially Lebanese sovereign territory to rescue Lebanese citizens. So there's some criticism that's been leveled at him by other journalists, by Amal's family as well, because she lay under that rubble for 7 hours whilst the emergency services were blocked from entering. They were attacked, yes, with sound bombs, with live ammunition. Even when Zainab Faraj was when she was rescued, when she was being taken to the hospital, that ambulance came under fire. You can see, and you can find these images on social media if you don't have them, but there are bullet holes in the ambulance that took her to hospital. Now, this is nothing new. The attacks on emergency workers are nothing new. This is something that's been happening fairly consistently in the particularly in the south of Lebanon since the Israeli escalation on March the 2nd. There's been nearly 2,500 people killed, and around 100 of those are emergency workers. Now, we've seen in that period, they called it a ceasefire, but during that time, it's really just, and this announcement of the 3 additional weeks by Donald Trump, essentially, it's an extension allowing Israel to carry out more war crimes in the south. They've created this so-called yellow zone, which is the Gaza-style yellow zone, which means 55 settlements, border towns, villages are effectively cut off. The local people, the people that live there, are not being allowed to return. Their homes are being detonated. Entire settlements have been completely destroyed. Hospitals have been destroyed. Ambulances have been set on fire. Schools have been detonated.
Steve, we have to break, but I wanted to go back to Sarah Kuda. To finally ask
it makes me feel like I'm going crazy, like everyone else is seeing this too. Yeah,
closely following.
For real.
A court in Kuwait has just acquitted the U.S. Kuwaiti journalist Ahmed Shahab Eldin on charges of spreading false information and harming national security after he posted about the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran on social media. He's expected to walk free from a Kuwaiti prison today, capping 52 days behind bars, posting video that others posted, including including the national networks here in the United States. Can you explain what happened and what he faced and what you think will happen today?
Thank you, Amy. It's very difficult to move from a very tragic and sad story to another good one. Finally, Ahmed Shihabuddin has been acquitted from the charges against him. And at CPJ, we are so relieved for this information. We do not have a lot of information from his international legal team on what will happen and what's going to happen today or the coming days. But we have known, it is known that he has been fully acquitted from all charges against him. Ahmed Shihabuddin was visiting his family during the Iran war, and it is known that since March 2nd, he stopped posting or appearing in public. It was known also that on March 3rd, he was arrested because he reposted on his social media accounts a video that was taken and verified by other international media outlets, and he just reposted this video. He was arrested because of that, and of course one of the charges on him was anti-state charges, because the Kuwait, just like other Gulf countries, they forbidden any kind of media footages, videography, or reporting on what was happening during the Iran war.
Where's Gandalf, huh? I want to get his opinion on this.
You have talked about his arrest. The CPJ has, as part of a much wider crackdown on online journalism and free expression in Gulf nations, Sarah.
That's true, because since the war started, from day number one, since the Iran war started late February this year, almost every single Gulf country has put out new rules and new laws that are restricting freedom of expression. Yep. They banned taking photographs or publishing anything, or even speaking in a very casual way, not in
even making jokes. That's going to be our next story we're covering.
Manner about what is happening, and those are very concerning, because we are talking about countries that already have a tight grip on the press and freedom of expression. So when they even tighten this more and put out more laws that are restricting journalists and freedom of expression and citizen journalists, we are talking about a severe decline in freedom of expression in countries that the people, the citizens, are in much need for verified information to know what is happening around them. So we are also depriving the information consumers from their right to know what is happening.
Thanks for watching.
Intriguing.
We have some new proposed legislation here from Congressman Chip Roy called the Mamdani Act to target any immigrants who have ideology that Congressman Roy here finds to be unacceptable. We can put this up on the screen. He announced it here. New Representative Roy introduces the Mamdani Act to denaturalize and deport Marxists and Islamic fundamentalists. He said to Breitbart News, by targeting the Red-Green Alliance, this legislation deploys new tools to fight back against the Marxist and Islamist advance that has devastated Europe and has now arrived on our doorstep, especially in my home state of Texas. Okay, let me give you a little bit of the details here, because it truly is dystopian. And he's not just talking about, ideological vetting of would-be immigrants, which I would find disturbing, disgusting enough. He's talking about people who already are citizens, like Mayor Mamdani, rolling back their citizenship and deporting them over them having, political ideology that he finds to be objectionable. So the way they get Mamdani is the Measures Against Marxism's Dangerous Adherents and Noxious Islamist Act proposes amending the Immigration and Nationality Act, which dictates federal immigration law, to allow for the deportation, denaturalization, denial of citizenship, or entry to any migrant that is a member of a social socialist party, a communist party, the Chinese Communist Party, or Islamic fundamentalist party also proposes imposing such restrictions on any migrant who advocates for socialism, communism, Marxism, or Islamic fundamentalism, a sweeping term that includes writing, districting, circulating, printing, displaying, possessing, or publishing any written, electronic, or printed matter in support of those ideologies, according to the bill's text. I mean, sorry, this is completely insane, especially given that Republicans think that everyone from like Gavin Newsom to Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders is like a communist that they would, happily apply this to.
I think I like the spirit, but I would apply it very, very differently. And, I think people know my views on immigration. I do disagree with you that we shouldn't screen immigrants for what we deem acceptable. I think that's democratic in terms of what it is. I wouldn't focus on anti-Semitism personally, but there has been something about the Iran and Cuba situation which has made it intolerable to let people in who want us to invade their other countries. And I'm being serious. I would go and if you are Iranian and you want, or Iranian American, and you want us to bomb your homeland, I think you got to go. I just think it's a sick phenomenon. Same with Cubans. Like, you literally leave Cuba, you come here, and you advocate for us to go and invade your homeland so that we can restore your family's plantation or whatever. Like, that's sick. Sorry. Like, I don't want you to be here. I think you should go back to where you came from.
I think we might be able to strike a compromise.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, look, I really think this like fifth column that we have of all of these like interventionists, neocons who are bring their bullshit from the third world over here and try to hijack our military and our population to fight their ethnic conflicts. It's crazy.
Welcome back, buddy.
Serious with you for a second. The real heart of the problem is the money. Like, that's why, if you take Israel, for example, that's why there is disproportionate impact.
We live in a money cult, right, guys? We do. We just talked about this. Our world worships money. Fuck Jesus. Fuck God. Any of these, right? Our world worships money. We live in a giant money cult.
And by the way, obviously, the Israel lobby is not just, Jewish Americans. It's not just Israeli Americans. There's
evangelicals.
The most rock solid part of it is actually the Christian evangelicals who, have this like end times ideology that Israel is wrapped up in. They are the most solid support. But the fact that there's been such an influx of money, that you have such a large amount of dollars behind the Israel lobby, is what gives it its power. If they were just random citizens like everyone else with a vote and impact on our elections as everyone else, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Of course it's true. And same thing with the Iranians, same thing with the Cubans, and especially in these localized areas where they're able to, really pool their resources and elect the candidates that they want. That's what gives them disproportionate money. Disproportionate power. It really all comes back to the money.
It is, but it's also like a critical mass. And like, if you have
Yeah, he has some terrible opinions. Terrible opinions, Patricia. Poll time, guys. All right, let's see what the poll is. Should making jokes about political leaders be criminalized? Of course not, right?
critical mass of a swing, coalition whose sole, it's like Ukraine. I mean, JD said this recently. It was like some TPUSA event, and some guy came up to him and was like, "What are you going to do for my country?" He was Ukrainian American. He's like, "It's not your country, dude. Like, you're not supposed to be from there. Like, it's a problem, and that's not a money thing. I live in this neighborhood. There's a bunch of Ukrainians who live in my neighborhood, and they have Ukrainian flags, and everything's just again, I love this sign, parking for Ukrainians only. I haven't been able to figure it out for 4 years. What that means, it's like, you care more about Ukraine than the neighborhood that we live in right now. Like, I don't think you should be here. I really don't. And this applies to Ukraine, Cuba, Nicaragua, Iran, Israel, anybody who's got dual loyalty. It's a big issue.
Think about Iran, for example. Yeah. There is no reason for Donald Trump to care about an expat population that lives in California, largely. I mean, obviously there are Iranian Americans all over the country, but that is where the largest concentration is, right? There is zero political reason for him to care about that outside of money donated. And beyond that, then you have to add in the military-industrial complex. We're going to talk about Palantir, the interest they have in continued warfare. And so really, 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 the root of the problem is the money that flows through our system.
It is, but
without that, you don't have the same incentive to get constantly into these wars.
Yes and no, but I think it just ignores the cultural aspect of what I'm trying to get at. Like, we should not allow people to come here who clearly cannot abandon their loyalties to foreign lands. And look, I would apply that to Islam. I would apply that to Islamism. I would apply that, which I think is incompatible with Western values. I would also apply it for anybody who wants to accuse me of race, to Jewish supremacism, or anybody who believes in Israeli values. I really do. Look, the Theodore Roosevelt quote about hyphenated America, I believe, is fundamentally true. He said it at a time of ethnic conflagration and problems with Western Europe. World War I mean, the reason why many of these laws, like the Sedition Act or Alien Enemies Act, trace back to World War I, we had a mass amounts. Like, okay, I'm not saying we should have been fighting in the first place,
off,
but
Saga.
you had all these Irish people who were furious.
By the way, guys, I just got my coffee. One of my favorite cups. I think we can all relate to that.
That we were fighting on behalf of the British monarchy, right?
Damn,
and then you also had all these
nice.
Germans who were still loyal, basically, to the Kaiser. They didn't want to go, and so that's a problem. Like, you can't have a society full of all of these ethnic groups which are basically still loyal to their homelands. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to come here if you're not going to renounce that. I would say that for Indians too. I know a lot of Indians who are furious. They love Trump. There's this huge group of Indians who love Trump because he hates Pakistan, and it's like, what? Like, leave your bullshit. If you want to hate Pakistan, be my guest, go back to India and vote for Modi. But you're supposed to come here and actually, advocate for your children. Or
Go back to India and vote for Modi. Jesus.
grandchildren, the rest of your
What
citizens.
the hell?
That's what I believe. And so that's where I really disagree with this idea that we can't screen immigrants or other people who refuse to assimilate, because lack of assimilation is not just, people who are concerned about culture and any of that, which I think is legitimate, especially with lack.
I think we need a law that if you have dual, you shouldn't be allowed to serve in
of English,
I don't know about
but
that,
it does lead to this this ethnic hijacking of the highest elements of our government for whichever purpose.
Share it on Discord a video. Okay, we'll do. We'll watch that next. We have Kiki's video on Israel's military on TikTok here.
Group happens to be able to exert influence.
Cut the money in politics.
Thank you.
Problem solved. Because but you're also talking
It's about voting swing groups. It's about influence.
It is about those things as well. But predominantly in our democracy, the thing that makes it run is money. And if you deal with that, then you have their voices are equal to other voices and competing. There's a reason why Muslim Americans have not had as much sway and influence as the pro-Israel lobby, and it's all about where the concentration of money in politics has come from.
But even then,
and then also,
really
like I said, the military-industrial complex. But here's the other thing that I would say is that you should be pleased to note that studies show that assimilation today happens at a much more rapid clip than back during the time of you're talking about being worried about German and Irish immigrants, et cetera. We have such a well-integrated, multiracial population that even some of our Nazis are, biracial, mixed race, and various minorities. So, true assimilation, I think, is happening in front of our eyes. And I hate to even take this Chip Roy thing seriously, because what he's talking about is just purely insane and is not vetting for even any sort of ethnic commitment or whatever you would want to see. It's about him defining, I don't like, socialism. Is that Medicare for all? Is that free public child?
That's the problem I have with it, right? Is that basically every country on the planet is socialist, or a mix of communism, or a mix of capitalism, right? All of them are just a mix of that now, right? Including us. These definitions are so stupid, right? from Chip Roy and all these mixed market economies, right? That's the reason why. It's because we realized being that ideological in terms of money is never a good thing. Because money is very unpredictable, right? It has markets go up and down, and right? That's why certain things, no matter what country you go to, right, have certain things that are dealt with by the government, right? Like in Japan, right? How is it like in Japan? There is a price that the government sets. You look in that book, boom, for that health service, that's what you pay. That's what you pay, right? The government sets that price. Nobody's saying, wow, Japan's such a commie state, right? So like every country, obviously there are countries that have more like socialism, communism, whatever you want to call it, right? There's various versions of it, right? And there's more countries that are more free market or whatever, but they're all just a mix of it. So that's why I'm not in favor of these of these definitions, because like, how do you separate this stuff, right? Social Security is a socialist thing, right? And it's one of the most popular programs in the entire country, right? And you look at this throughout the world, it happens all over, right? Yeah.
Care, I think.
That's what Canada.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, MasterTex99.
Thank you, MasterTex. Appreciate the follow. How is your? Well, now it's evening here, but how's your evening so far? My grandma has never went to Japan because of World War II. Yeah, we talked a lot about that, right? On previous streams, right? I know you're new here, Kiki, but we talked about how large parts of Asia have a big problem with Japan, right? Because they've never fully owned up to the war crimes that they committed under the Japanese Empire, right? And we talk about that exactly. And even to this day, a lot of people just don't like to talk about it in Japan. I think what we need to do is we need to come together, form an international system, and have Japan and the rest of Asia sit down and collectively deal this stuff out, right? I think it would lead to more reconciliation, and it worked, right? It works. Reconciliation works, guys, right? Look at Germany, look at Uganda, look at all these countries that have done reconciliation, and it's a major benefit in their society, right? But a lot of people are too stubborn. They don't want to admit that they did wrong, right? There's a lot of pride in this, and unfortunately, until people set aside their pride and realize, I made a mistake, I need to own up to it, we're never going to get to that more internationalist world. I beg to disagree. That's incorrect. It's 7 p.m.
That's
okay there, Australia.
the way that he would think about it. And
I told you, Kiki, we have people from all over the world on this stream. I love it for that reason.
that is completely insane. And he's not just talking about vetting incoming.
That exotic country of Canada, right?
Immigrants. He's also talking.
And cold, and basically cold Australia.
Talking about people who are here, who are citizens.
I agree.
Being denied citizenship because they're socialists, because they're members of the DSA, because they have some view that Chip Roy finds to be abhorrent. And so
yeah, Truth and Reconciliation Commission's work if done according to the best practices. Yeah, exactly.
I don't even like to validate that view by making an alternative case for a completely different piece of legislation that you would be interested in.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Kiki brought that up because again, this is why I bring this stuff up on the chat, on the stream, right? Because I think a lot of people get very stuck into narratives and they don't talk to people in Singapore, right? They don't talk to people across Asia. They don't talk to people in other countries about some of the things that their family members who had lived through the war or whatever, right? were going through, or are still going through, and the reasons why they don't even visit places like Japan, right? These are all things that, like, I feel a lot of streamers don't bring up, right? But you need to start to listen to people who live in different countries, right? You can't just rely on stuff you read in books, right? That's half the equation. But you can't just rely on talking points and books. You also have to talk to people like we're doing here, and what I try to do here all the time, right? So when we get that community up and running, right, that's what I really strive to do here. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just think I have watched, with great fear as the tide has moved to where I think we will have mass levels of migration for decades now to come. And we are going to deal with ethnicism of probably the most historic degree in the history of the United States. We're already at the same levels we were in World War I. And I do think that people who share your politics, and that should have to grapple with what's that going to mean. We will have mass amounts of foreigners. Like, we have millions of people who came here in the last decade from El Salvador or from Central America. Are they going to get, upset about some shit going on in El Salvador? And if they start advocating for us to go to war, like, that's a real problem for me.
Well, then maybe we've
seen it with Cuba.
Then maybe what we should do is stop, like doing regime change in random sanctioning places, going into Cuba.
Yeah, I disagree entirely with this analysis saga, right? And the reason I disagree entirely with this analysis is, think of it this way. Why are all these people advocating for regime change when they come here to visit or they come here to live? The reason is because that's what we're known for, regime change. And we haven't dealt with that, honestly, right? We've done that ever since like the 50s, the early 50s, right? Across Asia, across Latin America, across Africa, across the right. So this is my problem, is that's actually a sign that they're actually integrating pretty well in this culture, right? The problem is our culture, meaning like the US wanting to intervene in every country's politics, right? We need to stop doing that, objectively so.
Just trying to destroy.
So, like, it's so funny, right, that he points to it as a bad thing, when in reality it's a point that they're actually assimilating into the culture, right? Otherwise, if they didn't want to assimilate, they wouldn't be wanting this stuff. They just keep to themselves and kind of just like do their own community. But if anything, they're actually engaging with government and all these institutions, right? It's crazy to me, guys. Like, how can you be this boneheaded?
Iran and Syria, etc. I mean, I would be.
The Nazis unalived a lot of Jews, so now the German police are always arresting people who are protesting for Palestine. They feel the guilt of the Holocaust.
Much more in favor of most people want to be able to stay where they're from. Immigration is not an easy thing, as your family I'm sure can attest to. It's most people want to be able to stay in their culture and where they're from. But it is the U.S., which is at this point in the world, the primary force that creates these refugee crises.
Yes and no. But see, this is where El Salvador is safer than here. I would be safer today walking the streets of El Salvador.
Wow. This is what you get for going to bed too late, girl. Stop going to bed so late, Jersey.
Salvador in the streets of Washington, D.C. That's empirically true whenever it comes to crime rates. Well, it's like,
the biggest migration crisis that has upended politics in recent years is not actually here. It's in Europe with Syria, and we are, like wholly to blame largely to blame, I should say.
Israel's got to blame
what's going on, but we go along with it.
So does the Gulf.
So in any case, and that's what we're courting in Iran right now with a much larger country, is Israel wants a serious situation in Iran, which would be an utter catastrophe, obviously for the Iranian people first and foremost. But, Israel wouldn't be the ones that are having to take in the refugees as people fled from the destruction that was caused by us and by Israel. So In any case, let me get to these couple other news stories here with regard to the attack on anti-Semitism. We've got some indications here. Put E2 up on the screen. You know, the U.S. is set to host the World Cup. That Trump's anti-Semitism envoy is saying that the U.S. is going to bar World Cup attendees who are tied to anti-Semitism abroad. So Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan, the U.S. Special Envoy for Monitoring and Combating Anti-Semitism, which why do we have that? Anyway, said this week that the U.S. will bar individuals from attending the World Cup who are accused of fostering anti-Semitism in their home countries. The president and the secretary of state, he said, have made it perfectly clear that people who want to sow discord in this country are not welcome here. People who want to bring their brand of hate to the U.S. with anti-Semitism are not welcome. Coming to this country is a privilege. It's not a right. His comments on a potential ban first reported by Euractiv, which said he told a European Jewish Association conference in Brussels the U.S. was holding countries accountable for ministers who are saying things and they're not being allowed into the country. So I don't know what this means exactly and what this process is going to entail, but you can easily imagine an analysis of social media. You know, these are the sort of things that pre-AI would not be possible. Now it would be easy to do, to go and pull someone's social media.
Looking at me, dog. How girls fight in the pub. Oh, they're actually fighting.
God, Australia.
Mate, she's with me, bro. No, she's with me, bro. With me, don't. It's my last smoke. Don't take it. Don't. Oh. I've got to put a stop.
It's like they're slapping each other.
Hey! Cut it out! You're mates! What would your parents say?
Oh, shit!
Hey? I know where they are. Yeah.
They jumped over. Yeah. It's so funny.
History and look through and see if they've ever said from the river to the sea Palestine would be free, right? Or, you know, even something that's even that's like genuine.
Well, and look, oops, Kiki sent us this, but this has to do with Israel and its military here.
As a combat veteran, the Israeli military makes me sick. They have an official state policy of committing war crimes on a widespread basis.
Yep.
It's part of their informal training, and functionally, it's part of their doctrine. Let me explain. And I want to talk to you about what I read in Haaretz today, an Israeli publication that demonstrates the impact this is having on Israeli society.
Yeah, you missed the whole stream, Jersey. God, this is what you get for staying up all night.
When I was
go to bed, girl.
Infantry in Ukraine,
God
defending
damn it.
against the Russian genocidal invasion, I never witnessed any war crimes by my side, and nor would I ever tolerate it. I take the obligation to act professionally and comply with the Geneva Convention extremely seriously.
Yeah,
it's part
you
of your
do.
ethics, it's part of your professionalism, it's part of your core identity as a soldier. It was part of my oath in signing my military contract.
Good for you.
Israel, on the other hand,
I love
just
people like
commits
this
widespread war crimes.
that come out and say like this stuff is just a blatantly wrong, right? Go
Crimes.
suck a
I've
nut,
seen them
Gus.
have to
No, I'm just calling you out.
Dismiss entire battalions for settler violence, which is a form of terrorism and a violation of the Geneva Convention in the occupied West Bank.
Based.
Today in Haaretz, there were stories that I can't even repeat here. You had colonels, lieutenant colonels, battalion commanders with 900 people under their control spitting on the corpses of Palestinians, civilians who were murdered by that guy's same unit. On and on and on. And you have widespread suicide, PTSD across that society. I believe Israel, under Netanyahu, has a cultural problem, and it's causing a spiritual and moral death in that country. We can no longer support them with any offensive weapons. We actually should have cut that off a long time ago. I'm just appalled, and I'm disgusted at what Israel has become. It makes me sick. As a combat veteran...
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. One's from Patricia.
Expat is a racist as hell term.
100% disagree. It doesn't strike. Who's an expat?
It's somebody that comes to another country, gets paid more for having less skill, and then when you and me go to their country, we're called immigrants.
Oh, this is really interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, so if you come from like a rich country, I suppose, and you go to a poorer country, you become an expat. Yeah. But if you come from a poorer country and you go to a richer country,
you are an immigrant.
That is. Expats are immigrants.
Colonialism 101.
All right, 100%. I 100% agree.
I agree
Expat
there.
is racist. You know what else is a racist term?
I agree there, right? And I heard that term way too much in Costa Rica, right? When I went to visit, I told you guys I went to Costa Rica fairly recently ago, and I heard the term expat not from locals, right? But from Americans and Canadians way too much. I blame Canada. Just like I blame Jersey. It's Canada's fault.
I believe people of color.
I 100% agree. What do you mean people of color? It's a ridiculous term.
I think we should refer to white people as people with no color. I'm serious. We should just be regular people. Like you're regular, I'm regular. Those guys are people of no color.
What you're saying is part of the unlearning exercise, right, of racialized words that are historically very, very, very insidious. And well said. Well said.
Thank you, sir.
I would also say, boys with your name, Kareem, have every right.
They're still heavily invested.
To grow old.
No, that's a good point, Eon Wagoneer. Yeah. Right? It's, you know, I never thought of it that way, and that's why it's important to keep an open mind, but 100%, right? 100%.
In this world.
I'm assuming that's translated.
And then you know what's
English.
funny is you know why I also believe it? Because remember when we watched all those Americans living in Mexico and they were like called immigrants, and they're like, oh, well we're not immigrants. What are you talking about, immigrants? They took insult to that word, right? When in reality, you guys are immigrants. If you're living in Mexico as an American, you are an immigrant, right? But they're just so insulted by that word that they're like, no, I'm not an immigrant. I'm an expat.
To stop bombing Arabs
Absolutely.
and Middle Eastern countries?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amen, 100% agree. Please
exactly. Yeah, no, it sucks. Like, it's like, how about we treat people equally and be like, no, we're immigrants, I'm immigrants. That's why we need to protect each other wherever we choose to live, right? Whether we choose to live in Mexico, whether we choose to live in Costa Rica, whether we choose to live in Japan, whether we choose to live anywhere around the world, we're all immigrants. And we all should be treated equally, right? That's the equality. That's what we've been trying to push here on this stream, right? 100% equality. Yeah, 100%. They are so delusional. They really are. Yeah.
Free Palestine, free Sudan, free Congo.
Always, and it's not anything you should ever be.
Yeah, we watched this whole expose on this, and I was just like, expat. You guys aren't expats. I mean, I guess by definitionally, and now I completely agree with this. So thank you very much, Patricia. This was a great video, and my mind is now convinced. 100.
Afraid to say. Resistance right now is the culture. Resistance right now is everything from comedy, joy, reading a history book,
correct,
knowing what Sykes-Picot is, knowing what a Nakba is, understanding we don't need faster phones, because boys in Congo are being crushed for our latest tech, and building community. That's my take.
Amen, brother.
That's what I'm trying to do here.
Expat
Love
is
it.
a racist.
Off color that they find to be problematic. But we know in Germany, you get arrested if you say from the river to the sea. So there was a video clip that went viral of a police officer telling a lady, like, I'm going to have to arrest you if you say that forbidden phrase again. And she said, well, what if I said from the river to the beach? And he's like, no, you still can't say it. So is that what we're talking about here, is screening people for wrongthink on Israel? No other country, right? There's no other prohibition just on whether or not you have the right politics with regard to this one country.
Yeah, we seem determined to keep the FIFA World Cup like the lowest attended one possible. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, apparently already hotel sales are way down, ticket sales are down. Like it's not going.
I'm not
well.
surprised by that.
And U.S. tourism overall is way down.
That I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, some benefits to that. It's easier for some of us in national parks. But I'm reading here, and first of all, I just learned from this article that the Rudy Giuliani's son appears to be the executive director of the White House FIFA World Cup Task Force, Andrew Giuliani.
Oh my
so
God.
that's a vote of confidence.
Didn't know that
Certainly,
either.
had no idea. Look, I think that, remember all the World Cup criticism that we had with Qatar? I guess we want to be Qatar now. Qatar, remember, there was that guy, he died or something in weird circumstances after he had worn, I think he wore like a gay pride shirt. We covered it here on the show.
Yeah, that's right.
To a game.
And that was banned.
His family claims he died of natural causes. Just saying. But yeah, I think he was
But they
kicked
were
out.
banning any sort of expressions of like gay pride or
Gay
other,
pride.
like-
Yeah, look, I care all that much about gay
Yeah, but you should be.
It's one of those where,
I
look,
do, and you should be able to express what you think.
Yeah, for me, it was like, hey, are we allowed to talk about migrant workers in Qatar? Well, guess what? That wasn't allowed. There were all kinds of weird, like, press. I mean, it just drives me nuts of like whitewashing what these countries are. Having lived there, I know exactly what they are.
People
These
were
are
very mad at us
literal
for that coverage.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, a lot of Qataris. A lot of people who I went to school with in Qatar in the royal family, furious. I hadn't heard from them in 10 years. They're pissed off about it. Don't care. But it's interesting to me.
Jeez, Sagar, you're such a
I think
dick.
that they seem fully committed to this. And the whole world, and even this I find difficult. Should we care what the world thinks of us? Yes, no. A lot of Europeans have been snobs about Americans for many decades, and it's not like they have so much to stand up for. But I think with the anti-Semitism,
Yeah, the places that do the best, right? Singapore is one of them, right? The places that do the best have high amounts of immigration, guys, right? It's actually the opposite. It's like the countries that have high amounts of immigration have good economic output, right? That's just a fact. That's not even an opinion, right? It's not every single country, but generally every single country that does have high immigration, right? In terms of like people coming to it, it's because people want to go there and move there and work there, right? Ah, okay.
piece, even though Europe does it too, adopting it just shows a level of like subservience to this foreign state, which is bizarre and strange.
Yeah, Dubai, all these, right? The reason they have all these, they have high economic output, right?
Strange and intolerable for the American population. It also makes everybody else around the world just be like.
And I think the goal there then is to integrate them best into the society, right? That used to be the United States, not anymore, right? But there are several countries around the world where a lot of people want to come and set up shop, right? And that helps economic output.
I don't understand this because it's so foreign to their own.
And antithetical to the, some of the parts of America that are the things that I'm most proud of in this country, like freedom of speech. I mean, that's supposed to be a grand tradition and core value here, et cetera. And so on behalf of this country, we are curtailing undermining our own rights. It makes no sense. And speaking of that, this is a crazy, crazy story that is unfolding down in Florida. This college student has been arrested for a joke she made in a private group chat involving Netanyahu. This is a local news report.
Jesus.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
In a WhatsApp group chat of about 215 students, where students were discussing an event that was to take place Friday at the Ocean Bank Convocation Center on campus to make their capstone presentations. An FIU police officer read some of the statements in court.
The exact words utilized was, "There's going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Convocation Center, and it's going to be at Jonathan's fault," one of the members in the chat.
7 News obtaining some bits of that chat. It seemed the student wanted the event rescheduled and wrote, quote, "Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop some bonbons for us capstone students in Ocean Bank Convention Center." Other students wrote they didn't take that text lightly. She later in the chat wrote, quote, "I wrote a dumb joke that should not have been made."
I can understand your position, Ms. Corey, and you're saying this is a joke, but
to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough for probable cause. I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
I mean, come on.
Drop some bonbons.
What are we doing? Like,
Ocean
obviously, what, you think this is a credible threat? Are you kidding me? I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah. Who's this judge?
I don't
What's up
know.
with this judge?
Seriously.
Are judges elected in Florida? I mean, I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know. But I mean, for the charge to be made to begin with, insane.
Yeah.
Some stupid joke made in a private group chat on WhatsApp, where she's clearly referring to the fact that Netanyahu like bombs everywhere, and she saw some things she wanted to reschedule, like, hey, hook a girl up and help us get this rescheduled. Like, it's clearly a joke. You could think it's not a funny joke or wasn't good in taste. Who cares? Who cares? You really think this girl is like in touch with Netanyahu to bomb this center or whatever? It's insane. A threat is supposed to be, clear and credible and actionable, like that you have a time and a place and the ability and means to carry it out. And so you're going forward with this thing. She's charged, and then this judge doesn't immediately throw this out. Just complete insanity.
Yeah, I need to find out more about these judges. Nothing will give you less faith in the judicial system than actually learning anything about it. There's all this stuff about the Constitution and your rights, and then you learn about some of these judges and the bullshit that they allow to go through. This woman is literally charged with threats to kill or do bodily harm with prejudice, and has a bond set at $5,000. So, I mean, she's in an orange jumpsuit. Sorry, nuts. Already, we're way beyond anything which is remotely acceptable. So, and if anybody has a contact for legal defense or anything, let us know. Send us an email. Maybe we'll send her some money. I will pledge to send her some money for her legal defense if somebody from her team can get in touch. All right, should we get to Palantir?
Yep.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
All right. Then we're going to cover Laura Loomer on Iran, because we forgot to cover this yesterday, but let's go over this.
Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. It's 4 o'clock in New York. For the sake of our 250-year experiment in democracy and the health and safety of our people, might it be high time to start managing Donald Trump's screen time? Before we try to answer that question, you should know this. Donald Trump appeared to have another urgent meeting yesterday with the back of his eyelids. It took place during an event on healthcare affordability in the Oval Office, because who needs a white noise machine, or melatonin for that matter, when you've got important policy matters to help you drift off to la la land? For anyone else, the solution to such frequent occasions of falling asleep in public might be a better, more sound night's sleep, even in the midst of a war that he started, but no. Hours later, between the hours of midnight and 2:45 a.m., Donald Trump posted on social media 18 times by our count, picking back up again just after 7:30 a.m. And none of those posts were really anything pressing. None of them were things that couldn't wait till a morning tirade. In the 2-minute span encompassing 12:27 a.m. and 12:28 a.m. Eastern, for instance, Donald Trump posted 4 times on the topics of treason charges for former President Barack Obama and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. 45 minutes later, at 1:13 a.m., he posted this, quote, "The 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect."
Oh, great.
An hour and a half later, at 2:43 a.m., either still awake or awake again, he shared a fawning quote from legendary actor Clint Eastwood. Although we checked on that quote from that legendary actor, and it appears the quote was actually from a New Hampshire state representative from the year 2019.
Get the fuck over it, right?
Trump seemed to clock out
Living Lily.
his social media. With a
he has sleep apnea. Oh, he does.
Later at 2:45 a.m.
The guy doesn't sleep.
Before picking it up again and starting to post on social media again just after 7:30 a.m. Donald Trump has appeared to fall asleep at White House events before, a number of times over the past few months. In fact, it might be one of the reasons. The latest polling makes some sense. This in Fox News' poll, for instance, shows that 55% of registered American voters say they do not believe Donald Trump has the mental soundness to serve effectively as president. That number is up 7 points since late 2024. Now, these facts might only rise to the level of disturbing were we living in the best of times, but at the end of the 8th week of the war with Iran, and amid a slew of other major challenges on the economy and on, Donald Trump is facing head-on a criticism he and his allies levied against his predecessor on a near daily basis, that he's simply not up to the job he has or even on the job often enough to perform it adequately.
He's just fucking sleeping. He had an emergency meeting with the inside of his eyelids. Am I right, Chad?
We start today with Media Matters for America President Angelo Carasone. Also joining us, former Trump White House Deputy Press Secretary and Home of the Brave spokesperson Sarah Matthews is back with us. She's now a contributor for The Bulwark. And with me at the table, host of Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here. Sarah, I'm so happy to have you back and to see you. Just tell me, I feel like there's this debate that rages about whether he's worse than he was. I feel like he seems in a lot of ways as crazy as ever, but you worked for him. You were inside the White House. Tell me how he seems to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that largely, that this is not anything new when it comes to this erratic posting and him posting unhinged things. I just think it's gotten even worse in the sense that it's a little bit more extreme. In the first administration, we didn't have him posting about wanting to annihilate an entire civilization. And so I think that there's something to be said that it seems like he's lost his fastball and that he's not beating Father Time. Look, you can't beat Father Time. And I think old age is catching up with him. And so he's not as on it and as sharp as he once was. And I think that is also just enhancing the craziness that was already kind of there and bringing it to a whole new level. And we're seeing that play out.
Sarah, do you think he's cognizant of the questions being asked about
That's
his
a joke, right?
faculties? 71% of all Americans don't believe he has the temperament to be president. 55% of Americans don't believe he has the mental fitness for the job that he has.
Well, geez. He got his secret hologram to play 12D chess inside his eyelids.
He seemed to be so focused on those things when he constantly take the MOCA test, which is a dementia screen. Not really.
Oh, look at that. Nobody likes you. Go home. Oh, wait. You can't because Letitia James is waiting for you. I mean, it's okay when Trump says no nuclear weapons for Iran, but Iran is Russia's friend. Why does Trumpist leak Russian cocks?
The intellectual flex that he seems
Welcome to the stream, Bob Blumpkin.
With Fox News interviewers and all manner of people. But do you think he's following these polls this time?
Yeah, I do. I think that's why he is constantly flexing this cognitive test and bragging about how he aced it, even though it's not really that much of an accomplishment. Anyone could ace it as long as you don't have dementia or onset early dementia. And I think he is following it. And I think
Iran is friends with China too.
About how the public perceives him and his old age.
We've covered that too.
Critical of his predecessor and calling him Sleepy Joe Biden and going after his mental acuity. And so I do think that he is following these polls. And
yo, your thing got into the poll, Rigel. Congrats, buddy. Look at that.
That's why you see him out there trying to push back on this narrative. But when he's falling asleep in the Oval Office in these meetings and posting these erratic, unhinged things on his True Social, it's certainly not helping the public perception of him and if he's mentally sound for the job. And I do think, too, that in the first Trump administration, that people were willing to give him a little bit longer of a leash and they tolerated the kind of craziness from him. But we're not seeing that so much in the second Republican administration, because I think so many people that voted for him this time around are unhappy with him, as reflected in the polling, where he's hitting record lows of disapproval because people feel like they have buyer's remorse, that they're not getting what they were promised on the campaign trail, whether that be him getting us into a new war.
No, he got what
something he said he wanted.
You didn't get what you wanted, but he got what he wanted, which is get out of jail free card and enrich himself.
Or him not bringing down prices and actually making prices skyrocket even higher, whether that's grocery prices or the price of gas, you name it. And so I think that people aren't going to be as tolerant of this kind of crazy behavior from him when they feel like he isn't doing a good job.
Can I ask the control room just to put the picture back up one more time of him falling asleep? I mean, if someone were sitting on the set and fell asleep, like, I would send a text and ask someone to come out and bring them a coffee. Like, whose job is it to either kick the press out, Sarah, or like kick him under the table? Or, I mean, is it the instruction for, and it looks like Lutnick, Oz, and Kennedy, I guess they pass for our health people these days. Like, is it one of their job to like wake him up? Or like, Trump's so obsessed with his appearance. Like, we know from The Atlantic, he didn't go honor troops who lost their lives.
Oh my God.
Because he didn't want to mess up his hair. Like, the whole room can see him asleep.
The nussy.
Whose job is it in this
You can see the nussy.
to wake him up or get the press out so we don't have all these images of Donald Trump asleep at his desk?
Yeah, it's horrible optics, like you mentioned.
Guys, I should just stream like that. Why not? Our president streams like this. Why not us? Why not me?
And something that he would obviously care about. And I feel like it's kind of surprising that
Napping
honestly, the
Missy.
press team wasn't there to wrangle the press.
Please
like
do.
they always have a press wrangler.
Yeah, girl. Well, you nap anyways. Jesus, go to bed.
Of Oval Office events, and they're in charge of wrangling the media and getting them in and out of the room. And they're usually the person you hear
God damn it.
cut the reporters off, and they're yelling, "Okay, time to get out," and pushing them out the door when they feel like the press conference has gone on too long, or the president has to get to another engagement. And so you would think that someone on the press team would see him falling asleep and would have the thought to think, maybe we need to get the press wrangler in there to cut this short, or have someone pass him a note, whatever it is. But obviously that isn't happening. So it's a little surprising that they wouldn't be more on top of it.
Did he fall asleep in the first term a lot in meetings, or does that appear to be happening more frequently?
Way more, I think. Yeah.
I think it's happening more frequently. I don't think it's something that happened as often.
I think I can name maybe like a few times, but I'd have to really think about it. But now it's like happening every other day, right?
I mean, if you look back on videos of Trump in 2016 and even throughout his first term,
He
he
got
had so
jailed
much
for
more
140
vigor and life
years.
to him, and was always like the Energizer Bunny, in my opinion. I mean, the guy just could run on very little sleep and just go and hit multiple campaign
Not
events
anymore.
in one day. But I don't think you're seeing that as much. And I do think that's just his old age catching up to him. Look, he turns 80 next month. And so it's definitely something
80.
that I don't think he wants to admit. Obviously, anyone struggles with realizing and accepting the fact that you're getting older. And this is a very demanding job. And so when you're sleeping for 4 hours a night, he can't perform in the same way that he once was able to. And so him not sleeping through the night and posting
Go to bed early.
Twitter
God.
back in the day, or Truth Social now, that's not really anything new. It seems like it's happening more frequently, but then I think that that's contributing to him also falling asleep more frequently in these meetings now, because he can't perform in
He's
the
too
same
old for
way
this.
on that little sleep that he maybe once was able to in his younger age.
Oh, Kiki, for real, right? Oh my God. All right, now let's learn about Laura Loomer and her plot to deport Iranians. Oh no.
Ryan, take it away.
We were supposed to watch this yesterday, but we ran out of time.
This is an interesting one. All right, so on April 4th, the State Department celebrated a new set of arrests, issuing a statement headlined, Secretary Rubio revokes green cards of foreign nationals with ties to Iranian terror regime, announcing that, quote, the niece and grandniece of deceased Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Major General Qasem Soleimani were arrested by federal agents, unquote. So the two women are Hamida Soleimani Afshar, she's 47, and her daughter, Serena Hosseini, who is 25. And they are, or they were, legal permanent residents with green cards living in Los Angeles like a lot of the rest of our Iranian American population. Now, the idea that it's okay to punish two women for being related to a man who previously did battle with the United States when he was alive is itself absurd. None of us are responsible for what our uncles do. God help us all if we are. But because Rubio made such a big deal about these arrests and this claim, it's worth asking whether it's even true. So we reviewed Iranian birth records, identification papers, and other personal documents, including wills and other records.
That emote.
And we can reveal that no, these women have no connection to Qasem Soleimani whatsoever. It is entirely
what the hell? That emote is horrifying.
Case of mistaken identity sparked by right-wing activist Laura Loomer and also some fans of the Shah. So birth certificates from Iran collected by the family lay out a documented family tree spanning multiple generations with no connection to Soleimani or even to relatives of the late general. So at Dropsite News, my colleague Murtaza Hussain and I also reviewed other personal identifying documents, including passports, family photographs, and work documentation from both Iran and the U.S. that strongly contradict the allegations that the two women were connected to the late Iranian commander, or that they were living lavishly from any connection to the Iranian government. So I spoke to both women yesterday from their South Texas ICE detention facility, which is privately run by the Geo Group, and they remain shocked at the situation they find themselves in. Hamida, she told me, had actually previously been imprisoned by the Iranian government for protesting it. When she got to the United States, the thing she told me that she was most looking forward to was being able to freely speak her mind. Serena told me that, yes, her mother is highly opinionated, but what they are not is related to Qasem Soleimani.
Help him still fishing.
Now, in order for Soleimani to be Hamida's uncle, based on her last name, he would need to be the brother of Hamida's father. Hamida's father, Ali Soleimani Afshar, was born in Tehran in 1947. Yet, according to the documents, he had no brothers at all, let alone ones corresponding to the identity of General Soleimani, who was born 10 years later in a small village in the southern province of Kerman. Ali Soleimani Afshar's parents died in his childhood. Historical passport documents also show that Soleimani Afshar's family origins go back generations to the city of Yazd in central Iran, a province away from the roots of General Soleimani. The late general is also known to have two brothers, Sohrab and Hossein, who have previously given interviews about their upbringing in rural Kerman that identify themselves as his only brothers. They have no connection to Ali Soleimani Afshar. The State Department, though, is standing by its entirely false claims. They told me in a statement, quote, hello, the following is on the record attributable to Assistant Secretary Dylan Johnson, quote, while we do not comment on matters of classified intelligence, we remain certain of the Secretary's determination. If Dropsite News, scare quotes, is aware of anti-American green card holders with ties to terrorists present in the United States, we would gladly investigate those individuals for possible termination of legal status and deportation, unquote. Now, one of Serena's friends has set up a GoFundMe to help cover legal bills, which I've verified is authentic, and we'll put a link to it in the description. And so, Emily, what we'll do is we'll put up a Google Drive that has all of these records. So we've got passports, birth certificates, all kinds of other verified documents, like even wills from her grandparents, and the wills list all of the relatives. And so by doing that, you can say, okay, here are the possible people that could be her uncle, and they're saying Uncle Qasem is their uncle. We're saying then if you look at Qasem Soleimani, here are his brothers and sisters. There's no overlap between them, and also separately. They're from completely different areas. So he is, and also politically you can understand this. The fact that she was in prison for protesting against the government, of which Soleimani was a leading figure, means it's completely absurd to think that they'd be related. Like, there's no world in which the rural conservative family of Qasem Soleimani
the niece
has a niece who's protesting Soleimani and going to prison for it. Like, maybe in America you have those kinds of things happening, and maybe there's some weird case of that happening in Iran. In any event, it didn't happen. Like, here are the family trees. They are hundreds of miles apart.
What was it like trying to verify those documents from the other side of the world?
Well, huge ups to Maz, who speaks Persian. Of course he does. If you guys know,
amazing.
My colleague Murtaza Hussein speaks like 7 languages or something. Like, hey Maz, I got a whole bunch of Persian documents. Can you read these? He's like, yeah, of course.
Wow.
Like,
and he read them out.
So, once you have them, they're pretty straightforward.
Right. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the State Department's on the record comment to you, which is interesting to me because they say anti-American green card holders, I think is the phrase that they use in that. They say they're standing by the designation, but that's interesting because it's kind of a shifting of the goalposts from related to Soleimani to anti-American. Now you could see how maybe they're using that in overlapping terms.
That's a good point. They are kind of backing off that claim. They're saying we stand by the determination.
Right.
And by determination, I think what they mean, that's a good point.
Right.
They mean our determination, basically, that we want to kick them out of the country.
That you could be a Rumeysa Ozturk, basically.
But we're not. But they
it's
don't
just
comment on whether
gatekeeping
they're standing by the
another term,
original claim,
right?
That which was the reason for the arrest.
It's slippery.
That they're related to Soleimani, and they calling them anti-American is, well, first of all, Serena, the daughter, seems to be completely apolitical. Like, she's just caught up in this. So her mom is constantly fighting on Instagram and other places with supporters of Reza Pahlavi.
A sand dollar?
She does not want the king, the Shah, going back to Iran, being brought back to Iran by a war.
Like many Iranians.
Yeah. But now there's many rabid Iranian Americans who love the Shah. And what seems to have happened is that they saw her last name, and they whipped up this frenzy that she was related to Soleimani, and then told Loomer. And Loomer then went with what she was told by these Iranian Americans who hate her. They don't hate her because she's anti-American or anything. They hate her because she's anti-Shah. And of the different groups who come to this country, to me, the ones that are more offensive are the ones who come here and then agitate to use American service members in the American military to then carry out other grudges in their home country.
Yep, 100%.
Hate that.
Yeah.
Whether you're Cuban, Israeli, whatever, like, that's not America first. Like, our military is not your plaything to go, like, exercise your grudges.
Right.
Like, I'm sure, like,
maybe that's the argument you make to Laura Loomer.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of Somalians have different grievances with other clans in Somalia.
Exactly. Yep.
We don't want the U.S. military to go in and like settle those scores. That's not what we're here for. Nobody signed up for that.
So in a way, Loomer is just. I mean, you can see how, in that sense, the cause of Laura Loomer is almost undermining the like America First mentality, as you just explained.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So we also looked into their asylum claim. So we'll roll through that. So on to the other State Department claim, namely that the 2 arrested women.
Yeah, and why are they against the Shah? Or sorry, I mean we already know why they're against the Shah. Why are they even being targeted? Because they're against the Shah, and the Shah would just turn oil over to the Americans, right? It's so obvious, yeah.
False claim for
it's what happened back in 1953, right?
Asylum,
when we overthrew their democratically elected government,
which was undercut, they say, by the fact that they had visited Iran in subsequent.
Because we can't have people voted in who want to do communism, right?
Years.
Who want to give the oil to Iranians, right? To Persians.
So friends of the family and the family themselves say that they had indeed been forced to leave Iran under duress, and it happened after Serena had taken part in a public dance performance in 2012 when she was about 12 years old. So what happened is that she was in Turkey on vacation, and she competed in this dance competition for the satellite channel TV Persia. It's illegal to watch TV Persia in Iran, but people can get it anyway. And it's the kind of soft cultural influence that the US government funds. I don't know if they funded TV Persia at the time, but either way, when it aired back in Iran, it went viral, and not in a good way. All hell came down on her and her mom. She was expelled from her public school, then not long after that, expelled from her next school, a private school, when the scandal resurfaced. Now, her mother was attacked on occasion, and they continued getting death threats. So here's one of the performances that went viral and aired on
You always get
TV
junk.
Persia. So under continuous pressure, they came to the U.S. when she was 14 and filed for asylum. They won, and they have since become legal permanent residents. Now, Rubio's argument that the women don't deserve asylum is odd because one of the top U.S. complaints about the Iranian government is that they don't respect women's rights.
Yep.
Now, in general, a grant of asylum is called into question if the asylum seeker travels back to the country where they claimed they feel unsafe. And that honestly makes sense in general.
Yeah.
But in the case of the two women,
in general,
the threats they faced were indeed real, and they were in fact representative of what American authorities say about the repressive nature of the government in Iran. Yet you can also understand that visits home to family would still be relatively safe in their circumstances. You go to the airport, you visit the cousins, you go to the market, you walk in the park, whatever, you're going to be fine, especially if you're covered up.
If you're covered
Serena
up.
told me
That was
she
what I
went
was
back
going to
to
say.
Iran and visited her cousins and her
Yeah.
father.
I
but
agree,
stayed
right?
away
Like both things can be true at this case. Yeah.
from those she knew were mad at her and told nobody she was coming. When she returned to the U.S., she was honest with customs officials, was questioned for about 45 minutes,
Yeah, both
and
just
let back
suck,
in.
so-
It never came up again until now. If the Trump administration insists that their asylum claim is bogus and deports them to Iran, Rubio will be simultaneously saying that Iran is in fact safe for such women, undercutting decades of American claims to the contrary, while we also are waging a war on Iran partly because we say those women are not safe in Iran. So which is it? Serena's friends also disputed characterizations in the press and that were put forward by the State Department that the family had been living lavishly in the United States, pointing out that they had been behind on mortgage payments, that they had been relying on the support of friends to pay for legal support in ICE detention. In reality, the Los Angeles residents had assimilated to the culture of their new country. The jewelry and handbags flaunted on Instagram and highlighted by the U.S. government were, they said, like much else in North Hollywood, entirely fake. Now, worse still, the mother's address was doxed, and her house was ransacked and attacked by what appears to be an Iranian American who believed she truly was related to Soleimani. Here is ring camera footage that they presented to me. And so this was April 8th, and they got in and they really trashed her house.
Does it say 1 in the morning, 4 in the morning?
Whoa.
Yes,
4 in the morning.
yes. And so what really does appear to have happened is that, and there's a lot of kind of Shah supporters in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Shah's Sunset takes its name from
In the LA area.
I didn't mean Iran. There's a lot of Shah
There
supporters.
are a lot of Shah supporters in Iran, just not as
There's
many
some.
as the Shah
What I-
supporters
sorry,
in the
yes,
U.S.
good-
want
good
us to
catch.
believe there are.
There's a lot of Shah supporters in Los Angeles.
Yes.
They're constantly doing these weird protests.
He didn't
where
even hide his
they're
face. No,
very
Living Lily.
excited.
No.
They're very fervent and passionate believers in their cause. And the cause is going terribly. Trump himself agrees with Hamida that the Shah should not. He said the Shah is not really up for this.
Yeah.
So
The Shah himself has kind of said that.
the Shah himself, when he goes to bed at night, knows he's not up for this.
Yes.
I think he's up for exactly what he's doing, pretending to go back and going on Fox News and urging people to go out in the streets and get killed. So she's against him. She's also against the Iranian government. That is supposed to be a position that you're allowed to take in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So talking to them last night, it was wild. And Serena would translate for her mom, and it was a very kind of, you could feel the mother-daughter relationship. She's like, yeah, my mom is pretty fiery. She's pretty passionate about stuff, and she was really excited when she got to the U.S. That she could finally, speak her mind without the mullahs, telling her what she can and can't do. Now, Serena too,
and it's the enemies of the mullahs, the self-declared enemies of the mullahs, who are then putting them in this situation.
Yeah, she's like she went to prison for speaking out on politics. This is how they describe it. She went to prison for speaking out on politics back in Iran. Now she's back in prison for speaking out on politics here. But she says it's worse here. In Iran, it was 1 week. Here, it's 3 weeks and counting. She yesterday was the first day she was really able to speak because she has an autoimmune disorder, which requires kind of regular blood transmissions. She has a hemoglobin level that was down to 6. Which people can look that up. That's not good. She got she got some pills finally from the GEO Group ICE Detention Center, which apparently pushed her hemoglobin levels back up to 8, which is still not high enough. They're not, but they do not seem to have any interest in offering her the blood transfusions that are like regularly required with her condition. But you arrest somebody, accusing them of being related to this guy. Like you're responsible for her health care at this point. So it's a dire situation for them. I reached out to Loomer and said, if I can prove to you that these women are not related to Soleimani, would you call for them to be released? And she said no.
Of course not.
Correct quote was something like, I can even
They're
pull it
still
up.
guilty.
It said something like, I want all Islamic migrants deported.
Which she doesn't even know that she doesn't even know that they're Muslim.
Yeah,
they could be Zoroastrians, right? They could be Christians. She doesn't care.
She doesn't.
Not that it matters, but she
right.
doesn't even know that.
Here's her quote. I want all
She doesn't give a fuck.
Islamic immigrants
That just shows you how bigoted she is, right?
deported. I don't support any of their asylum claims.
Wow.
And she said, and they are related. Like she still believes that they're related. Because she was told, I think she was given a bunch of evidence by these Shah supporters that they're related to
She's a
Soleimani.
bigot. Of course she is.
It's untrue.
Right.
It's bad evidence.
Right.
It's bunk. But I think she genuinely believes that sure. But as she's saying, she also doesn't care.
Right.
I'm glad that he went through the paperwork and did all this stuff, right?
If I don't think Rubio and Trump are particularly worried about the media backlash that getting these cases wrong causes them, but legally, I have to imagine that the higher you go up at the State Department, they're looking at the shoddy work in the Ozturk case, the Khalil case, where you then had the administration working backwards from their determination gone by to try and come up with reasons that people were threats to make their case in the court of public opinion.
Right. With Khalil, they thought he was on a student visa.
And yeah, exactly. That's right.
So then they had to oh shoot, he's a green card holder. Now we need to make something up.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they were going back to Instagram posts from groups that he was
used to belong
affiliated
to.
with,
Yes.
right, that he didn't have current affiliations with. And it seems like there's a similar situation here where Laura Loomer has a direct line to somebody of some power
Rubio.
at the State Department. I doubt to Rubio himself, but probably somewhere in the middle that can make these decisions. And then the secretary signs off on them. They put it in front of you. Yeah, maybe Trump. And then they put it in front of the secretary. You have to trust your deputies of your Secretary of State. And then you go back and you're like, who the hell got us from point A to point B on this? And so I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing them work
I'm
backwards.
back. What
Their
have I
statement
missed?
saying,
Oh,
for
just
example,
Laura Loomer being a bigot, being Islamophobic.
Anti-American asylum
Just that.
claims. People
And throwing people under the bus, even though it's been disproven.
asylum claims from anti-American people. That is
Nothing
again moving
new.
the
Nope.
goalposts. It's very different than saying this person is related to Soleimani. So it seems
also,
like maybe another.
Also, it really doesn't apply to Serena. If you really want to say her mom is anti-American because she was against the war as it related to bringing the Shah back to power, if you want to make that claim, I think that's insane. I think you're pro-American if you're against this war, frankly, because I think this war is anti-American. It is damaging to America. And if we listen to Serena's mom, instead of to Netanyahu, America would have made a better decision. Setting that aside, Serena doesn't even have, as far as I can tell, much of an opinion on this.
They might find something, but who knows? They don't have it right in front of us right now. That's for sure.
But she seems mostly like apolitical, like
And then-
like a normal 25-year-old person in Los Angeles
Yep.
who just wants to like dance and. No, she's a 25-year-old version of the 12-year-old you saw on stage there.
And then you get into these protracted legal battles where the State Department, whether or not, again, I don't think Rubio and the State Department and the Trump administration overall are particularly concerned about the fallout in public opinion. I think they feel confident they can make these cases and it's not going to be a big deal to voters. But they do then have to make these cases in court, and it's a pain in the ass when you have to work backwards and start coming up with reasons that you had
1, 2, 3, 4 points
evidence in the first place.
And the best they're going to have for them is the fact that they went back to Iran. Immigration attorneys will tell you that's bad for your case because you said you're not safe there. You went there.
Yeah.
I think they have an extremely credible point to make. Like, yes, it was very dangerous, and it would still be dangerous to live there. But flying back, not telling anybody, visiting your father and your cousins, if that's all you do, that actually is safe.
But again, that's just about the asylum
And
thing.
and Serena says she told the government ahead of time.
Yeah. That's also still just
And they're like,
about,
yeah, it's fine. You're a green card holder. Because at that point, they weren't asylum pending. They were green card holders. And
which is again different than whether or not they're anti-American. So,
right, and also, they had a chance when they flew back and said, hey, we were just in Iran. This is our situation. And we're like, cool, come on back in. To then, years later, on a false claim that you're related to a dead guy, arrest them is, I would like to say, un-American.
Yeah. It was great drop site reporting, Ren.
Well, thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Well, hopefully it does something. Anyway.
It probably will.
We'll see.
Let's go ahead and bring in Professor Pate.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
And with that, guys, I've been streaming for almost 8 hours now. I'm going to go eat dinner. It's 8 o'clock here. I will see everyone tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a good one. Hope to catch everyone tomorrow. And then we also have the podcast I'm going to be on. So that's going to be fun. Bye, guys. Stay tuned for the credits. Your name will be there if you help with the stream. Thank you so much for your support. Living Lily, Amandria, and, of course, Josephus. Thank you so much, guys, for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it.
Funding for the GuestX broadcast.
And thank you, patrons.
Support is on Patreon. Thank you.
Why does it keep doing this, huh? Sorry, guys. Thank you, 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 thank you. I will see everyone tomorrow. Bye, guys.